Welcome everybody to day 2 of the NFL Draft 2026. This is Roar of the Lions UK's special draft coverage. I'm Matthew Turner alongside Anthony Fitzpatrick, Ashley Soden and Paul Air Walker. At some point I think we're going to be joined as well by Brett Kerwood, who of course you will have seen on the show for a substantial part of yesterday. We've got some bumper coverage for you tonight. If you haven't watched our day 1 recap and day 2 preview that we did this morning, we were joined by Owen from the Weekly Huddle podcast. He talked about the draft in general and Bills. He was great value, so I urge you to go back and listen to that at some point. But tonight, in just 10 minutes time, we kick off with the British and Irish Eagles. One of the boys will be with us for that, and the British Eagles are a great bunch of fellas, so really looking forward to that. They're then followed by guys representing the Saints, the Dolphins, Pro Football Network, the Vikings, the Cardinals, the Green Bay Packers, and the Houston Texans. So, bumper day for you tonight. Hope you're all well in the chat. As always, we rely on you guys all the way through this in terms of being active in the chat, making suggestions. We, of course, discuss it as we go through, so please do everything you can to help us out. And Ant, to come to you first, how you doing, mate? Day 2 is here.
I'm doing really good. I just had the nicest shower of my life to get me refreshed and ready for the stream. I've destroyed a few crumpets and now I'm ready for some more draft picks. It is stereotypically as British as you can get.
I don't want to know any more about that shower. Ash, how you doing, mate?
I'm doing good. Just excited to see how this start of day 2 is going to kick off, because if it's anything like the end of round 1, there's going to be a load of trades, a load of drama, maybe some reaches, maybe some mega reaches. Looking at you, Seahawks. But at the same time, I'm all for it, because that hopefully means that, again, like in round 1, the player that we want falls to us at 50. We don't have to move a muscle.
And Paul, it looks like your mind went where mine did.
I'm not sure what's worse, the thought of Dylan Thieneman in a Bears uniform or the thought of Anthony Fitzpatrick eating crumpets in the shower.
Oh, man.
It's a tough choice, I'll be honest.
Oh, so go live for day 2 is in 28 minutes, so we are awaiting that. Thank you to everyone in the chat who's there already, to Wizard of War and Mile Marker and Danny Mack. Thank you for saying hello. If there's anyone else out there who wants to say hello, appreciate you. Brian Shook is in the building, who says, crumpets in the shower? Man, I do not know what crumpets are. No, you do. You do, Shook. But, you know, some people just have an addiction and they set their crumpets for them in the shower. We know that's always a bad sign.
To be fair, crumpets are top tier food.
Yeah.
They are, yeah.
Yeah. Anyone who doesn't eat crumpets or doesn't like crumpets is instantly untrustworthy, really.
Agreed, yeah.
There we go. You've been told. Oh, man. Terry Perry's in the building as well. Says, hey, Ash, Matt, and Paul, how are you? Yeah. Tired. Yesterday was long, but today is longer. I tell you what, the move from 10 to 8 minutes worked for me yesterday.
Yeah.
Make it 5.
Well, no, maybe not 5, but I've heard that universal, this is the right amount of time where you still get trades going through and that, but it's also moving nice and flowing quite nicely, at least the pick wise. The TV coverage still needs to be worked on because of the incidents that keep happening. Like, it's annoying because I say that I knew 3 picks ahead and you were still waiting for some of the picks.
But we know, Ash, that the TV replicates actually what happens live. I would like it that the picks aren't announced publicly on any of the trackers until they're announced on stage. That would solve the problem, because then at least we'd all be together. But even when you're there in person, you're behind live somehow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I remember the Bernardo Green pick, even when we were sitting in a nice Verizon lounge, eating our cookies and that, and using the free phone chargers. And then look, I'm like, oh, Ronaldo Green's just got picks. I want to go out and see the celebration.
Yeah, that was good fun. I can't believe we lucked our way into that.
Exactly. I still have the lanyard and that somewhere in my drawer over there for it.
Cool.
But I use it at work.
All right, so who's first off the board? We were just debating it off the air. 33 at the moment is San Francisco, but Lord knows they're trying to move back by the looks of it.
It could be any player at any position. I know that's an awful answer, but so full disclosure, I've put money on. I say money, £2 on Dental Boston. Um, but I've got no faith in it. It could be. The thing is, there's so many different positions here with a group of each squad with a group of players. You've got a group of edges, a group of D tackles, receivers, safeties, linebackers. Any of them could go.
I've got my cheeky usual 50p bet on Basantes. So it just seems like if the 49ers do stick, him sliding in at left guard for them would be amazing for them. Not so much for us because it means they're better.
He feels like a good fit for them as well.
Thank you.
Oh, I can't wait for it to get kick-started again. I'm waiting with bated breath. Sometimes the anticipation of it all as it builds up is amazing, and then the hour beforehand is torture.
Yeah, there's so much uncertainty around at the minute, so you just don't know. Like this could be a completely different draft order in 20 minutes. I'm quite surprised no players have been traded yet, actually. With so many guys on the block, you would have thought. I mean, I guess it happens fluidly during the draft as to depending what you want, but I thought someone might have been dealt by now, so maybe that's all going to happen as well. So it could be just pure insanity this evening if players start getting dealt as well.
I could see it happening pretty soon into the draft as soon as things start going, because obviously Thibodeau, I know obviously the Saints have been heavily linked to trading for him, and with the Giants picking the 5th up, 37, and then the Saints picking 10th at 42, you could see maybe the movement getting there by then. Because if the Saints, let's say you get to 42 and for argument's sake, TJ Parker and Zion Young are both gone, the Saints could then pull the trigger, trade 42 for Thibodeau, which I think would be a bit of an overpay. But then suddenly they've got an edge they can trust / like.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Me and Ant were speaking briefly beforehand, and there's gonna be a run early on tonight, and it's what position it's gonna be. Is it gonna be the edges? Is it gonna be the D tackles, receivers, safeties, linebackers? That's gonna dictate how the rest of the night goes.
And it all starts with that first domino. You know, it's literally you've seen every insider just about say something different in regards to it. Oh, I'm hearing this, I'm hearing that. And it's like, well, yeah, no, everyone has different needs, but once the D tackles start to vanish, like, you know, people want to get them. And then, you know, if the receivers start to go, because there is a drop off with some of them, and you've got to be in there quick. So, I mean, hopefully for Detroit at 50, it's actually quite a nice position where this chaos kind of happens and you get the benefits of that because you get guys pushed down to you. So hopefully at the positions we need, like safety, maybe edges, stuff like that, if all the linebackers start to fall, all the defensive tackles start to, the dominoes fall, then all the safeties and that get pushed to us. So I think we're in a pretty decent position here today, to be fair, just to we can pick the best of the ruinage afterwards.
Time to welcome our first guest of the evening in the building, Phil Mount-Stevens from the British and Irish Eagles. How are you, Phil?
Hi, chaps. Can you hear me all right?
All good.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, thank God for that.
The sound quality is fantastic, by the way. That sounds like a really good microphone, that.
It is. I'll send you the link after if you want it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Ash, all yours, sir.
So talking about hearing, let's start with maybe the obvious question. How did it feel to snipe Mackay Lemon from the Steelers as he was on the phone to Omar Khan? How did that go down in Philly land?
It's gone down particularly well, especially since that the NHL playoffs have already stoked the fires between the two cities already. So we're currently pummeling them 3-0 in the series with Game 4 tomorrow night. And the F Philly chants were strong last night in the crowd behind Pat McAfee. And to jump them again with the Cowboys, weirdly, it feels weird to do it. But we did it obviously a few years ago with Devontae Smith jumping over the Giants to get him. So it kind of just felt like history repeating itself. We've got a little sort of sniping back and forth. As much as we might hate each other on the field, we tend to seem to be doing these deals quite a lot on the draft night. And it's kind of embarrassing. You kind of felt a bit sorry for him in a way, just because it was in Pittsburgh and they obviously had this big. You notice that there was a this definite shift to some extra special presentation, and they end up getting the player that they say they still wanted, but clearly they were going for Kyle Lemon, so it was a bit of a awkward moment for them. So you do have a little bit of sympathy, but no, delighted to get him. Didn't expect. I was like, we're not drafting a wide receiver in the first round. I was pretty strong and adamant that we need tackle, but we also know that Howie has the tendency to pick up these players as they drop. He's got his board. He sticks to it. He knows what he's doing. And yeah, as soon as Mackay started dropping, I guess that was his cue to pull the trigger.
See, you mentioned this thing earlier, the NHL playoffs. I don't think I've ever heard of them in Detroit. Like, what are they? Yeah.
I mean,
Red Wings.
it's I mean, we do Philly Sports International, so we've tried to bring in sort of all the like UK Phillies, Flyers, and Sixers and that. And the Flyers has only really been going for about a year, but now that chat is absolutely buzzing and people are getting more involved. It's just beautiful to sort of see and get more interested in one of the other American sports, as we all love to sort of be involved and watch them, especially when there's a playoff run going.
Yeah, true. Like I'm used to playoffs, at least over here, because I used to live in Nottingham for 7 years, so at least I got to see the Panthers actually play well. But talking about, you said you didn't expect this pick of wide receiver in the first round, and this links obviously to maybe the big overhanging drama of you guys right now. What do you think this means for Mr. AJ Brown? Do you think that Diana Rossini, with her lovely off the records interviews with Mike Vrabel, shall we say, are the rumours true that come 1st of June, AJ Brown will be moving over to Boston and becoming a Patriot?
Yeah, I think it was pretty certain even before last night in terms of people were kind of resigned themselves to it's likely to happen. Last night just further sort of solidifies that. The reason I was skeptical about the Eagles taking a wide receiver is because it's the cart before the horse. Signing the replacement for a player you haven't yet gotten rid of, and also potentially affecting trade negotiations and all that sort of stuff. I did, however, caveat that and say that the only way it happens is if Howie has got a handshake agreement and has the assurances, the trust that, you know, we'll do this deal. This is what we're going to give you for it, regardless of what happens during the draft or in free agency or anything like that. So that's where I am now. Is I'm okay. He's clearly confident of how he would never do that, the backwards kind of deal, unless he was absolutely certain that AJ was going and he was needing to pick up the guy. But again, like I said, it was also because Mackay dropped, so you don't know if that was necessarily priority number one. But clearly, it was one of the top plans on the night, sort of depending on how all the board fell.
Yeah, and how do you think Lemon's going to fit into your offense? Because I know when the pick was made, at least I thought, I get the logic behind it, but him and Devonta Smith, who obviously you guys have got the Heisman winner, they do seem like kind of similar players to me, as like slightly smaller receivers who are route technicians, decent blockers. But they fill the same role. Does this mean that Smith's going to be playing more on the outside and Lemon's going to move into the slot? Are they going to be interchangeable? Does this mean you're going to maybe change your offensive scheme? Because I know obviously there wasn't great my admiration for the offensive scheme last year and how some of the receivers are used. So how do you think Lemon will fit into your offensive scheme? And does this maybe signal a change to a different style that fits Jalen Hurts better, fits some of the players better?
It's really difficult to tell at the moment, purely because of the doubts that seem to forever surround Jalen Hurts, the changes in the backroom staff, the obvious shift towards passing experience. Nearly over half of the coaches that have been hired by the Eagles have passing or quarterback history experience. So there's a definite shift towards, you know, one way you want to look at it, that they're really trying to encourage and coach Jalen in the passing game more to sort of make him a bit more complex, because that's one of his faults, or people, you know, faults that people mention a lot, is that he's limited. Whether we see that or not, whether we agree with that or not, we do know that sometimes he likes a simpler offense, and I think there's probably a shift to go across to that. the AJ Brown situation going, whether Devontae Smith will go outside. I feel like it's all going to be going towards interoperability. So there's not going to be one set role. They want everyone to be able to mix it up because part of that is going to be not creating a more complex and harder to read offense. But they've also signed, Hollywood Brown and Dontavian Wicks. Sorry. So they've also taken the approach where I think they're just trying to create a big room where they can figure things out and decide where it goes and not try and force an offense into one particular scheme because they've signed one particular player. They're trying to keep their options open as Howie forever does.
Yeah, and maybe looking back a bit, because obviously I know you mentioned just the Dontavian Wicks trade. You also brought in Tariq Woolen at corner on a one-year deal from the Seahawks. What do you think that means for the back end? Because I know obviously you guys a couple of years ago breaking the hearts of probably many a Lions fan by taking the corner out to Toledo and then drafting Cooper DeJean. Where do you see Woolen fitting in, and what does this mean for DeJean? Because I know he's been a bit of a matchup guy in the back end for you guys, playing a bit of outside, playing the slot, playing safety. What does it mean for your secondary?
Well, Cooper DeJean is definitely one of the most versatile players that we've got on the defensive end, defensive back side of things. So, and Tariq Woolen is coming in. He's obviously got a great caliber. He's got, held in high esteem. Some slight character issues potentially with him being disruptive, but we had CJ Gardner-Johnson. We managed to handle him, and I think sometimes you need that kind of presence to sort of disrupt things a little bit, in a healthy way. Sometimes just to keep things from being stagnant and stale. But I think they want, again, it's kind of similar to the wide receiver approach. It's like they want people interoperability. They want people to be able to mix around if they need it. They don't want to be stuck in one particular scheme. Q obviously hit the ground running, fantastic draft signing, exciting player, absolutely beloved by the team. Cooper DeJean as well, after the Super Bowl interception, sort of solidified himself after just one season as well. I don't rule out them attacking cornerback as well in this draft, but probably definitely not as a priority. I think we've definitely got higher needs. So I don't think they're done adding depth in those positions, but Tariq Woolen was definitely a need, given that when Darius Slay was out the season before last, you kind of noticed that there's a drop off. The players we had at the time weren't quite able to step in. So I think that was a definite shift towards getting experience and depth, but I still think it's going to be another position that's going to be targeted later on.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I know obviously sticking with the secondary and maybe to give our resident Ogden fan who's been a bit wound up about Tiedemann going to the Bears. I know obviously we've mentioned DeJean, but obviously there was another member of the secondary of the exciting Whites. Talk to me about Reed Blankenship and how much of a big loss he is for you guys.
Sorry,
Absolutely.
hang on. Why did I need to catch strays there?
No, so I'm backing you up by giving Ants the pain of losing one of his safeties.
Oh, I don't know, Ash. That felt like a low blow.
Reed's an absolutely huge blow coming in as an outsider chance and then solidifying the position, being a key member of the Super Bowl run. Really didn't want him to go, but as the last two seasons have gone, from the Super Bowl win and last season, we've had to just accept that we're going to lose these key players, beloved players. Safety is an absolute need in this draft. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm almost banking on it being one of the 3 picks in the next 2 rounds. We've got our eye on Dennis Sutton, I think, towards the middle. I think is probably the guy that he's beloved within, Penn State. He's visited the Eagles. I think they love him. I think there's a strong lean towards it unless he gets taken really early. High chance of the Eagles going for him. But yeah, we definitely need to replace Reed. He just like I said, he's one of those guys similar to Zach Bourne. Those two were just sort of like really nice guys that played their heart out, that you could just really get on board with, believe in, never caused any issues, never had to worry about them. And yeah, the exciting Whites was just like a fun little sideshow, similar to Sonic and Knuckles for for you guys. It's kind of one of those things that you can kind of nice little thing to sort of enjoy throughout the season. But yeah, he's off to Houston, and wish him all the best there. But it's not going to be fun watching him ball out for another team, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. So open it up to the panels. Anyone else got any questions for our amazing guest?
You stole mine. I was going to say, as king of the Draft Reed Blankenship Association Society, how successful has his tenure been there on a scale of 1 to 10? But it sounds like that's pretty high. So
Yeah. I'd go upwards of an 8. Then on the scale of 10, I think he's maybe not had those exciting, flashy moments like DeGene and CJ Gardner-Johnson. The sort of boom or bust kind of play sometimes. He's, like I said, he's just been that solid guy. You know, he's always sort of the season before last, I think he was popping up with the odd interception in key moments, games where you really need to sort of ice the game off, and he'd come in at the end. Thinking back to, I think, the Saints game a couple of years ago, it was a really difficult game, really low scoring game, and at the end he came out with the interception to sort of seal it. So stuff like that, you don't. It's not the sort of thing you look to draft in a player, but when you get that player who just sort of goes about his business and does it week in, week out, you just can't replace that. You can't find that. You can't source that in an individual.
and you say safety is a draft need for you this year?
Yeah. Safety is.
And just sat 4 spots behind us in the second round. I can already see how this is going to go, because we need one as well.
Yeah. Well, we were obviously keenly looking at your pick last night, as thinking, you know, we were going to take a tackle as well, and keenly eyeing who you ended up taking, and obviously didn't come into anything. But yeah, there's a strong chance that we're sort of in similar needs positions. There could be a bit of trade action, I reckon, tonight.
I think there's going to be a lot going on tonight in that regard. So what does the dream day 2 look like for you? Are there any particular players that you've identified that you would like?
Yeah, sorry, just get me a list of stuff, trying to come prepared. Like I said, tackle and guard. Tackle because of Lane Johnson's, although he's looking like an absolute beast and that he'll never drop off. He will at some point. I think we're all painfully aware of that. So a strong tackle early on would be key, but also guard, because there's doubts around Landon Dixon. He has decided that he's coming back, but I think there's injury / sort of external interest. I think he's a guy who's just happy with his ranch down south, and you know, if he had to give up football tomorrow, wouldn't be the end of the world. He's earned his contract, he's earned his money, and he would go. He wouldn't run his knees into the ground and ruin his life. So I feel like guard is another spot, especially after the loss of Mekhi Becton, which was a huge factor in the Super Bowl win. So we've got our eye on sort of that Gennings Dunker, the tackle from Iowa. And if you haven't seen a picture of him, you need to look him up. He's got the mullet of all mullets, and I think we can all just picture Eagles fans in their stands next season with orange wigs on, with mullets going down the back. He'll be absolutely hilarious. But so he's a guard from Iowa. We've got Demetrius Crownova, who's a tackle. I think I literally did a mock draft about an hour ago just to sort of see what was floating around, and I managed to get Dunker, Crownova, and Dennis Sutton. So I think that would be the perfect night for me, because I looked at it and went, it never falls perfectly like that, but that would be the ideal result, I think.
And are there any players that you like, irrespective of whether you want them for the Eagles? Are there players you've liked in the process that you really stand for?
Well, the problem that it leaves a lot of fans and mock draft and all the people trying to predict what the Eagles are going to do is because everyone was thinking tackle last night. Tonight was going to be the receiver night. So there's a lot of research and there's a lot of wide receivers that I've grown to love and thank, but obviously that need is not going very unlikely to happen now. So, and the tackle talent is very thin at this point in terms of the drop off. So if we don't get a tackle early, it's hard to predict what the Eagles are going to do, because there's a couple of safeties, but there is a cornerback, Keontae Miller, I think, Miami.
Keontae
Scott, that's it.
Yeah, the nickel corner, yeah.
Yeah, the nickel corner that we've had some insider sort of rumors floating around between us. We know some people and who know him. So, and he's getting drafted, and he's had some conversations with the Eagles apparently. So we'll see what happens in that regard. It's hard to predict because, like I said just before, the tackle and the wide receiver situation has kind of thrown everything out. So it's pretty much hard to predict where the Eagles might pivot on this. But we know what Howie's like. He's got his board. He knows he's got a plan. So we just trust.
Must always be exciting being an Eagles fan during the draft just because of how often Howie moves.
Yeah, it's sort of you watch other teams, especially when you're looking at the Rams and Ty Simpson, and you're thinking what the process and what the relationships are like. Howie has just managed to get himself into a position and get the organization into a position where it's never been perfect. There's been leaks and problems over the last couple of seasons. He's not God by any stretch of the imagination, but you just have this faith. It's like having a solid goalkeeper for your Premier League team. You just don't even think about it. You just go into it, you think whatever he does, you just trust it. And having that blind faith from your fan base is a rare thing to have, and a rare thing to see in organisations that are perennially picking at the top of the draft, because they just can't seem to get their act together and in terms of planning for the future.
Talk to us about the British and Irish Eagles. What's been happening the last 12 months for you guys?
Well, like I said, we've been collecting the various Philly sports entities for UK fan bases, trying to build Philly Sports International, bring fans of Philadelphia sports all together under one banner, one area, trying to sort of grow that in a sense. But to be honest, it's been a bit of a quiet year because Liam moved out to Philadelphia at the start of last year. So time-wise for podding and getting together and going down to Passyunk in London has been a little bit more difficult. We did actually manage to do an excellent watch along. We managed to combine the baseball and the football in one night. So we had the Kansas City Royals playing the Phillies and the Kansas City Chiefs playing the Eagles in one night, which is probably a very rare feat, which was an actually epic night, all round DJ sets and everything. So we're doing as much as we can in that regard. I think there's a chance the Eagles are going to come over and play either the Commanders or the Jaguars. So there's that to look forward to this year. It's going to be an incredibly busy year this year. But yeah, the last year's slightly quieter than normal just because we've all had lots and lots of stuff going on. I had my second child at the end of 2024. So she's now going into that stage. It's just been one of those years where I think we've had to sort of just keep things ticking along, but we're definitely going to be hitting the ground running in 2026, especially if the Eagles come over. It's going to be absolute chaos.
Sounds fantastic, man. And, congratulations for doing all of that stuff because it sounds like an amazing endeavor. I know how much work doing one sport is, never mind 3 or 4, however many you're doing. So that's pretty crazy. Wish you the best of luck with the next 12 months and hopefully we will see you soon. I don't know if we're playing this year. I can't recall, but we always seem to.
I don't think so.
No, but well, maybe in the playoffs then.
Well, you need to. We were hoping to beat you in the championship game, but you let us down 2 years ago.
Unfortunately, so not this year though.
All right.
Sorry.
Before I go, I just wanted to say, hats off to you guys doing this. Especially when you asked me to come on and you're telling me all your schedule and your slots and the amount of hours that you guys are putting in over this weekend. It's a slog. So you guys deserve a huge amount of praise for that, and it's enjoyable coming on every year. I look forward to it.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. If you could tell my wife that, mate, that'd be great.
Oh, it was great. Cheers, Phil. Appreciate that.
Cheers, guys.
All right, speak soon.
Take care.
All right, we are live for day 2 in about 60 seconds, which is going to be great. I have to apologise for any viewers who get jump scared by me sneezing. I'm carrying a heavy cold and my brain is just not working right now. So
why don't you put it down then? You can.
I haven't frozen. I'm just not dignifying that with a response.
Yeah, that was awful, mate.
Yeah, if you've even got Matt to slow down on that, then good lord, that's bad.
Got some people in the chat to address here. We've got at Dreamlight Wolfsbane says, evening gents, Mushu here. How far is Brad going to trade up for a player he's fallen for tonight? I can see both 4s becoming a 3. I think that's the most likely way things are going to change for the Lions. I don't necessarily see us moving up from 50 personally. Any detraction from that?
No, I agree. Unless like TJ Parker or someone like that falls and Brad absolutely has to get a. Yeah, I completely agree though. Like I know it's the big thing now with the beat writers. Quite a lot of them said it in their reactions to last night that we don't need as many picks in day 3. Like you look at, I think Riz said it on their DLP watch long. He thinks 47 out of the 53 roster spots are pretty much sewn up already. So we don't need all these picks in day 3. So yeah, I can definitely see us packaging a couple of them to move up into round 3, maybe move up tomorrow as well, just to make sure we get the guys we want, get quality rather than quantity.
Rich Baldwin would like our opinions on Blake Miller. In his opinion, that we did not get the maximum value at 17 for going for him, and maybe Brad could have traded down a few spots and still picked Blake Miller. Paul, what do you think?
So yes, it would have been great to get Blake Miller at 22. It would have been great to get Blake Miller at 222. There's no guarantee he was there. Like I think Philly were interested in him. They may have jumped us, and any trade takes 2 to tango. We don't know if anyone was coming up or not. So ideally, yeah, we would have traded back, but for whatever reason, either Brad didn't think he could risk it, or there was no partners to be had. I'm more than happy with the pick.
Ant, do you agree?
Yeah, it's like the unsexy pick, but it was a big need for us, and he's going to be an incredibly safe player at the next level. So you're gonna get just a good high level right tackle for the majority of his career, and of course the whole Mr. Iron Man thing is really appealing given the shocking state of injuries we've had over the years. To have someone who has been healthy their entire career, ever since they were a kid, basically, helps us dramatically. And it now gives us a good option having Borum in as depth as well. So, yeah, it's the unsexy one. And like for me, I love my draft prospects and I get attached to mine. And Blake Miller was just one I was never really attached to. So I may appear unenthused, but yeah, yeah, he'll be fine for us. I hope I get one today. Like all my favorite guys are today, so just do me right today, please, Brad. Just once, just once. That's all I'm asking.
I think I sum it up by saying it's a good pick. It probably wasn't an exciting pick.
Yeah.
How often are offensive tackles exciting picks? I'd say, but
so if you want to know whether it was value or not, the next tackle off the board after Blake Miller was Freeland at 19, and then the next right tackle off the board was Ihanacho to Pittsburgh at 21. Like, how many spots can you reliably move down at 17 and know you're definitely getting Miller if Miller is the one that you want? And there was a reason why he was identified by the Lions beat writers, especially on the Grit Index with Pride of Detroit. You know, they identified him as a potential very, high probability that we would go for him. I know that Riz has him on the 4 picks that we'd be interested in at 17. There's a reason why he's been circled by those guys, and it's probably because other teams had noticed that he'd probably had high intangibles as well, which means that the league was probably higher on him than the draft community. So whilst he probably wasn't that high on the consensus board, the league was probably just higher on him generally. I mean, we can't be the only people who covet the things that you see in Blake Miller. We can't be the only ones. It doesn't work that way. In fact, Philadelphia very much look for the same things that we do. And that's why Ant is especially good at having his picks nicked by them, because we covet similar things. As round 2 is live.
I was going to say to Phil that if they dare trade up in front of us at 50 and take AJ Halsey, I might have to reach through the screen and wring his neck, but I didn't want to be nasty to a guest, so I refrained myself.
I think it was implied. As soon as you said it, I knew exactly what you were saying. I was like, okay, I can see it's AJ Halsey. He doesn't want them to take it. As supposedly the 49ers are sticking here. They did not get a good enough offer to move down. So, yeah,
so there's 7 minutes on the clock there. I thought it was 5 minutes a pick.
It's 5 minutes tomorrow.
Oh, it's 7 today, is it? Oh,
It's 7. Yeah.
It goes to 5 and then 2 for round 6 and 7, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that tweet saying that we might be looking at moving up for an edge rusher has now got me excited about TJ Parker.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now I'm gonna be really annoyed when it doesn't happen.
Yeah, same. But again,
but TJ's one of the ones who might get caught in the crossfire of all the tackles go, all the receivers go, and just naturally he slides down.
You watch him go 33 now. We're doing this.
That I would actually be really upset, but it makes sense because obviously the price of retiring.
He's not one of my 4. He's not one of my 4 technically, so I don't mind as long as the 4 are intact.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and you have a couple of comments directed at you, but one is someone who clearly knows you a bit too well, and it just is a statement which says Ant is too busy shitting himself about Chesterfield tomorrow to concentrate on his University of Michigan hate, which I thought was quite funny. But the question was by Vented.
Is that a Manny Dak or something?
No.
Something along the names. Of that.
No, that was Mushu. That was Dreamlight Wolfsbane. But the question was, any Michigan players to look out for tonight who might get drafted?
Not any good ones.
I mean, I think Barham will go tonight.
Barham, Derek Moore.
Derek Moore will go tonight.
They're both the nightmare fuel. Barham's literally put to the Lions because he's a Sam linebacker. Not because he's actually any good, but he's a Sam linebacker.
Let me just check something. Because if the 49ers have a pick late on round 3 again, maybe Zavada goes. They do.
Oh, damn it! I was about to say there's one player I'd take Zavada. To be honest, I thought about doing that as a prop. I thought either Zavada or Trey Smack. I think there's a chance one of those two could go today if someone's got a lot of picks because they are both excellent kickers.
Can we talk about the
90?
Can we talk about the quality of the names of the kickers in this?
Yeah.
You got Zavada, you got Trey Smack, you got Atticus Sappington.
Exactly. That's a name for the ages.
It's a shame it's not very good, but
Trey Smack, the jokes write themselves for a kicker. Like they literally write themselves. You wouldn't even need to work at it.
Yeah, he absolutely traded that one.
Many
Paul,
thanks.
Just have a word with yourself on that one, Paul. Even Ash didn't come up with that.
I will never have a word with myself.
Microsoft databases paywall themselves.
Well,
that's a bad time to do that. Many thanks to Paul Bear for subscribing with Prime on Twitch for his 10th month. Appreciated, Paul. Thanks very much.
On his behalf, as I'm a Paul, I can say this. You're welcome.
Oh wait, isn't Mushu our Crew fan because we're playing Crew tomorrow?
I think you're right.
I think Mushu's our Crew fan. Your lot can't get in the playoffs now, so you should all be on holiday.
Ash, I'm on Mock Draft Database and I can see a consensus board.
Because I've just gone to look at the kickers and it says for me...
It's probably not got any kickers on there.
Unlock all kicker prospects, Mock plus silver subscribers, see the full board, every prospect's ranked.
Yeah.
Wow. Special teams really do matter. Special teams behind a paywall.
It's not just me that's upset now. They've upset Freya as well. They've really upset her. She likes looking at her long snapper prospects when she's lying there at night.
I'll tell you what, it all cuts off at some point. The tight ends, you only get the top 4 guys.
Oh, that's poor.
That is a poor move from them.
I like just terrible timing.
Exactly. I like the update they've done in terms of the new layout. But yeah, paywalling themselves right now is such a shit move. It's like, as much as I love sticks in a model, which I'm so happy that Dave Rose is a site to use for mock drafts and that. But the fact that they have a lot of their stuff paywalled, like you can only do 3 drafts a day unless you pay.
Oh, Mushu's Orient, by the way.
Oh, it's Orient. Yeah. We still don't forgive Orient for Barry Hearn.
Yeah.
So yeah, Barry Hearn's a bad man.
Mark asked about any University of Minnesota players, by the way.
Devin Easton's in this draft.
Yeah.
And the tight end Jameson Gears is in the draft. Probably going to go undrafted. I don't think there's any draftable prospects in this year because Anthony Smith went back to college. Anthony Smith would have been the one this year. So no names you're going to hear today. I was going to say, Paul, have you got anyone on your sort of 150s or later list that you see going today, like a shocker. Like
Oh.
there's always one
Mm.
that
Pick his,
really late, and I'm really interested to see
100.
who yours
Pick
is
his
because
in on
I've
my
got a
TV.
little list of guys whom I think might sneak in today
150.
who are really late. But I'm intrigued to see if you've got anyone who you reckon might go. Because it usually happens every year, at least one that's
I'm
like in the
going over my board. 150 area. I mean, so 150 on my board. I don't know where his consensus is. Jaden Kennedy. I can see him going end of the third.
Yeah.
In fact, he's almost
Really?
knocking. I think I'm. Oh yeah. Um. Then.
Ash, you're being asked what your dog's name is, by the way.
Her name is Freya, though I am annoyed that my parents on the paperwork spelt it the anglicised way. But for Christmas, I am getting her a dog collar that's got it spelt with the Nordic runes on because you know what I'm like. She is a feisty little so and so. Hence why you can see me freaking out for 5 seconds.
Paul, just to say, by the way, I believe our Saints guy should be coming in shortly, so I don't know if you're...
How long shortly? Because I could do with draining the vein.
very shortly.
very
Well,
shortly.
he was meant to be coming in half an hour, but he's moved forward. So
All right, well, I'll quickly go. Markel Bell, VJ Payne, and 2 other names I reckon could go.
Oh yeah, VJ.
But people going to see the length and just fuck all other tackles. Right.
See,
I'm
gonna
Yeah,
put it
Paul,
out
be
there.
quick because he's here.
I'm gonna put it up there.
You know what,
Mason
hold it up.
Riger.
I
Mason
can hold it.
Riger's gonna be the
I'm
one who goes today.
I can hold it. I'm a grey man.
So, Markel Bell, that is someone that I can see the Eagles taking.
Potentially. Oh, I need to put some volume up on this. So I can hear.
Wow, DeJohn Stribling. Oh, miss.
Oh wow.
Wow.
What would that is such a reach.
Oh my
Oh!
goodness.
I mean, I knew he was going to go today.
That is
no way! Not this early.
Stribling was on average the 80th ranked prospect in this draft. The highest he was ranked was Lance Erline at 60. So basically taking him around early.
What I will say is I really like the fit in San Francisco because he is a mean blocker.
Yeah.
They would love him. I really like the fit there.
One Jennings replacement in
yes, spot on, mate. Absolutely.
Just time to welcome our next guest onto the show as we are live now with pick 1 in the books of round 2. Host of the State of the Saints podcast, TJ Jones is back. How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, Matt? Hey guys, glad to be back here. You know, it seems like it's a tradition now. Appreciate you for having me.
Cool.
Anytime, mate. It's good to speak to you. So looking at your last season's record, 6-11. Obviously a losing record. Anyone can do maths. But at least I felt that there was signs of promise towards the end of the year there. So what was your overall thoughts on the year?
Yeah, you know, I think that if you were a realistic Saints fan, you believe that the Saints weren't going to be good in 2025. But, you know, towards the end, they started to exceed a lot of fans' expectations. And I think you can kind of sum that up by saying Tyler Shuck is the reason why. You know, Tyler Shuck brought a lot of hope to the New Orleans Saints fan base. And, you know, he was able to have a strong finish for the New Orleans Saints and have Saints fans excited about the 2026 season. And as we look at the draft right now, the New Orleans Saints can kind of set the tone. And the NFC South, their division is wide open. So they can build off some of that momentum they had towards the end of the season last year.
Yeah, I'll have my hands up. I thought it was an awful pick when you made it, Tyler Shuck. And I was wrong. Absolutely wrong. So
yeah, I was saying a lot of people felt that way. You know, I mean, look, Tyler Shuck was a guy who came out of absolutely nowhere, right? I mean, nobody really knew that much about him. And, you know, he started to rise up draft boards, you know, and people were like, man, who is this guy? I mean, he was a 26-year-old. He was older than most of the prospects. So people not believing in him and not expecting for him to be as good as he showed I mean, I can't be upset about that, but it's up to him to prove that, and he has so far.
Yeah, I think he's got a good coach we're working under in Callum Moore there, which is really gonna help him. Hope to take the next step for you guys. So this off season, then you brought in, reinforced your offensive line with David Edwards, paid him quite a bit of money, and then Travis at the end to run behind him.
Yeah.
How do you feel about those moves? I like him personally, but
Oh yeah, I mean these are some moves that the New Orleans Saints needed to make. You know, you look at Travis Etienne. He wants to go by Travis Etienne now, but he's a guy who is from Louisiana. He's a native. He played with the Jacksonville Jaguars, had his best season last year, and you know now he comes to the New Orleans Saints, and he's going to fill a need. I mean, they still have Alvin Kamara on the roster, but Alvin is up there in age. He's missed several games throughout the last few seasons. And as good as Alvin has been in the Saints uniform, you can't rely on him consistently to be able to be what you need him to be from what we've seen over the last couple of years. And this offensive line of the New Orleans Saints has struggled throughout the years. Now, to the credit of the New Orleans Saints, they have tried to fix the offensive line. You know, they drafted Trevor Penning a few years ago. It didn't pan out. They brought some guys in through free agency. It just has not panned out. But David Edwards, he was a highly touted guard this free agent period, and the New Orleans Saints wanted to show up this offensive line. They got their two anchors on the outside. They got Calvin Banks, who they drafted in the first round last year. Talese Fuaga on the right side, who they drafted the year before. And you still got Eric McCoy, who is really good. And, you know, so the Saints are trying to get better on the offensive line. So I like the moves. And it also helps you to go into the draft not feeling like you have to reach for a certain position. Now you can go into the draft relaxed and maybe get the best player available from what we saw last night. You know, you can make moves like that instead of just being desperate and just reaching for a guy that you're not too sure about.
yeah, I'm a big fan of Banks and Faranga. I really am. I think you've got a real basis there, real foundation for your offensive line. You mentioned last night, so let's get on to it then. Jordan Tyson at Arizona State. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I like the pick. I think if Jordan Tyson didn't have the injury history, I mean, in 2022 he had the ACL, the PCL, and the LCL injury. Those are significant injuries. Then you know in 2024 he had a collarbone injury. 2025, you know, he had hamstring. So those injuries are alarming. But at the end of the day, you have the best wide receiver in the entire draft. Some people would say Carnell Tate, who was drafted a little bit, a few picks before him. But Jordan Tyson checks all the boxes. And the New Orleans Saints, they have Chris Olave, but since Michael Thomas has left this team, the New Orleans Saints haven't had that surefire wide receiver one. You know, Chris Olave provides a great skill set, but you need a little bit more, especially when you're going up against some of the best defenses in the NFL week after week. So you got to be able to have a guy that's going to be able to make the contested catches, get yards after the catch, and sometimes make those circus catches that make fans go wow. And Jordan Tyson can do that. So if he can stay healthy, the Saints will be one of those teams that can be offensive juggernaut. I mean, you already know Tyler Shuck can be a talented quarterback for you. He elevates players around him. So imagine what he can do with a guy that's already talented. He can elevate him. So I like the move. I think it was a really good pick. But, you know, that durability is questionable. But if it pans out, the Saints have the best wide receiver in the draft.
Yeah, sorry TJ, but my expression there. But I've just seen that TJ Parker's just gone to Buffalo, and I really wanted him for
Wow.
the Lions. So I did win some money on Chase Sontis going to the Cardinals, though. So you know, every failed.
Nice.
Mm.
So I completely agree, TJ. Like when healthy, Jordan Tyson is the best receiver in this class, and I don't think it's close. He's like a perfect mix of Lemon and Tate to me.
Mhm.
I don't think there's anything he can't do personally. I'm a big fan of his. So
Yeah.
what else are you looking for then out of these next 2 days?
Well, I hope that the New Orleans Saints would address the cornerback position. You know, you don't have Alontae Taylor anymore. He signs a big contract with the Tennessee Titans, and there's a huge void that's missing in that secondary. I mean, you have Kool-Aid McKinstry, who you have as your number one corner, but if the New Orleans Saints can get somebody opposite of him that they can trust, Now they drafted Quincy Riley. He was a fourth-round pick out of Louisville last year. He showed a lot of promise when he was thrust into the lineup. But I think the New Orleans Saints need something a little bit more. Somebody that can be able to neutralize their side of the field where you're not putting so much pressure on Kool-Aid McKinstry. I think Kool-Aid is talented, but I don't think he's that top number one corner like some of these teams need, like some of the top corners in the league. He can get the job done, but he might struggle when he's going up against elite wide receivers week after week. So having somebody that can be opposite of him, I think that would be key. And also continuing to build this offensive line. You notice I mentioned Talese Fuaga and Calvin Banks and, David Edwards and Eric McCoy, but Cesar Ruiz has been a huge question mark for the Saints on their offensive line at right guard. And I know they have been trusting him to be that starter for them since they drafted him in 2020, but he just has not panned out. And you cannot go into this season having him as your surefire starter when you're trying to fix this offensive line. So if the New Orleans Saints can maybe draft an interior lineman to be able to compete with Cesar Ruiz throughout the minicamp, throughout training camp, in order to try to push him, and if he doesn't pan out, can maybe jump in front of him to be the starter, that would be key. So cornerback and interior lineman, I think the Saints need to address that as soon as possible.
Do you have any names in mind in particular?
Yeah, as long as he's still out there, Emmanuel Pregnon is a guy that I'm looking at. He's out of Oregon. He's played a lot of games, and I think he'll be able to fill that void, just being able to plug in. Also, Connor Liu, he's a interior lineman out of Auburn. I think that he would be a really good fit. Some have him as the top-rated guard in the entire draft. So those two players, I feel like would be a really good fit. If we're talking about the cornerback position, as long as he's out there, Jermaine McCoy out of Tennessee. I know he has a lot of injury issues, but a lot of people consider him as the top cornerback in the draft. But there's, a question that the Saints would have to answer. You're already taking a gamble on a guy like Jordan Tyson with an injury history. Do you want to do the same thing in round number 2? But, I mean, there's several other players that can be, can fill that spot. Avion Terrell, the brother of Falcons cornerback A.J. Terrell. So looking at some of those players, and if you want to maybe slide a guy in a nickel, you got Keontae Scott out of the University of Miami, and also D'Angelo Pines. I mean, a little smaller guy out of University of Indiana, but we all know he's not afraid to go out there and make plays. So there's different angles the Saints can come from in order to address those positions, but hopefully they do it as soon as possible because, like I said, those are the two positions that are have glaring holes and they need to fill them as soon as possible.
Yeah, when you're talking to a Ducks fan here, mate, so you don't need to tell me I'm Pregnon at all. He was great for us this year. And I think this is everyone in this podcast loves D'Angelo Pons. It's hard not to, though, isn't it? It's hard not to, even if he did pick off Dante Moore in there. But anyway, less for that. So outside of maybe interior offensive line and corner, then are there any other players that you just love, irrespective of whether you think they'll end up in New Orleans or not?
Oh yeah, running back Mike Washington out of Arkansas. This guy, he ran the fastest 40 among the running backs that participated at the combine. Every year, fellas, I get opportunity to go to the combine in Indianapolis, and just seeing this guy go out there and run the 40. But I just think that his story is so incredible because during the combine, you have these elite players. They go up to the podium, and maybe some of the guys that the NFL may feel like probably be late round picks, they're like off to the side, and you probably won't even notice them. And Mike Washington was one of those players that was off to the side, but I got opportunity to talk to him, and his confidence didn't waver. And this was before he ran that 40-yard dash. But, when he was able to show his speed, his athleticism, and he put it on display in Indianapolis, he was overcome with emotion. But if you look at this tape, I mean, you see this guy running away from some of the top teams in the SEC. I mean, they played Texas, they played Alabama, and he always made some of those top plays. So you got to take that into consideration. The New Orleans Saints, I mean, I know they got Travis Etienne, but they can still fix this running back room. Maybe they want to go after a guy like Mike Washington, but that's somebody that I have my eye on. And also Denzel, what's the guy? The wide
Denzel
receiver out
Boston.
of
Boston,
Washington.
yeah.
I'm looking at, yeah, I'm looking at him. I'm actually shocked that he hasn't been taken just yet. But he's a guy. He's like 6'5", like 215 pounds. You know, really good catch radius, 50-50 ball guy, and I think that he'll be a good asset to a team. I actually thought he would have been a first wide receiver taken off the board, but as we see, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss was taken. So I mean, he's still out there, but he put on a really good show throughout the season. Didn't really compete at the combine. I think sometimes those type of things kind of affect a guy's draft stock, but I think that he'll end up finding a really good team.
So slightly different spin on that question then. Are there any prospects in this class that you absolutely want nothing to do with, you don't like at all?
Oh, a prospect. I'm trying to see. I would say Malachi Fields. Malachi Fields out of Notre Dame. This is a guy who had a really good Senior Bowl, but he didn't do himself any favors at the combine. I mean, he was out there. He looked slow. It didn't really help that this was the fastest 40 among wide receivers in combine history, and he ran the slowest. But it just seemed like he was in his head. You know, he was dropping passes. His route running wasn't as crisp. And you have to wonder, like, this is the big stage right here. You're going to be going up against some stiff competition each and every week, and you're going to have to bottle up some of those nerves in order for you to perform at a high level. So to me, when you don't perform well in those type of pressure situations, I wonder how you're going to be able to perform on the field every Sunday. I've seen players be able to rise above that. Tez Johnson, who was drafted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, is one guy I can think of. But I just wasn't impressed with Malachi Fields. I thought he would have had a better showing. So I don't think I would consider him if I was in somebody's war room.
And since Keon Coleman, teams seem scared to draft receivers who can't separate and rely on contested catches. It doesn't necessarily relate in today's NFL at the minute. Despite the fact that I love Keon Coleman. But I'll open up to the rest of the boys then. Lads, any questions?
I do have a couple. I just want to quickly say first, Matt, I had TJ Parker to the Bills and Houston getting McDonald in my first round mock draft. I expect that to be honoured, even though they've been taken in the second. So just talking about first. But anyhow, sorry, TJ. Away from the draft a minute. Obviously, a lot has been made over the years about Mickey Loomis, how he manages his cap magic, all that, and it's obviously been quite a detractor all these years to have all that money tied up. But next year, this seems to be the last year when you have those issues. Just how excited are you to know that this team are now going to be in a situation where they're not going to have sort of a third of their cap rolled up into restructures or dead money? That must give you a lot of hope for the future now that this is coming to an end.
Oh, absolutely. I just think that the New Orleans Saints felt their window was open a little bit longer than they probably envisioned. But it wasn't. They rode the Drew Brees train until it fell off the track. And I think that kind of cost them, not looking towards the future, not having a succession plan, post Drew Brees. And they for years have tried to find that successor. Now it looks like Tyler Shuck is that guy, but I mean, a couple games, that doesn't really just tell everybody that you're going to be the future. Well, I mean, I hope that's not the case, but I mean, you got to go out there and perform. I mean, Tyler Shuck can fall off the face of the earth, but I like the fact that they are trying to get themselves back into the middle of this cap situation. If you noticed last season, they didn't make a bunch of extravagant expenses. They ate a lot of the money, and they just bought very, fair price players. Like, they didn't go out here and get a highly touted wide receiver. They realized that they weren't close, and they just went out there with the players that they got. And now you're able to get players like David Edwards. You're able to get players like Travis Etienne or HN. And next year, you're not going to be in a cap situation. It's going to be even better. So if they can make the right decisions in free agency and continue the momentum that they had from last year's draft, where about 85% of those draft picks actually played a role on a team last year, then you can get yourself not only out the cap situation, but you can put yourself into playoff contention, division contention, and maybe down the line, if everything goes right, we're talking Super Bowl contention. So he made the right decisions. Like, despite what people may think about Mickey Loomis, I've had my fair share of gripes about him, but they're making the right decisions right now. And if they can keep that momentum going, then the New Orleans Saints can be back to winning some football games that are meaningful sooner rather than later.
Kind of touched on it a little bit there. Obviously, Tyler Shook is the main news that came out of last year's draft and how well he's done. But as you mentioned, a lot of those draft players from last year competed. Jonas Sanker, Danny Stutzman, Quincy Riley all played 17 games. Devin Neal played 10. Like, after that first year of the last draft class, how do you feel about them? Were there some of these guys that surprised you with how much they played? Just sort of, what are your overall feelings about those group of guys 12 months on?
Well, I was impressed with a lot of the draft picks. You know, Yernan Sinker was a guy who wasn't supposed to be in the starting lineup. The Saints signed Julian Blackmon from the Indianapolis Colts. Well, he was a free agent, and the Saints signed him, and he was supposed to be that guy. You know, and week one he ends up getting hurt, tearing his labrum, and then the next thing you know, Yernan Sinker is thrust into the lineup, and I mean, you're out there playing against the Buffalo Bills, and your first interception is coming off league MVP and Josh Allen. So I like what Yernan Sinker brought to the table. Devin Neal, I like the way he ran towards the end of the season. Danny Stutzman, he was in the game in spurts, but he showed some explosive, plays, that speed, wasn't afraid to, make tackles. He's a thumper. And, you can't go wrong with Calvin Banks. I mean, Calvin Banks not only looked the part at left tackle, he looked like he could be one of the best left tackles in football. I mean, if you line him up against some of the best left tackles, I mean, he fits, right in that conversation. So he's going to build on that momentum. That is how you get yourself back into contention. Some people feel like getting a bunch of free agents will help. I don't believe that. If you want continual success, you have to be able to draft. Like I look at you guys with the Detroit Lions. I mean, yeah, you got Jared Goff as your quarterback, but look at all the pieces around him. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs, you drafted him, right? Amon-Ra St. Brown, you drafted him. Jamison Williams, you drafted him. Nephi Sewell's brother. But, you drafted all of these players in order for you to consistently be in playoff contention. That is how you find success in the National Football League. So at the end of the day, I like what those young guys are doing, and hopefully they can build on, once again, that momentum from last season and come through with a really good draft this season.
Yeah, I love the fact that Kelvin's worked for you, because I loved Kelvin last year, and there were all these people going, he's a bit too small, they're going to kick him into guard, he's not going to do tackle. Is it something specific about the Saints and their coaching? Because obviously Talisi Fuanga a couple of years ago, people had the same things with him. Oh, he's great, but maybe he's a little too small, he's not going to last in the league. He has been just as dominant as we thought it'd be, and now the same with Kelvin Banks. What is it about the coach? Is it the coaching? Something they seem to be able to make these smaller guys work. Is it anything specific? But I'm glad they are.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to give them too much credit. I just think that these guys are really good. Yeah. I like Calvin Banks. I think that he was the best offensive lineman in the entire draft last year. Some people said it was Will Campbell. Will Campbell is extremely athletic. I watched a lot of Will Campbell, him going from LSU to the Patriots. But, I just think that Calvin Banks was that guy. I mean, he started since he was a freshman, didn't give up big plays in college. You're playing in the SEC, and you're putting up numbers where you're not allowing sacks, and, nobody's sniffing the quarterback when he comes your way. And like I said, you're going up against Georgia, Alabama. It's like some of the top defensive players in the entire country. So, you got to look at that. And also, when it comes to Tali Fuaga, he was the best right tackle in the nation. But the Saints slid him to left tackle his first season, and then he had to, transition back to his natural position when you have spent the entire year learning a completely different position. I just think that those two guys can be your anchors, and they're on rookie deals. So the New Orleans Saints can really bring some guys in to help this team because you have your two anchors already. Some people feel if you got your two anchors on the left and right side, that's the start of having some really good competitive football games and winning some of those games as well. So I just think that they got the right guys. They didn't try to go out here and try to make something work. These guys were finished products. They were easy studies, and the New Orleans Saints drafted them, and right now they're paying dividends on the offensive line.
Just kind of an example of don't overthink it. A good
Right.
player is a good player.
Yep.
Forget the fun battles. And then, of course, quarterback on a rookie contract as well. Just ideally the right situation, isn't it? All the cornerstones there. Like you say, you might have a window
Yep.
sooner rather than later with all the money coming up next year as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a good start. Like just getting your offensive line intact. I'm a firm believer that it starts with the offensive line. Like offensively, we see all these explosive plays. We see these teams like doing all these exotic plays that get us all excited, but it all starts with the big boys up front. Any team that you see has found success, it's going to start with that offensive line. So if they can get that together, I think they'll be okay.
Oh, we know that all too well. That's why we lost our bite last year and we've gone solving it. So yeah, could get that entirely. That's all my questions. So
I mean, the only thing from me, TJ, is about you and your podcast because we met you on the off chance, really. I think either a couple of years ago or last year. I can't remember when the first time you came on was, and how much you do off your own back in terms of like the show is you, but like you're as knowledgeable or even more knowledgeable maybe than some of the Saints beat writer guys. I'm in awe of the kind of efforts you go to make what you do work. So how's the last 12 months been for you personally?
Well, I mean, they've been great. The show has really grown over the past year. And, I just take a lot of pride in what I do. I'm from New Orleans. I was born and raised there. I've loved the football team since I was a young kid. And I don't think a lot of people can really talk the Saints like I can, because not only can I be informative, giving information to the Who Dat Nation, but I'm passionate as well. Like most beat writers you'll see, they're probably not from the area, and it's more of a job to them, right? It doesn't matter who they're talking about, no matter what team they're focused on. But I can be objective, but also be a fan at the same time, and I think that would register with a lot of my audience is that I can do both. Like I can be realistic about where the team is, but also, be able to be informative at the same time. And, I just take a lot of pride in that. And I just take a lot of pride in growing the channel. Like I started in 2018. I couldn't even afford a webcam, fellas. But, from that, I just had a lot of passion and love what I did. And I just basically just kind of turned it into what it is today. But I'm fortunate because I have a lot of support from a lot of members of the Who Dat Nation that have been riding with me since the beginning when I started the show and still here to this day. So I'm just incredibly grateful. And I just thank guys like yourself for being able to have me on the show and thinking of me enough to be able to come on. I appreciate it.
Well, from all of us,
Thanks,
DJ, you've rightfully earned all that love. You're one of our favourites that we love talking to during this. So
Absolutely.
If you ever don't ever get too big for us.
no,
we always want to make sure we've got you
not.
on here every draft, but you deserve it.
Absolutely not. Look, I think we've been doing this about 3 seasons now, and look, I look forward to doing it every single year. And whenever you guys need me, I mean, it can be the middle of the season. Like, feel free to reach out. I love being on this show, and like I said, I'm grateful for you all just reaching out, and I just love talking football with you all.
Some bad news for you, TJ, though. Boston's just gone off the board.
Yeah,
He's gone to
Denzel Boston.
Cleveland.
I
He's gone
couldn't
to
think his
Cleveland.
last name.
He's gone to Cleveland.
Well, you're
But
on the
yeah.
clock in 3 picks, so time to, I think, in respect to your time. Well, sorry, and
I was just about to say we're playing the Saints this upcoming season, so make some time for us.
Oh, absolutely. Like anytime, fellas.
thank you so much for coming on. A pleasure to talk to you again, and yeah, good luck for the rest of the season. Let's see who you pick in 3 picks, and we'll speak to you in the season.
All right, sounds good. You fellas take care. Cheers.
Cheers,
Take
TJ.
care.
man.
Bye. Oh my
Oh.
days! Casey Conception and Denzel Boston.
There you
Man,
have
I really like-
remade that.
I really
yeah.
like what they've done.
Hey
Right.
yo, that's the speedster and the brawn. Oh,
And then they've
I
got
hate it. Let's all not
Fanning
tell
over
Brent
the-
how much we like this when he comes in, Brett.
Fanning
We've got
over
to
the
say it's a
middle as
shit
well.
pick. You what?
It's like fanning over the middle as well. Judkins,
That
Jesus.
is. If they had a decent quarterback, they'd be dangerous.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's all we've got to celebrate.
Yeah, exactly.
Just keep saying how much
Chiefs.
Sean Watson's gonna love it.
I'm loving how quickly the picks are coming in as well. Like the Chiefs picks already in. They know what they're doing. I like this. Makes it.
I like it.
What did they do? Corner,
only
they've
thing
done
I haven't
tackle.
liked
They
so-
need a receiver. Oh, well, maybe another receiver goes here.
Or DL, because I know obviously they've taken DT, but they want
Oh, an
some
edge.
juice off the edge. Yeah.
Is that Andy Reid or like a doppelganger?
It did look. There's Andy Reid's brother
See,
who's been on the diet.
84. No, did
Mason.
luckily you guys, you
Thomas.
obviously you were talking to
Oh,
TJ
yeah.
there, so you didn't get flashbanged with the sight of Matt Millen on your
Yeah,
TV screen.
I saw that. Oh, I like that.
Oh no!
I like that for him.
That's a good pick.
I really like that for him. Fuck.
Peter
Oh,
Woods
there's-
and R. Mason Thomas going onto that defensive line with Carl Aftis and Chris Jones.
That's
Wow.
disgusting.
The AFC
They-
West is in trouble.
The accused.
If I was an AFC West team, I would be like, shit, I need to draft some O-line and I need to draft them now. That is disgustingly good.
Man, Mendoza's going to have to change his LinkedIn profile in a couple of years to retired.
Justin Herbert, bless him. Like, Justin Herbert's going to die.
Yeah.
Who else has gone? No tight ends have gone.
No tight ends
tackles
have gone.
yet. No tackles have gone yet, have they?
No.
Caden McDonald went. Oh, sorry. Do you mean defensive tackle or offensive tackle?
Offensive.
Offensive.
No offensive tackle. But the next
No
offensive
offensive.
tackle on the board is Tiernan at 57. So
Yeah,
I'm not
he's
having
going to be
any
there a
slander
while.
for him either, so...
Oh,
Mason
God.
Thomas has gone.
Whoa, what? Shit. I'd argue the next three guys after KC all need edge as well.
Colton Hood's
Cincy definitely do.
gone.
The Saints could take one, especially if
Fabian
obviously
Terrell's
they
still
don't.
on the board.
yeah,
Yeah, Terrell's still on the board. Oh,
You know what? I'm going to start getting interested in some of these corners in a minute.
yeah.
That's tempting, isn't it?
There's a reason why
Nah,
they're
I
dropping.
think I think-
Bengals need a corner. Ooh, this
Bengals
could be
need a corner. Miami might need a corner. The Saints might need a corner. The Jets
I'm
might need a corner.
certain this is going to be a DB for Cincinnati. Their two biggest needs near on
Fine.
cornerback and
You-
safety.
I say edge. I say defensive line. I know obviously they brought in Dexter Lawrence, but just they need someone opposite Hendrickson the same way we need someone opposite Hutch. So you say secondary, I say defensive line, and see who wins.
Just Dreamlike Wolf Spain has pointed out that McNeil Warren is still on the board as well.
He is.
Yeah.
He is.
Cassius,
While ever he's there, AJ Halsey's safe, so...
Cassius Howell off the board to Cincinnati.
I was right. Woohoo!
Cassius.
CJ Allen is still on the board. Could we go CJ Allen? It feels like we could go CJ Allen.
Potentially.
Bengals.
The further we get down, Brandon Cisse, CJ Allen, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, D'Angelo Pons, Zion Young, Gabe Yakas, AJ Halsey.
Jacob Rodriguez.
Yeah, they're all like great picks at 50. We don't have to move up at all. There's too many guys in this range that we'll probably really like.
Yeah,
I can see. I can see this team really liking Brandon Cisse.
Yeah, he does fit our kind of
He loves run defense.
Exactly.
Saints could be an edge as well.
Saints, yeah.
I wonder if this would be
So-
Zion Young.
It might be. Hang on, because I know they could go.
Oh,
They
this
need
is
a co-
corner.
they need a-
I
they
think.
need- they need a corner as well. It's either
They
a
need-
corner or
yeah.
the top edge left.
I think it's
Or
corner.
honestly, it could be anything defensive wise because I know they're 3-4 now, so they run 3 DTs, and I know obviously Brian Breeze is good, but then the other two are Davon Godshaw and Nathan Shepard. I don't know about, and then when your starting linebackers are inside linebackers are Pete Warner and Caden Ellis, as much side of Caden Ellis,
Just
they
hope
could
they've
have
not
done
been.
great there as well.
I hope they've not been looking down the road at LSU for AJ. They need a safety.
Yeah,
We don't
that
want to do that. But
Yeah.
Avian Terrell would be really good there.
Terrell here, yeah.
Kristen.
Is it Krista Miller?
Will you give it a minute?
For once, it's not me doing it.
Krista Miller.
Good.
That replaces
Georgia
Nathan
boy.
Shepherd on their front line.
Georgia
Just to leave,
boy.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's a good pick.
that is a good
A
pick.
terrific pick.
So
It's
I had a
not-
look when we were talking to TJ. Deshaun Striblin was number 99 on my board.
Yeah, that's the reach of the draft by a
On
long
the consensus
way.
board, he was 120 for me.
No, I knew he was going today. I was pretty confident he was going today because he was like quite a late riser, but
Not with the
33.
rest of
Did
the
you-
receivers on the board.
Yeah, did you see what I put in the Discord about him? Who his uncle is?
Oh, what, the wrestler?
Yeah,
The Rock before the Rock.
the Rock.
So-
The Rock.
Yeah, he's like the guy who shouldn't be in round 2, has been, but he's not the shock like 200 guy yet. We're still
Yeah.
waiting
Nah.
ones of those.
But it's happening, isn't it? Round 1 was actually pretty straight back. Take people in the top 40, top 45. Since then, it's been a bit all over the place.
Miami next.
I can't believe that Houston managed to trade up in round 1, not take the defensive tackle they were meant to take, and still got him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
great
That's
value for
really
him.
good value.
It's a great pick for him.
And it was a nice moment as well, like him crying. Like when I say nice moment for him crying on the stage, obviously I don't mean him crying on the stage is a nice thing, but the fact he got to have his moments and got to be in the crowd with the fans.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really cool.
Yeah.
Also, I low-key love Arizona taking Bisontis at 34.
Ooh,
If you go,
we have our first player trade.
All
The
right.
Cowboys are acquiring D. Winters from the 49ers.
whoop-de-doo, Basil. What?
I'll go fuck myself.
But
then.
it's the spring right now, so why would they want?
Hey.
Yeah, what about D summer, D autumn?
Oh, fucking hell.
Anywho, Miami.
Miami.
Miami need a receiver.
Receiver.
They need everything.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
they literally
really
do
want.
need everything.
You know what? I would love
Carson
Oh,
like
Beck.
someone for like Skylar Bell or something here. Like I love Skylar. Skylar should go so high.
He's a good player. Very good player.
I would
I-
love Skylar in Miami.
I hate to say it. They definitely need a safety when they're starting to with Dante Trader and Lonnie Johnson.
Yeah, they do.
Well, they need
But
it.
they've EMWs there, so until EMW goes, I'm not going to worry about AJ.
But
Well, I
CJ
dunno.
Allen could make a lot of sense here too.
Yeah, because they're.
Or Rodriguez.
they've got-
Or they keep Keontae Scott in state.
Yeah.
Jason Marshall's their star there. Yeah, I mean, I could see Allen, but I think they'll be happy with they're starting to because it's Tyrell Dodson and Jordan Brooks, which I know is not amazing, but
Solid, isn't it? Solid
They're
NFL
solid, exactly.
starters.
exactly.
They could. I
When
mean,
they've got-
they could take the next receipt. They could be the Jeremy Bernard team.
Yeah.
Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo.
What?
We are on the clock. We have traded up with the New
Oh.
York Jets.
Who's
Not
this
even
for?
joking.
In that
We are
case,
on the
I'm
clock.
gonna
Right,
turn my volume off
bye,
till we're
guys.
done.
I don't want to do it.
Like, Ash, you can tell us the
We can,
What
we
we-
can-
what
I
do we
can,
give
tell
up?
I can tell you the terms, and then I'm gonna go away and I'm searching for the terms now, and then I'll disappear for 5. Okay, here we go. We're trading up from 50, sending 128.
That's
See you in
right.
5.
That's great value.
Is
Yeah,
it
I'm in for
6
that.
picks for a 4th rounder?
That's great value.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
No, it's not.
not according
You
to the chart,
way
mate.
overvalue these picks. Like,
Nah, that's-
really overvalue these
Well,
picks.
so,
I think
it's
me,
not.
so
I
me,
don't.
me and Ash looked yesterday, and we thought like our 4th would get us up to about 44, according to that chart. So a 6 getting up, I'm here for it. I'm fine.
I guess all I'm saying is, for me, I don't like the value, even if the chart says it's fine. I'd rather just wait, because I just said I think there's lots of players I still like here, so I don't want to go and get someone. And also, if we have the 2 fourths, we can use them to get into the third. Now that's not a possibility, and we have to use future capital to go and do that. So the next pick we have is going to be 118. Unless we can use.
I still think we're picking the third. They're not going to bother about future capital as much as we care about future capital.
Just as long as it's not. So Zion Young's there. Zion Young's the one who everyone's all the other guys have been pontificating about.
It feels like it could be Edge because we just had a couple go. Young or Akers would fit. Safety, linebacker.
Just one of Kyle Louis, Grayson Holton, AJ Halsey, Gabe Akers. I'll take one of those. But I've not even got Miami's pick yet, so.
No, I haven't. They just walk into the stage now.
Let's see what Miami do.
I called it.
There goes Rodriguez.
Good.
Oh,
that's
yes.
Yeah.
Called
it. Love it.
That's a good pick.
He goes over Allen.
Yeah,
I think
well,
that's correct.
He's won every defensive award in the country last year. Why have Miami been so smart this year?
I've just scrolled up to the top of my board, and I've seen that McCoy's still there. We haven't traded up for him, have we?
No. So, actually, there's a question in the chat about the over-under for where McCoy might go, and I propose setting it at 110.5. I really think it's a day 3 pick. You don't pick players with injuries in both knees in day 1 or 2. You don't. The NFL doesn't like it.
Unless you've got a lot of day 2 picks.
Or unless you're not competing this year, in which case you can just stash him.
Yeah, to be fair,
don't forget
they've talked about stop taking projects. And although McCoy isn't a project in terms of his ability, he is in terms of his medical. So yeah, I think
we've run the card in. So
I'm gonna have to.
I hope so after trading up.
Yeah, true. You're not gonna trade up and then not know who you're going for.
Right, I'm gonna mute myself for you guys. The guys the guys live will be able to hear me in YouTube. So that's the best of both worlds.
Oh.
I'm just.
Can we do that all the time?
Together? Yeah.
Okay. Can you understand this if I mute myself here? Fuck you.
I'm just turning off the volume.
Okay, so the guys can't hear me, but you can.
Calvin Johnson's announcing.
Yes, this will be Calvin announcing it. Oh.
Ash, you realise if you hide yourself on the video but you don't mute yourself, you'll probably be able to still spoil the pick.
Oh, I've seen what it is. It's fine. I'm just reacting to seeing some of the people we saw in Detroit a couple of years ago.
I mean, that it's fine. Didn't fill me with much.
What up, Doe?
Hey, the it's fine is because it's fine. I've seen the pick. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to say anything.
Here we go.
Oh my god! Oh man. And
yeah.
I'm
sorry. No. I'm sorry. If anyone's going to sit there and say that's a good pick, then you're lying. That is absolutely atrocious.
No. Even though I'm not.
So, I would have been fine if that was at 50, and if Akers and Young and that were off the board. But we've traded up for Derek Moore. I don't know. I think he's a good player.
I don't think he's that good. He's all right, but he's not.
Yeah.
Oh.
With Young and Yakus on the board, it doesn't feel great. But they
that's exactly why you can see 8 pass breakups. They want someone who can drop into fucking coverage and do
But-
stupid shit
Oh,
like
yeah.
that.
I'm really low on Young, though, personally. I don't see any ability for him to get better as a
I would
player.
just
I
not
think
have
he's
picked an
capped.
edge.
I mean,
I would just have got another position.
I say that I've actually got I actually have more above Young on my board. So,
Mm.
but yeah, Akers, man. Oh.
I've gone. Let me have a look. I've gone.
God.
Just I know obviously Eric's a bit wedded here. So for context, even Eric, who obviously does
Needs to go
have some,
Barnum.
he had Derek Moore in his 5th sort of tier of edge rushers. He had Barnum above him. He had Zion Young above him. He had Yakus above him.
Interesting. But the interviews must have changed things.
Yeah.
Wow, I am stunned. Well, the tape review is going to be fun.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing tomorrow.
There we go. This is a 5th round. Where was the?
How are you going to have enough time to do that tomorrow? I don't have time to do that tomorrow. That is
I'm gonna
next
be-
month's work.
I'm going to be
52.
yeah, but I want to try and get a review article out this week.
Fair.
Valid.
So
yeah.
and tomorrow I won't be able to do like the recap show in the morning.
Fair.
And I'll probably be a bit late for the well, I will be late for the stream because
No, that's fair.
Mrs. is out on the piss, so I've got the little
See,
one.
see-
So
It's the opposite way around for me. I'll probably have to leave the day 3 tomorrow early, and then I won't be on for the recap on Sunday because I'll be at work.
Oh boy.
right.
I don't hate the pick. I just
No,
don't
I don't
think
like-
it's maximizing value. That's all.
I don't like the
Yeah.
trade. I don't like the trade up for him.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, he's
Like, who's picking him before us? Nobody.
We get so, itchy feet when it comes to this sort of thing. Like, we have to go and get our guy. And this is why I don't like the trade up. It's because we've given away a 4th round pick to do something that you would have otherwise done anyway. Like, it just feels like we've given away something for free. And that's why these trade ups in this position often don't make sense. In round 1, it's a lot easier to know what teams want who, and you beat them to the punch. In this situation, frankly, I don't think the teams have got any idea who's picking who, really. Not in any great detail.
Giants are not trading K1 Thibodeau at this point, per Adam Schefter.
Jesus fucking Christ.
yeah, that feels a bit. And I feel bad because I quite like the player. He's sort of what they like. He's a run defending edge with pass rush upside, but he's not like the big 6'7" Falk Davenport types. So he plays one a bit different to them, but I like the player. I do. I like the fact we've got an edge. It's not the edge I would have picked, but there's a reason. I have to remind myself of this quite a lot. There's a reason why I am currently sitting on my sofa drinking cider and not in that war room.
Yeah.
6'3", 260.
I'll say that.
Yeah, you've got to trust the
It's-
process with it.
Exactly. It's
Yeah,
I
ultimately,
So he improved his reps every year apart from in the most recent season where he took 40 less than in 2024, but Michigan obviously
never
didn't.
played more than 480. He's never played a proper workload before in his life.
But he got
Yeah, but
better in every season. His pressure rate got better in every season. The number of pressures he got increased in every season. He hit 11 sacks last year. And that's obviously box score counting, and PFF's counting. But that's at least encouraging.
So Nick Bontgammon has just made a very good point. We just traded in front of the Ravens, whose new head coach Jesse Minter was Moore's DC at Michigan once upon a time.
They can
So I
have
think-
him. They can
Yeah,
have him. Like, let them have him.
As we've had a schedule release bit come out
Right now?
Right now, week 3, it is going to be Ravens Cowboys in Rio de Janeiro,
Seems like a really odd time to announce that.
yeah,
September 27th. I know. Well, they do this. Oh God, if they release,
I'll be honest with you, I don't particularly care about our schedule at the minute, let alone other teams.
Yeah, valid. I know.
Yeah.
It's just because it's just popped up for me. Some
It's one of the few bits of off-season content you can get later on, but for now, it's. Oh, I hope Brad's done today. I'm just so whelmed
so you
right
don't
now.
want to, so you don't want us to trade back up into the third for Halsey or Lewis.
It's the Ravens now, so those fuckers are going to text someone. I know that I know they're going to text someone I really like here just to really. I'm so whelmed. And again, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm bulk on the internet doesn't know. This is why I get way too invested in the guys I actually like. These are two guys I just do not like. Oh well, Miller's fine, but I'm not excited by him.
You
And
guys keep saying,
they're very. We're aiming for the floor picks.
yeah.
We're not taking swing. We just need players who are going to contribute and help us this year. That's what these picks feel like.
Doesn't Mark Ingram look like he could still play football? Like he's still.
It looks like
hench.
looks like he played tight end prop for England.
It does. He looks hench.
He does.
I'm here for the flag representation as well.
I mean, maybe they would have gone. Maybe they would have gone more then if they went young. Similar players, but
Young's significantly bigger, but Young has absolutely no pass rush chops for me. Okay, you've got a bull rush and you try and dip and move, but he hasn't got any bends. Young is a vertical player only. He's a strong player. He's a long-armed player, but it's boring. Young's a boring player. But
he's got some upside to him. Derek Moore's just not that good. Why can we? It's an edge. Fine, it's an edge. It's not Marcus Davenport. In that case, I love him now because he's not Marcus Davenport.
Well, and you always say as soon as he's a Lion, you love him unconditionally. So there we go.
I do, but on draft night, I can be annoyed at it. In a few days' time, he's my guy, but for now, I can still be annoyed.
Avion Terrell and CJ Allen are still on the board.
Now I've got to sit and watch all my favourite players definitely go elsewhere. This is the hard part.
I know.
Just do not trade up. Do not trade any future capital for players because I actually want us to go into next year's draft with 7 fucking picks.
Oh my god!
And
no.
at least
feel free to to trade a player away for a pick. I'm okay with that. Ash was saying that most of the roster spots are filled. Well, they won't be if you trade one away.
Yeah. What was I say? I've completely lost my point now. Great.
Love Rondé Barber.
Yeah. At least in Steelers trade up to 47.
Oh man, you could see how hyped he was to make that pick.
Oh, he loved that.
Trotter fits their defense though. He takes up the if I say the Devin Wright role next to Alex Anzalone, you totally get what I mean.
That's the perfect pairing for Anzalone.
Exactly. He's the thumper while Anzalone can do the coverage stuff.
Yeah, I know some people were so high on him. Like, thought he's like. I saw people have him as like, if you count in Reese as an edge as LB2. But yeah, he takes on offensive linemen so well, better than any linebacker in this class.
He's the best stack and shed.
Yeah, but honestly, when you see a lineman and him come together, it's like unstoppable force against a movable object. It's incredible. But even Missouri took him off the field in obvious passing downs because he's borderline liability in coverage.
Fair. Trying to get the trade terms up for the Pittsburgh. Yeah, I'm trying to get the trade terms. Bolos updating and stuff. This is. That's one of the reasons I didn't mind. Well, I said I was happy with the trade because obviously we don't have a Lions
EMW landing in Pittsburgh.
I mean, to be
Or
fair,
receiver.
that would annoy me because I had him going there in the first. In the mock.
So yeah, you should
Okay.
join my crusade because
Okay.
I've got 2 perfect picks in the second round that
So
were
have I.
supposed to be made in the first.
I had McDonald as well.
So Pittsburgh.
Shall we tell the good people who won that? By the way, we didn't
I won
discuss
last
that
year,
too
so I
much.
don't. I won last year, so I don't care. I've won one.
Okay. So
What really matters is we were all
trade
shit.
47. Get 47 and 249 for 53, 135, 237.
Honestly, can't track whether that's good or not with you saying it that quickly.
So Colts trade away 47 and 249,
Yeah.
and in return
Right at the
get
end of the
53, 135, 237.
So
I
pick
quite like
swap
that
in the
pick.
7th round, and you pick up a late 4, early 5 to go down
Yeah.
4 or 5 spots. Okay.
Quite like that.
Yeah, and back to updating these sheets.
Oh yeah, Ash, you're absolute saint for doing that, mate.
It's you say that it's I'm just I can't. I need
Yeah, fair.
Good
Yeah.
pick.
Never change, mate. Yeah, that's a good pick for them.
Good pick.
That is, but is it? Yes. I really like that.
So
They went Mackay
What-
Lemon, didn't they? No, they didn't. Sorry, that was
no,
Philly.
they
went
tried to.
Yes.
They tried to, and they got
Ihan
sniped by the
Atchor.
Eagles.
Ihan Atchor and then Bernard is a good haul.
So what is happening with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren?
He's a safety.
And he's
Yeah.
a small schooler.
It's a trend thing.
Atlanta's first pick next.
And then we've got Green
Oh.
Bay's first pick in 4 more after that.
Wide receiver.
And we get to see
Minnesota.
Minnesota picking 1 more pick as well. So NFC North come up with Chicago and a few picks after that.
Oh, Atlanta. This could be where the DTs really start to fly.
So that was supposed to be the Colts' first pick as well.
Minnesota are after this. Vikings going to do after that. Oh, the Vikings need a safety. Oh, please don't tell me McNeil-Warren's going to end up in the division and all.
Mate, can you imagine if Freeman goes Bears and Halsey
Oh,
goes
Halsey.
Vikings?
We can both sit here.
Oh, my God.
whinging. Oh, no.
You say I
You
love
know what?
inflicting misery on you, but you do it to yourselves.
It won't be crumpets we're taking in the shower. It'll be a fucking toaster.
toaster bath. Get a toaster bath.
It's the bath. I love it.
So currently, if we discounting McCoy at the minute, my highest graded player available is Avion Terrell.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to pair him with his brother? Is Terrell still?
Corner's about
Is he still there?
third or fourth for them need wise, but it could be there.
Yeah.
They do
So
need a
the-
receiver and all. Which receivers are
But
left?
Bernard basically is a better Alan Lazard, right? Like bigger slot guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did that
Atlanta
both
love
rounds, yeah.
Atlanta do like their Georgia players. They like them, but they like their dogs.
They do love staying in, don't they?
Yeah.
Are there any dogs around here? Zachariah Branch, that's too early for him.
Well, it should be too early for him.
Valid.
Vikings on the clock.
So I know it's in our Discord, but our favorite, our least favorite Packers fan actually really likes that pick first. Had more
That
fight
probably
than
makes
Parker.
me hate it even
Mark-
more.
Marcus
So-
Whitman, is it?
Yeah.
So there are some people.
CJ Allen, he's the obvious one here.
Oh,
CJ
yeah.
Allen staying
Oh
in state.
yeah.
If they
'Cause
love their dogs.
They've just lost Caden Ellis to the Saints again. He's gone
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, it's one
Oh.
of their it's one of their more pressing
Who
needs.
is
So there are
there?
some people who really love Moore, and he's a good player.
Thing is,
I-
he's going
I'm
to get the
well-
maize and
Yeah.
blue bias. All Michigan fans are going to fawn over this.
Like, I'd rather have him than Barham.
Okay, so
Yes.
I think this is going to be Gabe Yakas for Atlanta.
I
Yeah.
Plant my
removed
flag.
myself from the conversation. I
All right.
removed myself from the.
So it's just edge is meant to be the biggest need. James Pierce has obviously got his issues at the moment, and their edge 4 is Deshaun Hand.
Lions legend, Deshaun Hand.
Wait,
Deshaun
Deshaun
Hand,
Hand's a
thank you.
tackle.
He's more of a tackle these days.
He's
Deshaun Hand was always a tackle.
No, well, he's a 5 technique, isn't he, really?
That's been
It-
generous. That's been
it's-
generous.
They play 3-4, so he's a defensive tackle for them. He's not even the
Yeah.
starter.
It's generous to call him an edge, even
He's
when he
not
was
a
with
starter.
us.
It's very generous to call him a football player these days. Although he's played quite well for the Dolphins last
So,
year.
And
So right now-
that freshman year, the first year, he
Oh.
looked like it was so many injuries just fucked it. Like
Mhm.
those classes were actually really good. They just got killed by injury.
yeah.
Kerry
right now-
Hand, a lot
Yeah.
of them.
Carry on
just-
Johnson. I
Kerry
thought it
on,
was
young
it. I thought
Kerry
it was it.
Yeah, we all
Yeah.
thought it was him. He was him in his first year, and then injuries. They just did them all.
So you were saying about obviously they love Georgia guys. Currently they're starting at edge. Potentially could be Jalen Walker and Aziz Ojolari.
That doesn't feel great. And Yankas is a perfect 3-4 OLB rather than a true edge.
Honestly, he's so scheme versatile. I mean, 'cause he played the season like £275, and he was down to 260 at the combine. But you're right, they stood him up. They had him at 4i at times. He played all over the place for them.
Ash, you're right, mate.
I've accidentally just kicked the table leg. I'm in immense pain.
Yeah,
And
don't do that.
We've got our Miami and FCS guy coming in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Nice. I've updated a few reasons. I think the Miami one's definitely updated. Oh. Ow. Minnesota.
All right, here we go.
Oh, I forgot that the Falcons traded for Sidney Brown. I really like him.
Yeah, I liked him. Still like him.
Just update you on the Tigers because obviously that's why I'm wearing this because they're playing right now. We're currently 5-0 up against the Reds in the top of the 5th.
Just waiting for Ant to see it.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. There it is. Called it.
Oh, Panthers trade up with the Vikings. Bastards. But yeah,
Paul, the
That-
bloodline.
exactly. That it makes so much sense though, because him
Man, I love Avian Terrell.
either he slides in as your starter above Mike Hughes
Yes,
outside,
correct.
or he slides in as your starter in the nickel over Billy Bowman Jr.
So Carolina are just
Bowman played
jumping the
quite well for him.
Jets then.
Yes.
So why are
Yes.
Carolina jumping the Jets?
Corner. We're using it. I feel like the Jets need a
Yes.
corner, and now Terrell's off the ball. They may feel they've only got one more they like.
Brandon Cisse.
Cisse, Pons, whoever.
See, say,
I mean, Pons is clearly the best one left, but it depends if you can deal with his side.
Abney.
If anyone's gonna like Pons, the other 5'9" corner that is Aaron Glenn might well
Yeah.
be the one.
Yeah, because currently, okay, they've got JC Horn, who obviously they're paid. The other starter is Mike Jackson outside or Charles Smith Wade in the slot. Yeah. I'm trying to get trade terms. It's 51 and 159 cent to get 49 and 196. So it's a trade of two
That's a
spots.
Very expensive trade for a 2
Yeah.
spot up. But you must know that the Jets want your guy. You can only make this trade if you know the Jets want your guy.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And this is where I get to GMs have this inflated sense of self when it comes to knowing what other teams are going to do. And sometimes they do, and sometimes they're wrong, and they sacrifice value.
To be honest, this could be a safety. Could be a DB. Carolina do need one.
Yeah, Carolina do. They went defense heavy recently, didn't they? But that was a little while ago now.
They need
Oh
some
god, yeah, I remember that draft.
They've got
they-
Trayvon Merrick and Nick Scott at safety. That's not that bad.
No.
Yeah.
I think because this safety class is so deep, teams are like, all right, well, we can wait till next round. That's why they're falling. And obviously, it's safety.
I mean, they were rumored to want a wide receiver or tight end in round 1. Could they go Eli Stowers here? Oh no, it won't be Stowers because they won't be jumping the Jets to take Stowers because the Jets have taken a tight end in this draft already. So no, it can't be that.
Exactly. It's not a tight end. Unless they think someone's gonna come up for a tight end, but
I don't think
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I doubt it.
And you ready for Zach, by the way, because he's in the waiting room.
I know. I'll watch this pick and then I'll let him in.
Cool. This is a fascinating pick.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that's a
I haven't even
considerable
seen it
amount.
before you ask.
Considerable amount to give up for a short jump.
Yeah.
Better be a good player.
Just making sure I got this right. Yep. Okay. Oh, that's funny. That's a good tweet. That's a good one.
Oh. So I don't think the Jets were taking him.
Oh, I did think I could love the Panthers anymore. They are literally becoming my favorite second team. I love Lee Hunter.
I mean, Paul, don't you think that Lee Hunter could have been the Quinnen Williams replacement?
No.
Oh,
I don't think
alright.
he's got the pass rush
Oh.
upside personally.
So good.
That is a smashing pick from the Panthers.
It
See-
is a good pick, but no, I mean they may have
Yeah.
taken him, but like he's
Just,
more of a nose to me.
mhm.
And they're just traded for Sweat.
So yeah, now it means the Carolinas Panthers can play 2 at that game because now he's replacing Bobby Brown.
That frees up Derek Brown as well.
Yeah.
Right. Lovely.
That is a good pick for him.
Can you hear us all right, Zach? Are we all coming through good?
Got you guys, man. Appreciate the invite.
Hey, thank you for coming on. So, to everybody in the audience who is here, we have our next guest, Zach McKinnell, Senior Editor and Owner, FCS Football Central on SCI, and also representing the Miami Dolphins. As I say, we really appreciate you donating your time to us during this. Obviously, draft is a very busy time. This is the first chance we've had to talk with you. So, did you want to tell people a little bit about yourself, what you do, what you're all about?
Yeah, man. Obviously, here representing the Dolphins, but my main job is covering FCS football, HBCU football. So that's my passion. Cover it for on SI. We have our own website. I think you guys have had my guy on, Gerald Huggins. Me and
We
him
love Gerald, yeah.
Yeah. Me and him work together on the FCS Football Central site. We do all the NFL draft content. And that's my passion. And obviously just kind of cover, I'm down here in Alabama, so SEC country, a lot of SEC football too. Got a lot of experience covering that. But I'm a college football guy at heart. My dad was born during the Dan Marino era. So here I am, a sad Dolphins fan, never seen us make the playoffs. Hopefully we can get that changed pretty soon.
Absolutely. We all love our college football here as well. Yeah, we love Gerald. We've had him on the last few years. He's absolutely tremendous at what he does. Like, we love the HBCU bits as well. Before we talk about the Dolphins, obviously we are in draft season right now. You do stand up for the FCS guys. We're in day 2 currently. Obviously, you know a lot about these guys. You reckon there's any chance we see 1 or 2 of them today? Would you be confident we might get one? Because Matt here, he loves Bryce Lance. He thinks he might be here. But do you reckon anyone's going to get the name called today?
I think Bryce is probably the guy. Like, if there's one guy I feel super confident has a real shot to go today, probably in the next round, is Bryce. I mean, and you can't teach the size, the speed, the athleticism that he truly has. I think the dark horse though could be Cole Payton, his teammate at quarterback. Man, there's been a lot of hype with Cole. Now, listen, me and my guy Gerald have been back and forth on this. I'm not as high on a lot of people on Cole. Neither is Gerald. I have him more as like a 4th, 5th round guy. Gerald has him as a UDFA, but you guys have seen the mocks. I mean, the people have had him 2nd round pick to a UDFA. I mean, there's nobody that can agree on this guy. And I think a lot of it has to do with he's only been a starter for 1 year. I would love to see more than one go. I think the other dark horses would be like a Caleb Proctor for Southeastern Louisiana at defensive tackle. He's my personal favorite FCS prospect. And then Charles Demings is a big dark horse. Stephen F. Austin, cornerback, long, rangy, ball hawk, super physical of man coverage. Those are probably the 4 locks for FCS. All the rest of the guys are probably going to be day 3 reaches where you guys are sitting here watching the 5th, 6th, 7th round. You're like, man, where did this guy come from? And that's going to be where the rest of the FCS guys come in. But those 4 should be bona fide locks to be picked sometime this weekend. Probably Peyton and Lance are the 2 today.
Yeah, hopefully we see those, but we'll go on to the Dolphins just for a moment, and then we'll come back to those guys. So obviously it's not been the greatest times for Dolphins recently, but new head coach is in town, Jeff Hafley. How did we feel about that appointment and what he might potentially bring? Is he someone you wanted for the team?
Yeah, I didn't mind the hire. I really think we just needed someone that would come in and I would say like refresh the building and someone that wasn't afraid to really take this franchise in a different direction. I think we really sold out for that run we made where we really didn't even make a run, right? We got to the playoffs like 1 or 2, and we lost both times. And then Tua's injuries kind of started to add up. And then you saw Tyreek get hurt. Jalen's battled some injuries, and it's just like we never could get the full group together. Jalen Ramsey, that whole situation with him, we ended up having to ship him off. I really do think we needed a hard reset, and I think a new head coach really does that. And I like Halfley. I like the energy he's brought in the intro press conferences, what we've seen thus far. I'm cool with 2 of our 3 draft picks right now, so I like the direction. I'm interested to see where we go the rest of day 2 into day 3, because I really think for a team that's rebuilding like we are, I know a lot of people don't expect the day 2, day 3 guys to matter much, but I think it does for us because we don't have much depth. We need to build more layered depth. We need some young guys that maybe we could just take a risk on with some high potential that could develop into contributors for us. Because I'll be honest, guys, I think we've drafted really poorly, and that's really been the like Achilles heel for the Dolphins is that, man, in free agency, it's not hard to get guys to come to no state tax, sunny Miami, on the beach. Like we can do that part. But guys, man, we've been terrible at evaluation, and I think that's really where I want to see us take a step forward with Halfley.
Yeah, and you can kind of tell with like the free agency acquisitions, a lot of them vet mins, bits like that, no big flashy splashes, probably looking towards the draft to rebuild that. But a potential quarterback of the future, obviously Malik Willis has sat and done his bit with Green Bay. How serious do you think this experiment is with him? Because like you say, obviously they're kind of rebuilding right now, new head coach. Are you happy with him being kind of the guy and giving him a shot? Or, what are your feelings on him?
I don't mind it. I do. Do I think he's the guy for the future? No. I think he's a perfect bridge quarterback, though, where he offers the upside where, let's just say he outlives his potential, guys. Maybe we can be a little bit competitive, right? But I don't think he has long-term starting potential. I don't think he's the guy to just take this franchise to a Super Bowl or annual playoff appearances. But we're good enough not to be, winless, like we almost were, I think, when I was younger with Cleo Lemon at quarterback. But I do think I like him because it's funny. I actually was at Auburn. I graduated from Auburn, and Malik Willis was there. Me and him were in the same freshman class, actually. And I remember seeing him play as a true freshman when he was the backup and super explosive. And it was cool to see his development throughout Liberty and his collegiate career. And I really don't think he's ever really gotten a fair shot in the NFL. And that's something that's important. We've seen guys take a big leap in their late 20s. We just saw a guy in Sam Darnold who everyone said could not be reinvented, could not be rebuilt as a player, just win a Super Bowl. And maybe, yes, they had a great defense and weapons around them, but Sam Darnold does not look like he did with the Jets when he first came in the league. And I would really like to see that with Malik Willis. And I do think we have an interesting prospect behind them, too, guys. We signed Cam Miller, was drafted last year out of North Dakota State. Super high potential, a little bit unproven, a developmental guy. I like that we have developmental guys as we're trying to rebuild this thing, because the worst thing, and I'm sure you guys can vouch for this, just looking around the league, is you don't want to have a superstar quarterback and be trying to rebuild around him and waste his potential. I'd rather have a bridge quarterback with a bunch of developmental guys as we rebuild. And then once we're reloaded, we get our franchise guy and we go make a run, because the Super Bowl windows, it seems like, are getting shorter and shorter in the NFL as time moves on.
I mean, you're talking to us 2 years ago in the NFC Championship, and all of a sudden, it swings in roundabouts. But obviously, you mentioned building a team round in now, and you've obviously said two of the three draft picks in this current draft that you like. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I also love two of your draft picks, and I'm not sold on the third one. But who's the odd one out? Who's the one you don't like, and who's the two you do like?
Maybe it's the Auburn in me, but it is really not. But I used to, like, I played offensive line, so I'm very, very picky, and I'm not a huge fan of Caden Proctor. I thought there was so much more value at that spot. Like, and for me, I know we ended up going to get Chris Johnson, and like for the 27th pick, we traded back up. But to me, there was like wide receiver, corner. I thought edge was a big need for us. We still haven't had a bona fide edge rusher since like Cameron Wake, it feels like, and that's been forever ago. I felt like those three positions were way more of a need than going to get an offensive tackle that I don't think is a long-term starter. And I've really just, for me, I was never impressed with Caden Proctor. It felt like he never put it fully together in college. And maybe it's unfair to him because if you guys remember when he signed, he had such high expectations. Came in 5-star at Alabama, and we know the lineage of Alabama offensive linemen. It feels like he's not in that group. It doesn't feel like he's an anchored left tackle. And so for me, I feel like we wasted that pick. I like the ceiling of Chris Johnson at San Diego State at corner. I think scrappy guy, still pretty rangy. I think he's a great developmental corner for us, and I think he could probably see the field this year. But our second round pick was A+ for me. That was my favorite pick. I think Jacob Rodriguez is going to be a freak at linebacker. Now, I know everyone's making the Zach Thomas comparisons because of the whole, Texas Tech connection. Even if he's 60%, 50% of Zach Thomas, we nailed that second round pick. And I do think Jacob Rodriguez could find himself in a starting spot today, guys. Our linebacking core is not. We don't have that guy. And if Jacob Rodriguez develops well and we get a starter out of the second round, to me, that's an A+ pick for any franchise. So I love the Rodriguez pick. Johnson has some long-term potential. And I just think, listen, if Caden Proctor, if I get to come back on this show in the 2030 draft and Caden Proctor's an all-pro, I'll say I was wrong. And I'll be very happy I was wrong. Just everything from the film tells me he's not ready to be a starting offensive tackle. And that worries me because the Dolphins have been so bad at offensive line evaluation, especially over the past few years. And that kills franchises. And I think we might have missed again with the, 12th pick.
Yeah. I'm with you. I think Jacob Rodriguez is a home run high. It's funny, we've just had our Saints contributor on TJ, and we obviously asked him about Talisi Fuanga and Kelvin Banks, guys who maybe didn't fit the mold of what the NFL likes. They were all saying kick them inside, that's where they're going to be, but they've made them work because they're just great football players. And Jacob Rodriguez feels like he's in that mold. He is maybe not the prototype, but he is a great football player. And sometimes, and I can imagine you get this watching so many FCS prospects and that, sometimes it's really simple with these guys. They're really good. They will work.
Yeah, I think it's all about scheme fit, man. And like people don't necessarily understand this. And I talk about this with FCS guys a lot because, and I'm sure you guys see this, but if I draft a edge rusher from Alabama, let's just use that as an example, he's got a longer leash than the edge rusher that I take a risk on from like Central Arkansas at the FCS level. And so, and then also too with FCS guys, they always seem to have like a physical outlier, right? Maybe their arms aren't the longest. Maybe they're not the tallest player. Maybe they're not the fastest player. Well, guys, that matters. If you go to the wrong scheme that your physical skill set doesn't let you thrive in, that cuts careers short. And we've probably, and there's probably guys outside the FCS that y'all can name from P4, G5 that were really good collegiate players that maybe just never got a shot in the NFL. And that's the other part of this is not just scheme fit. It's, do you have an opportunity to thrive? Because if you go to a franchise and maybe the head coach changes right after you get drafted, or the position coach doesn't believe in you and you aren't getting the reps, you never really have a chance to show your talent. I think we've seen guys get traded and emerge late because they really didn't get a fair shake at where they were. So it's so important to for these guys to go somewhere where they have a scheme fit. And like the Caleb Proctor, who I mentioned, not Caden Proctor, Caleb Proctor from Southeastern Louisiana. He's a defensive tackle, a little bit undersized, but guys, if he goes to an attacking scheme with a dominant the other defensive tackle that has a bunch of size, he's going to thrive because all he has to do is get upfield and go make plays, and that's where he thrives. But if he gets drafted to a scheme where they put him in a shade and say, "Hey, man, we need you to take up space," well, man, he ain't gonna be able to do that at 285, 290. That's not his game. So super important. I think the best example might be Elijah Williams from Morgan State last year. Goes to the Vikings, it was a mini camp invite, makes the 53 man, and is in the rotation at defensive tackle last year for the Vikings because it fit his skill set up until he got hurt. Man, scheme fits are way overlooked when discussing whether a prospect's a boom or a bust after the draft.
Yeah, and you look at guys like, Jalen Coker's fought his way onto that Carolina team, and you figure on a lot of other teams he may not have done that otherwise. But like you say, it is very important. But talking of scheme, obviously now it's a new regime there. You think first round they've taken a group of five cornerback. In the second round, they've taken maybe what would be called an undersized linebacker. They seem to be, well, with these two additions here, what do you see changing with their defense? Obviously, Hafley's there now; he's his own guy, but it seems like they're not afraid to take a risk on guys who, traditionally not big school, not same prototype.
I'm fine with that. For me, as long as you have a plan for the guy, I'm fine with it. Man, listen, not everyone can be a freak linebacker. I mean, you can just take like a Roquan Smith, for example. There's not 10 Roquan Smiths walking around in the world. Sometimes you got to take a guy. And it's funny because I said he's not Zach Thomas, but look back when Zach Thomas came out, there was the same questions about him, and look at how they made him work, proper scheme, proper development. I really am happy that Hafley is standing on his evaluations because listen, I'm willing to give every staff, every head coach a benefit of the doubt. Now, the previous staff, guys, if y'all were interviewing me last year, I would have been like, I have no confidence in these guys to evaluate any talent because we've missed it so many times. Hafley has a chance to prove it to prove himself this year, and I think you could see the upside with all these guys. Yeah, Rodriguez might not be the prototypical size you want for a linebacker, but man, turn on the film and he just pops. When you go watch Texas A&M, yes, they had Lee Hunter, they had the edge rusher that went number 2 in David Bailey, they got a safety that's probably going to get drafted, but you're like, man, that middle linebacker can play. That middle linebacker is everywhere. Every time the clip ended for the next play, he was in the screen near the football, and I love that about him. His motor is unbelievable, and like I said, I think Chris, like Johnson, might not be a day one starter. He's good enough to get on the field, but I think his long term potential in terms of where his ceiling is really high. And so I like guys like that. Make these guys develop some talent, and that's something the Dolphins haven't done. And I'm really excited to see if Hafley and his staff can do that.
So obviously there's still a lot to come with Miami in this draft. Another 10 picks, I believe they've got, a couple more today, a ton on day 3. So before we ask about positions and that, you talk about maybe some of these smaller school guys, scheme fit and that. The Miami Dolphins have a lot of day 3 picks, and I'm sure a lot of guys who you've looked at in this draft process who might be underappreciated. Who are some of those guys that you like, who you think would fit Miami to a T and would really excel there as these kind of day 3 pick guys?
Oh man, I would love if they got any of my FCS guys. I'll be honest, like one of them that isn't getting a ton of hype is Daniel Sopkowitz, a wide receiver coming out of Illinois State. I think he is just a freak, man. He reminds me so much of like that trajectory that like a Jalen Coker took, where he might fall to a UDFA, but if we get him, he can make the 53 and he can start. And I really think he has that ability. Man, he helped lead Illinois State to the national championship in this year at the FCS level. I don't know if he's going to be there day 3. We have 3 third-round picks, but Ted Hurst out of Georgia State as well, really, really high on him. And I know we went Jacob Rodriguez, but I was like, if we go wide receiver, I thought Malachi Fields from Notre Dame, not a small school guy, or Hurst would have been my picks there in terms of wide receiver. I think there's a few G5 guys that I have my eyes on. I was just kind of like glancing through here to make sure, but like for me, like to kind of like get to your next one about positions, I need a wide receiver. I think we really got to shore up our wide receiving core. I need another corner. I know we got Johnson in the first round, but man, you can never have too many corners. You have to have multiple corners that can rotate in. And for me too, an edge rusher, like that's the next thing as well. Like those 3 positions need to be addressed, whether it's in the 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round. And I think there's a ton of really good talent. Like I mentioned FCS guys, Charles Demings for corner would would be a great third, fourth round, fifth round pick. Sokowitz, I mean Proctor, even on the interior. I don't know when's the last time we've had a really, really good interior off defensive lineman. So all of those guys are ones that stick out to me. But I really, really like Hurst at wide receiver for Georgia State. I don't know if we're going to get him because I think he's going today. But if he's there with our third round pick, I would really, really like to see him end up in Miami.
What do you think it is about Sobkovitz that people just don't like? 'Cause obviously, he did not get a combine invite. He is, and you see some of the guys who went there, and you're like, he's much better than them. What is it they're missing? But obviously, you watch a lot of these guys. What do you think it is with him that people just are not sold, or the NFL isn't?
You guys know this. Everyone's obsessed with top speed with wide receivers. Listen, man, if you're not a burner, you don't get the hype it feels like in the draft process unless you come from a big school, right? There's some route runners that get hype from big schools, but you guys saw it, I think, in the combine. Who was it? The one of the big guys ran like a 4.5, and everyone's like, "Oh man, he's slow." And I'm like, Do y'all not know how fast a 4.5 is?" Like that's fine for a wide receiver as long as they got a good short shuttle, like explosive, like contained explosiveness. I'm fine with it. Sofkowitz isn't a top speed guy. He's a technician, and I just don't think that's sexy to like the draft media. So why are you going to hype a guy who's going to go out? I think he ran a 4.6 40 at his pro day, but man, his short shuttle would have been one of the best among wide receivers at the combine. His vert is up there. Like he's a technician, can run the full route tree. And that's hard to hype up, especially when people don't know exactly how to break down route running and things like that. It's easy to say, God, this guy's a burner, but it's a lot harder to break down the technique behind running the routes and all the integral details that make his game special. He'll get his chance, guys. I don't know whether he's going to be drafted UDFA, but I think that's what it is. He's not a fast guy. He's not a flashy receiver. He just gets the job done, and that's really hard to hype.
No, I can fully understand that. Before I'll open it up to questions for guys in a minute, but you are a big FCS guy yourself. Do you have a specific allegiance down there, or I know you said you're a Tiger, alma mater and that, but is there anyone that you're stuck, you go with for the FCS? Do you have your team?
No, I'm pretty actually neutral because my team I grew up watching in the FCS is no longer FCS. They moved up. It was Jacksonville State when I was growing up in Alabama.
Yeah.
They were the big FCS team, but now they're G6 now. So I'm neutral, but I still love the FCS. I think it's one of the most fun levels of college football to watch, especially with how chaotic P4 has gotten and everyone's tired of all the different rule changes, NIL and all that. FCS football still got that old school feel to it, and I've stuck with it. I still follow Jacksonville State a little bit, man. So I am neutral now, which kind of makes it easier for me to cover because I'm not having to hide that like allegiance to Jacksonville State anymore.
Zach, how did you get into doing FCS football? Because I mean, we know from trying to watch even Power 4 guys that trying to find reliable tape is hard even at that level. How do you source enough tape to watch those guys across all the league? Obviously, if you have an allegiance to a team, they'll probably be live on TV. You can tape it and go back and watch that stuff. But to go back and have a look at all those guys, it's a grind to find good tape. And then, I mean, just the route into it in the first place is interesting to me.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, growing up watching FCS football with Jacksonville State, they were so good, right? I mean, they went to that national title with NDSU, ended up losing, made some playoff runs there. That's what got me into it. And when I was in sports media, I was trying to look for a lane. I was like, man, no one's really covering FCS football. So I was like, man, I have the knowledge. It's like I can do this. And so when I stepped into the space, it actually worked out perfectly because that's when Dion got hired at Jackson as well, and the space like exploded with popularity. So that's kind of how I got hooked on that. But in terms of watching film and finding access, the good thing is I've been doing this for 5-6 years now. I know a bunch of the coaches now, and I can reach out to them and get all 22 film. I can get cut ups of players, and then if I find a school that I can't, Gerald is in the scouting community now. I can go through him if I need to, but also too sometimes you just gotta watch the TV copy, man, and like it makes you. It's a struggle sometimes, especially with the camera quality for some of the FCS programs going through ESPN Plus trying to get stuff. But you also find like, copies of games on YouTube that you can find and try to cut those up as well. Some of these, man, you gotta figure it out, and it makes it scouting a little bit more difficult. But luckily, with FCS growing the access to film is becoming easier and easier to find, especially as you build connections. And then also once you build them at the conference level, you can reach out to the conference and they can send you some of the tape that they have. So it's just building connections in the FCS community has been the biggest thing for me. And that's something that I think, you asked why Daniel Sopkowitz is being overlooked. How many people in the NFL draft community know who to reach out to at Illinois State to get the film on him? Like, how many people were just like, man, I'm not going to search for Illinois State film. It's so much easier to go find this, Bernard's film from Alabama. Like, in 2 seconds, you can find all that. And so that is one of the drawbacks for FCS prospects sometimes, I think, is access, because a lot of these people aren't covering FCS day in and day out and don't have those connections.
Makes a lot
Anyone
of
else
sense.
got-
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's it. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, sorry. Has anyone else got any questions, just quickly?
Yeah, so I have Zach. So for me, I loved the Legacy Bowl this year. How many, if any, and who of these guys do you think are going to get drafted?
Oh, from the Legacy Bowl, probably one has the best shot, because Gerard Washington was an HBC prospect, but he wasn't at the Legacy Bowl. He went to the Shrine Bowl from South Carolina State. He's got an outside shot. It's Eric Hunter from Morgan.
Yeah.
Is the guy. Man, he's so. I don't know if he'll get drafted. Me and Gerard went back and forth on this. Just like, we both think he should be, but man, it's just, you just never know if someone's going to reach, especially when you got a guy who's graded out as a 6th, 7th round guy. It just takes the team to fall in love with them and not want to bid in the UDFA process. Like, it's like, I don't want to fight for this guy. I'll just take him with my 6th, 7th round pick. That's what Eric could be. But man, 6'3", 6'4", ran a 4.48.
Yeah, I really like him.
All of his combine, HBCU combine scores would have ranked top 3 among linebackers at the NFL combine. The kid's been a 4 or 5 year productive player at Morgan State, which you already saw what Elijah's doing with the Vikings, man. Like, this is a program that develops real NFL talent. I'm really hoping Eric hears his name called. He's probably the only guy. Quincy Ivory from Jackson is another one that's might be a stretch, but he's going to be a priority free agent. I really like Quincy's game, especially as an edge rusher, man. He's put on like 30 pounds since the offseason to really show that he can hold that weight as an edge rusher. But man, Eric deserves it, man. I've talked to him so many times. We've had him on the show. I've talked to him off camera at these events, and such a good kid. He's going to be a locker room guy, super smart, super versatile. He's checked all the boxes, and I think it's an important precedent to set for HBCU players, guys, for that guy to get drafted, the guy who checks all the boxes, who tested well, who has the physicals, like all the attributes you want. If he doesn't get drafted, I really do think it'd be a shame.
Yeah,
Agree.
we want it. We want him here, don't we?
We do,
Well,
yeah.
I do. We need a coverage linebacker, and he's got, like I say, he's got the traits that you need for it. So
Yes.
There's been a player trade which Ashley's just put in the in our Discord channel. Jonathan Grenard has been dealt by the Vikings to the Eagles for a 3rd and a 3rd next year.
wow, that's a pretty big one there.
Oh, there goes Ackers as well. So I've got one more, Ant, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Go.
So we've talked about Caden. You've mentioned Caleb. I thought it's only fair to give you a chance to talk about DeAndre Proctor.
Oh,
I like him.
That's me. That's Division 2 HBCU football. I
like
don't know
him.
how far that goes, but
Yeah, because
He was
that's
at
the
the
kid
bowl.
at Johnson C, right? The wide
Yeah.
receiver.
Yeah.
He was really good at the Legacy Bowl, man. I was really
Yeah.
impressed with him. Now, I saw his testing numbers. Probably not a draftable guy, but like, I do think he's a guy that you could see get a UDFA somewhere. Like, he really showed out at the Legacy Bowl. He's one of those guys that I don't think is a straight line runner, but I do think he has that football speed, if that makes sense. And I think that's where he earned himself a spot, because he performed really, really well. But it also helped that he had a quarterback there at the Legacy Bowl as well. But I mean, there were a few D2 guys that really, really shocked me. I think it was like Mekhi Lovett from Edward Waters too, down there at the Legacy Bowl, really impressed me. And then there's an offensive tackle, and I can't really say his name. He's from overseas, but he's like 6'7", 6'8", out of like Virginia State, I believe. Man, just a freak, man. Like, I mean, this kid looks like a prototypical starting left tackle, and he's only played football for a year, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, we'll see what happens there. But you see a lot of these international guys come over, play a year of football, and get an opportunity just because it's like, man, what can we do? Like, you look at the Jordan Mulattoes and guys like that, where they just come over, and it's like, man, how do we not get this guy on the field and just train him up? And I think he could be one of those guys.
Were you able to see anything of Ty Montgomery, the Division 3 star that everyone talked about and then
Ooh.
forgot about?
Yes, I live in Mobile, so like the Senior Bowl, like where the practices are, is like 15 minutes away from where I actually live.
Oh, wow.
And I'm telling you, man, listen, he had some defensive backs really wishing they wouldn't have made the trip. I mean, they were lost out there, and he made some outstanding catches. And to me, I thought him and Malachi Fields were the two best wide receivers down there. You could throw Hurst in there as well, but every single day he popped on film, and that's really hard to do when you're surrounded by so many elite athletes. I would be shocked if we didn't hear his name. He deserves to be drafted because I didn't get to watch a lot of film on him, but just watching him at the Senior Bowl, so impressive.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was just odd. Everyone was in on him and then everyone forgot it. That's what I don't like about these things. These small
Yep.
school guys, they go there and people use them for content and that, and then they just slowly forget about them, don't they? I'm sure that's why there's guys like yourself around to keep the flame going for them. The last thing, guys, I know we've taken up a lot of your time, and again, we really appreciate you
Okay.
coming on here. In terms of going forward next year, what's your handle like on sort of next year's class for the FCS guys? Because we always like to shout out names and get them circulating, and that obviously you
Oh.
watch this, live and breathe it. Is there anyone next year that people need to know about as like, right, these guys are legitimate and just one more good season and you're going to be hearing a lot about them?
Oh, that's a really good question, man. You caught me off guard with that one. I'm racking my brain really hard because we just started kind of putting the rosters together. I think um, Abu Kamara from Yale is one that comes to mind. He's a safety nickel type guy. Really outstanding, man. Been like a two or three time All American. We'll see how we test. Obviously, this is way too early. I think okay. So you saw the Chase Mason, the Cole Payton hype. There's a guy at South Dakota State at quarterback, Chase Mason, built exactly like a Cole Payton clone, and he's coming back. He got hurt last year after playing 9 games, was undefeated as a starter at South Dakota State, has a massive arm. He's going to come out into the draft with more experience than Cole Payton did. So keep an eye on Chase Mason. He's probably the guy. And then Desmond Lee, an offensive tackle at Youngstown State, freakish. I mean, he's like 6'7", 6'8", 4-year starter now, FCS All-American, just an outstanding pass blocker. Those are probably the three guys that I could think of off the top of my head right this second.
And I appreciate that. And I kind of sprung that there. I guess
Yeah, I
because
like
you
it. I
will
love
have
questions like that. Yeah.
Because I bet there's that many guys that you see that many teams that but I could end up talking to you for days. Hopefully you'll come back on at some point because we do college shows
Absolutely,
here
man.
and we love the small school stuff. We love to rep the small school guys, so we appreciate it. Is there anyone else who wants to ask any questions?
I mean, it's just Grandize has made a big effort trying to put Zach's name in the channel, and that's much appreciated as we're live on YouTube. But also saying, please, can you get Ant on your show because of the. So what you do is really what Ant and Ryan, who's not here at the moment, they do on our college show in terms of the FCS guys. Ryan also has a big love for the Canadian Football League as well as Ant championing the HBCU guys. So Grandizer in the channel, it's not coming from me, thinks that would be a really good crossover to do, and Ant is looking to do more of that stuff, I know, so please do consider that. And just to thank you for coming on, because it's great to talk to people who know their shit, and especially when it comes to the lesser heralded guys. I mean, being Lions fans in the NFL, that's like kind of how I felt about our journey as professional football fans, but it's not apples to apples, obviously, but gotta love the underdogs, man. So appreciate you for doing what you do, and thank you for your time. Really appreciated.
If you
Hey, absolutely, guys.
feel free to plug yourself and what you do before you go. Please put it out there because I know it'll be great content, and there are a lot of college football fans in it. So please do. And again, we appreciate it. You plug whatever you would like.
Yeah, man. FCS football central on SI. It's like si.com/college/FCS, and then the Blue Bloods on YouTube and all podcast streaming platforms. And then my name on Twitter is just my name at Zach McKinnell. Guys, man, I really appreciate y'all, man. Anytime y'all want me to come on, I've actually listened to a few of y'all's episodes because y'all had Gerald on. So I'm familiar with the podcast. When y'all reached out, man, it was a no-brainer, and I really appreciate y'all, man. And I'm hoping y'all get everyone y'all want in the draft, man. Because I'll just say this: huge Dan Campbell fan here. I'm rooting for y'all every year. Like y'all were my pick last year. I wanted y'all to be in the playoffs so bad because I was when y'all made that run to the NFC Championship. I would y'all were my team. I was going with because I know we aren't ever getting there. So I'm just rooting for y'all through extension.
Well, if you keep making more picks like Jacob Rodriguez, well, I'll be rooting for you as well because I love that style of how it's done. So, but again, Dak, we can't thank you enough for coming on. Enjoy the rest of your draft, and we will definitely have you back on. You promised that now, so we're gonna make sure we get you back.
Yeah, have a good one, guys.
Take
Cheers,
care.
Dak.
Cheers, Zach. What a dude.
Oh man,
What an awesome bloke.
Yeah,
could talk to him
yeah.
for
Yeah. Also, whoever took Nate Burkircher, fucking A job. I know that's early, but
Jags.
I
For that,
love.
Jags. So breaking news: the Browns are trading up with San Francisco, attending. That's the way they've said the word of that is confusing. But basically, they're trading up from 70 to 58.
A big jump.
As we also, it seems we're done for the day because Brad Holmes is already talking to the media.
That's probably for the best.
Yeah.
Many thanks to mile marker 3014 for the $10 super chat. Says great guests this draft. All the credit, as I've already said, to Ant, who did all of the guest bookings this year. Done an absolutely terrific job with it. And I mean, hey, that's I don't want to do any of the other guests down. Zach, in terms of the depth of knowledge and the FCS guys, that's the most intriguing chat I think we've had so far.
Yeah, I could have spoken to him for hours.
Well, anyone who off cuff unprepared can quote Yale tackles, then good for them. So, Yale safeties, sorry. Ivy League players are good now, man. More and more of them are getting to the NFL and doing well.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can do that.
Ahead of Honolulu.
They hate Garrett Bradbury.
Everyone hates Garrett. Garrett Bradbury hates Garrett Bradbury.
So we should address the picks that we kind of missed as we were live with our guest earlier with Zach. So we've missed D'Angelo Pons to the Jets, Jake Golday to Minnesota, Brandon Cisse to Green Bay, CJ Allen to Indianapolis, Eli Stowers to Philly, Gabe Yakas to New England, Nate Burkircher to Jacksonville, and Logan Jones now to Chicago. Low-key, the Jets are absolutely smashing it.
The Jets are slaying it.
But also, Jake Golday for Minnesota and Brandon Cisse for Green Bay is not a prospect I relish in either case.
The Golday in Minnesota in that scheme, it's a really good pick. It's a real chess piece that can move around at the linebacker level.
Stowers going to Philly when they re-signed the tight end feels
for a
weird.
year, though, wasn't it?
Only for a year, so he's the only tight end probably under contract for them next year.
All right. And then Yakas to New England, that feels
good fit.
Incredible, yeah.
There were some people that mocking that at 31 or whatever they were picking. So
we have, just for Ash and Paul's benefit, we have the weekly huddle man coming back on in 10 minutes. Obviously, he's just going to hang out because we've asked him everything we need to ask, but it's Owen back, and apparently his internet has fixed itself.
Right.
Yeah.
We shall see. There we go.
Oh, they're doing well as well.
Oh, how've they got him at 58?
Oh, gee.
That's disgusting. Concepcion, Denzel Boston, Emmanuel McNeil Warren. That's disgusting.
In the space of 36 hours, Brett has probably gone from wanting to jump off the Trent Bridge to, I don't know, wanting to go streaking down it.
That's why Brett's not here. He's probably got that much blood worked up in his boner that he can't walk to his computer.
Yeah, he's gonna be unbearable.
He's gonna have a raging hard on after this.
Is that before or after you tell me about the crumpets in the shower?
Crumpets in the
Tennis-
shower. Didn't have them
Tennessee-
in the shower. Had them after my shower.
Tennessee have traded up with the Bears. Then now at
Houston are
60.
here. Houston are here.
Don't know who the Houston pick is.
Got another defensive lineman just for shits and giggles.
Fucking, yeah, shits and gigs, Joe.
Oh lordy, what's that?
Fuck off! As if the Tigers blew bases loaded, no outs.
Oh yeah,
in
the Tigers are specialists at that.
Fuck's sake, man.
Let me just check in the chat, make sure we're not missing anything. Too much info. Yeah, too much info.
Bears send 60 to the Titans for 69 and 144.
Hang on. What's a what?
Bears have sent 60 because they were supposed to be up after the Texans.
Oh yeah, they were.
To the Titans for 69 and 144.
Okay, so that's a bit of a bit to go back, but I guess 144 is all right.
Yeah.
What a draft the Browns are having. Yeah, they're just they're knocking it out. They're just getting good players. And that's tremendous for them. Jets are as well. Like traditionally, some of the worst teams are having some cracking drafts right now, but that Texans defensive line's disgusting. Watch them add a linebacker or something now just to really go nuts with it. Marlon Klein. Oh my God.
Whoa.
What's he doing? Here we go. Ba-ding,
What's
ba-ding,
happening
ba-ding. There we go, Paul. There's the one who shouldn't be here. Marlon Klein.
I would tell the same about Burkhardt personally as well, but
Oh, no. Marlon Klein's a much more bigger reach than Nate Burkircher is. What is it with the tight ends? Wow, Burkircher's gone.
I can't believe these guys are going for the likes of Roush and Claire. I don't care, they have a good
Justin Jolie's still there.
Jolie.
There shouldn't have been any tight ends today apart from Stowers. That literally should have been it.
Agree, yeah.
All right, Houston just ruined their draft a little bit. Like I've been very good about Houston's draft till now, but they've just sort of soured it a little bit. But
I
that
like
defense,
Marlon Klein.
yeah,
That's ridiculous.
yeah.
It's about 150 picks too early.
Where is he on? Is that on consensus?
No, I'll have a look on consensus in a minute. I'm just trying to
I'll look on Matt's consensus board, but I reckon that's got to be.
I use Eric's because
that's got to be a big.
So,
reach.
according to Eric's compilation of consensus, that is about a 80 pick reach. So Klein was 131 at consensus, but so was Burkircher.
Yeah, that they're both big reach. So, yeah, Grandizer, I appreciate you trying to get me a job, Grandizer. I would love to do stuff like that. That would be my dream. Living 15 minutes away from Mobile and the Senior Bowl, that'd be cool. Granny Smith Apple to Houston. Am I missing a Marlon Klein joke there? I don't know. Is it apples? Marlon Klein apples? Am I missing a joke?
It's above. It's over my head. If it is,
I'd make a Calvin Klein joke or something like that. I'd say he's. Yeah.
Say his pants.
Yeah, there we go. That's what I was trying to. I knew there was something in there somewhere. What she said. Glückwunsch, Herr Klein. We've got German in the chat now, folks. Is that where we're going this evening? And we're not having everyone starting talking German in the chat now.
What the hell happened?
Marlon Klein got drafted.
What the hell just happened?
going on?
168.
So is he the biggest reach by consensus so far, or is it Burkircher?
No,
it's got to be one of them.
I think it's Burkircher.
I do love Burkircher though. It's just, and I say this, I was watching Halsey's tape, and he's actually really good as a receiver. It's just they never used him as it. I think he's got bueno upside as a receiver, and he's
Yeah,
a
I
really
agree.
good blocker as well. And he can separate really well. He kept catching my eye every time I were watching Halsey. I'm like, he's pretty good. Where's he going in there? But yeah.
And Owen from the Weekly Huddle's back in the building. How you doing, man?
I'm hot, but not at the Bills pick. I'm hot at Bills fans, and I just went on a whole rant on the Draft Professor stream that I'm ready to run it back at this point.
What are people mad about? You drafted a heck of a football player.
That's what I'm saying. My whole timeline is filled with people who are saying who are mad about the trade downs, and then they're like, "See, we traded down, got all these picks, but we picked the wrong guy anyway." And I'm like, everyone wanted Kaden McDonald. That was the pick that everyone wanted, and I'm like, this TJ Parker is my 12th overall player. Like he was a stud in 2023 and in 2024. I watched him in the summer when doing a Clemson preview because we start in like May for the draft for us to start watching players. We did a podcast previewing Clemson, and I was getting told like, oh, he's going to be a top 10 blue chipper come next year's draft if he can just put together the pieces. Because he's the 6'5", 260 plus pound unit who is explosive up the field, gets out of his stance, and has power to match with that speed. He's just not putting it all together. And I didn't make the jump to top 10 because blue chip type because I don't give that much credit until I see it that you put together technique wise because there's still guys to this point in the NFL that have yet to do it. So I had like a mid to early first round grade on him, and he ended up staying very consistent with that, even with the down year in Clemson for me, just because the athletic traits and the size and what he did show. And now you get him, and now you're mad about it. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I mean,
Yeah, for me, it was 18 overall for me. I think there goes Anthony Hill. For me, I think he was over the summer. People were too high on him, so then when he had, by their lofty standards, a slightly disappointing season, they've now gone far too far the other way.
Exactly.
He's still a bloody good football player. We wanted him in. We wanted to trade up for him.
That was about to say. It was we were going to trade up for him, or if shit hit the fan and there was no good tackles left, I would have been happy with him at 17 to us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's a stud. And the question I got on the Draft Professor chat, because Jim is also a Bills fan, he had a Bills fan specific question of like, how does he fit the new defense? We talked about earlier this morning when I was on the show, which Wi-Fi's fixed now, boys. We're all good.
Hell yeah.
He was asking me how the fit is going to be for Leonard's defense, especially with how versatile and kind of multiple they want to make it. And I'm like, does that matter? Like he's this dude who's a plus talent that like, yeah, is he more of an even front end? Maybe is he going to be a little struggling if you're going to ask him to drop into coverage at outside linebacker? Yeah, he's not Akeem Mesidor, he's not Ruben Bain, but I think he's going to be a player that is going to find a way to fit on this roster as a DPR. You have Bradley Chubb, you have Greg Rousseau, you have guys. I'm hoping they double down at edge right now, to be honest with you, and get Barham at 66. And then you have bodies there. You're not forcing him to be an early player that has to do everything for you. He can be that closer, that high upside athlete that you've been looking for, that Bills fans have been clamoring for. But no, let's go for the low ceiling nose tackle instead because he goes the pick right after. Drives me up a wall.
It's like there's still no tackles on the board. Like okay, you've been on the clock now in about 5 picks time after the Rams make their pick here. You could get the Godfather. You could get there's quite a few other good nose tackles on the board. Let's just have a look. Tavon Austin, what a throwback.
Tight ends are rolling here.
Yeah, the Michigan tight end pick was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here comes the Ohio State one.
With 3 tight ends in the back end of the second round is mental.
That's crazy for me.
I didn't think any of these guys were really worth this area either.
Yeah.
These guys kind of were.
So Max
on my board, Klein was 224th, and I liked him. I thought I was high on him. I love a blocking tight end, but he is really only a blocking tight end. You just take it in the second round, in my opinion.
Claire's not too bad of a reach according to the average consensus. It was about a 13 pick.
If you can unlock his Purdue form, you've got what was easily the second best tight end in this class.
Okay, but who cares about that? The Rams have tight ends, so taking Claire is weird.
You want to make it with the Rams?
Yeah.
It's a weird pick for the Rams. They've gone quarterback that they don't need and tight end that they
14
don't need.
personnel. Here we go.
Fucking hell.
They did have
Yeah,
success. That was where they were most successful as an offense, was running 13 personnel, most tight ends. If they
Ooh.
wanted to
Ooh.
upgrade that third spot, that'd be good.
Buffalo have traded up to
traded up.
62.
Perfect
I'll
time.
get
They
the
heard I was
trades.
on the podcast and knew they had to get some
Okay,
action.
so it's 62 for 66 and 182.
I'm fine with that.
That's fine.
I'm totally fine with that.
Now for my
You still
so-
got 101, 125, 126, 184, and 187.
We talked about the fact that Buffalo could be candidates to trade up throughout the draft just to go and get your guys. So it looks like that's coming true. But you've jumped ahead of the Chargers, and I'm just wondering what it is about the Chargers that have spooked you.
Who did the Chargers go in the first? Was it an offensive lineman or was it D line?
Chargers.
Messidor.
So this is probably gonna be for a guard.
God.
Pregnom.
Yes.
Pregnom.
Crackdown. Yeah. I haven't seen it, but yeah, that just makes so much sense. So
Just to go
60
back, this could be another nose tackle because we were talking about that. I mean, on my Weekly Huddle YouTube channel, I have 2 top 10 ranking videos because I think the 2 strengths of this class is I came up with my own slogan for it. It's if you play over the ball, we have them all. Like I have a top 10 nose tackles video and I have a top 10 centers video. Like you can get those guys all throughout this class. Like the nose tackles still on the board. The Godfather you mentioned, Chris McClellan, DeMonte Capehart. There's a ton of guys. Even like Tim Keenan, I'm not the biggest fan of him, but people love that guy.
I like Tim Keenan.
Dominique
I'm a fan.
Orange is still on the board. Like there's a lot of people, players at nose tackle that you could have went for that you didn't have to reach for a K McDonald. You get BPA on the board with TJ Parker. Now you're coming back, trading up again with still a lot of guys that I have some pretty good grades on the board here with positions of need.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm looking through my big board now, and there's so many names even into the 200s that I like, which is why I hate trading up here. Just generally, like we were talking before about like value given up, and the Lions trade up however many spots, it was 6 spots, and give up a mid 4th round pick. It just feels gratuitous to me. When okay, fine, maybe we don't need those picks there, but the 2 4ths can be packaged to a 3rd as opposed to going up 6 picks in the 2nd. It feels like a waste to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, giving up 180 something that's fine enough value for me to make this trade. So
yeah,
I'm not
for
too
sure. I'm
heartbroken.
happy with you guys doing that because that's a much later pick than we were talking about. So
yeah. Best player left on my board is Jamal McCoy hasn't gone yet, right?
no.
No.
So my over under on his draft position at the moment, I said it at the start of the 2nd round, is 110.5.
For just because of injuries, that could be realistic.
Yeah, well, if you got a 2 knee injury, like the NFL's going to be so low on that. Like day 3, I can see you taking the leap and just going, we're just going to stash him for a year, get healthy, red shirt, come back in your sophomore year, we'll see what's cooking. But you can't do that before round 4. You just can't.
Even for a guy who would have been like a top 10 player in the class if he didn't have the injury, like is this not the Will Johnson effect all over again?
But
Is it
with
even
Jamal
worse?
McCoy, you have like a legitimate risk he never plays a snap. I
Yeah.
think there is a risk he never plays in the NFL.
So I think someone takes that chance in late round 3.
Okay.
But
I think early 4 maybe be my guess.
you are day 3 feels right for me.
I'm surprised Chris Brazzell hasn't gone yet.
I'm not.
Oh, you might be wishing that on me right now.
Oh, AJ Halsey,
No.
I mean, it's Ant's favourite player in the class, I think, and he's still there.
Yeah, he's my highest graded outside of McCoy. My highest graded player left.
I have goes McCoy. Then for me, it's Elijah Surratt,
Oh yeah, it's not right.
Yeah.
Caleb Tiernan, Connor Liu, Austin Barber. I'm a big fan of CJ Allen.
CG Allen's gone. CG Allen went
is he
to,
gone now?
He went to Indy at 53.
Yeah.
Oh right, because they probably got sniped with their Gold Day pick. I know they were big fans of Gold Day.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Live reaction here.
Well, we'll be silent for you, Owen. We'll wait for you.
Awesome. These guys are talking too long.
They always do it.
I'm ready to jump on my seat. At 62?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Ooh, I hope you like yellow because you're about to see a lot of it on the field.
We took him an epic mock on accident in the 4th round. Jim auto picked him for us. Corner is a need. Okay, let's get this out of the way. A corner 3 is a need because we lost Trey White. We mentioned it earlier, which I was listening back to our show from earlier, and you listed off all these free agents the Bills lost. I don't think a single one of them got signed to a team yet. Like,
No.
they're still available at free agency. So that's one of the best things they usually do is evaluate which players they have that are on expiring contracts that don't need to be brought back. And then the NFL kind of reciprocates that with not signing them, the race to sign them, despite them having good 10 years with the Bills. So they outside of Max Harrison, who had dealt with injuries from a freak knee injury in training camp this past season, and you have Christian Benford, who's a really good starting corner, but also has had concussion issues and stuff. Then your next corner up is like to Corey Couch, like a guy off the practice squad. Like you needed corner depth on the outside, especially, and they want to run that more man-heavy, athletic, let them just line up and play type corners. That's why I really like maybe I'm going with Ephesians Prysock in the 4th. A Charles Demings from Stephen F. Austin, another guy who's like just a great athlete that you can just line him up and let him kind of figure it out. So the archetype and style of player Eben Osteen is, I like, and I liked him when he was coming up in the summer scouting process. He did have a ton of holding penalties. He cut it down to just like 8 this year instead of like double digits. But for the style they want and the type of player he is, I get it. I think corner 3 at 62 is where I'm having the biggest hang up with how rich that is. But they traded up. They obviously like him for a position of I think would be a secondary position of need, but a style that they really love for that position.
It's amazing how every single person we bring on goes, oh yeah, I really like Charles Demings. And it's like, everyone likes this guy. He's going much higher than people anticipate.
I think he'll go later today.
Yeah, I think so
Break
too.
my heart, man.
Eben Osteen, he is by no means the biggest reach today. He was on the big board I have, which is just an accumulation of Brugler and you know, people like that big. It's only 3 or 4 boards. He was 74. You take him at 62. In terms of like the comparison to consensus, it's not that big a reach for me. But I mean, I haven't watched a huge amount of him play despite him playing at Ohio State. I just haven't cared. So I defer to Poole on the flag stuff.
He's grabby. But then so was Terry Arnold coming up. So that stuff can be taught out of him.
Yeah, I mean, you'd rather they were too aggressive and they had to teach it out of them than the reverse, right? I mean, Jeff Okuda was the absolute opposite.
Yeah. Well,
you
now
couldn't
we've
get him to be aggressive. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about that a bit. I mean, as we've just like ripped apart your pick, do you want to talk about Derek Moore a bit or get your opinion on him?
Yeah, I like Derek Moore. I like the Michigan edges this year. I was higher on both of them, or I was higher on him and TJ Guy, who fell off the face of the earth during the season. But Derek Moore, I've had like a consistent like 3rd to 2nd round grade on him all season. He's a guy that's going to be, I think, a DPR initially. He wins with a lot of explosiveness, power, but maybe is a bit too light at the point of attack against the run that you're gonna like him when it comes to complimenting as a complimentary rusher, but you're going to find a lot of reps where you're like, okay, I wish he would have played the run a bit stronger there, but a bit more heavy-handed. But I do think he's a guy that as he gets more physically mature, gets older, I do think he'll become a better run defender. And right now he has the ability to get after the passer initially and will have a role on the defense from day one. It's just going to be how much can you stomach, or do you have players that like is your edge 3 or edge 4 able to rotate in more on earlier downs to kind of hide him a little bit, mask him a little bit more. If you do that, then you have the perfect spot for him, and he can be a dynamic player who maybe won't win Rookie of the Year, but will definitely leave you feeling good about the pick, especially with where he ends up going. I think it was at 44, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we signed DJ Wonnum this year, so he's going to be that run stopping. He'll probably play 1st, 2nd down.
Have you guys seen the Chargers pick?
Vindication. Yes. Absolute vindication.
Why the hell did they sign Tyler Beardash then? What is he they're now going to move him to guard?
Didn't he start as a guard, Beardash, or have I made that up?
No, I think he was
the center for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but coming up in my head, I thought it was a guard. A long time ago, I might be completely wrong.
He was a center in Wisconsin at the end for his final season,
I
but I don't know if he played previously at guard.
I can't remember what I had for dinner, let alone what beer that's played at Wisconsin. To be fair, so um,
He
that is
What
definitely
a-
a weird pick.
Jake Slaughter should always have been a day two pick. Those people on
Yeah.
him at 140, 150 are out their minds. That's a great
He-
pick from the Chargers.
he was a defensive tackle who then redshirted his freshman season at Wisconsin and converted into a center.
All right, I've completely made that up.
Oh man.
I'll own it.
Owen, what have you made of the second round as it comes to a close here with Seattle on the clock at 64? There's been a lot of players on the board who fell out the first round or maybe could have gone in the first even if they weren't necessarily going to go there. So Cisse, CJ Allen, Gabe Yakas, those sort of guys. Like, it feels like there's been a lot of value here. Jacob Rodriguez at 43 to Miami. We had a Miami guy on earlier. We're very high on that as a pick. Christian Miller to the Saints. There's a load of really excitable guys here.
Yeah, I think you see where a lot of people were not excited for those guys at the back half of the first, and then you talk about them in the second, you're like, damn, those are some good picks in the second round. And that's kind of how the vibe was outside of like that tight end run at the end. I think that's the vibe I had for the entire round, where a lot of these guys, I'm watching them, I'm seeing names come off, I'm like, I have that guy right around where this is either at this point we're getting to the point where we're past where I think they should have already gone, or that's right where I would have taken them. Like Jake Slaughter, even Logan Jones, all these picks. Deshaun Stribling was a bit high for me at 33. The round started off a little wobbly, but I'm also been high on Stribling since he was at OK State. So that kind of was a little bit of vindication for me. So a lot of these guys I'm a big fan of, and some of these guys should have gone yesterday over some of the guys who did go. But that just kind of explains the kind of topsy-turviness, the unpredictability of this draft class, that there's all these players that you could see going one way or the other if certain teams were picking or if their seasons had gone slightly differently. I think there's a lot of guys that you're going to be coming back and reviewing this draft. They're like, why did he fall to the second, supposed to go into the first versus, or there's going to be some guys that are going to be a lot of, I'm surprised he went as high as he did in the second, because there's going to be such a variety in how these guys' careers play out based on how their college careers kind of played out.
Yeah, I love the fit for Stribling in San Fran as well. He'll play that sort of power slot role. He'll be great on the down blocks. He's a perfect fit for him. But high.
I'm curious what the Seahawks do here, because they just took that running back in the first, and that's such a Seahawks pick.
I'm surprised I haven't traded back.
I anticipate this being Keontae Scott.
It's crazy. We've in the second round had two centers, one guard, and no tackles. I did not envisage. Yeah, I did not envisage center being the most busy position in this round on the offensive line.
So you were right with the safety pick, but it was a different safety.
I'm annoyed. And I finally understand how you feel. I finally understand how you feel. Like, it
when
makes
you
sense.
said safety pick, then I nearly exploded.
I mean,
So it makes sense.
he's not coming in, mate. We don't get what we want.
Yeah, it makes sense because their start at free safety was supposed to be Ty Akada. So them getting a true centre fielder like Bud Clark makes so much sense. But fuck's sake, I really wanted him.
No, it's more Seattle drafting guys I like. I was very scared then.
I'm surprised you wanted him, Ash, because it'd be replacement for Kirby.
With the knee injury, and we don't really have another true centre fielder. And as everyone says, with his sort of like assessment, if you just rubbed out Bud Clark and put Kirby Joseph in, you've got Kirby coming out a couple of years ago.
Very similar players, very similar.
Yeah.
If I'm going to make you guys feel better, at least you don't have to give out an AARP card to your newest draft pick. Like, they're going to have to in like a season or two. He's an old player. I think for me, free safety, he wasn't even my favorite free safety on the board. I'm a big Genesis Smith believer. I'm a big Jalen Husky guy too. I think you guys have some options that are going to be.
Sorry,
Jalen Husky. He's a dog.
Husky. I fucking adore Jalen Husky.
He's awesome. He's great.
I can't believe not any more people are talking about him. I absolutely love him.
He's like a third round safety for me. Like, I have him and I have Genesis Smith, who are true like center field players that I'm hoping the Bills land one of those two specifically before this draft is out. Because especially with Bud Clark now off the board, with Manuel McNeil Warren off the board, I think that they're going to have to land because they have a ton of guys that are going to be more strong safety types that I think they need to get that compliment. So if we're fighting for free safeties, hopefully we both get one of those guys, but I hope we get ours first. Just saying.
I really like what Hussey can do in the slot as well. Like I watched his Indiana tape, and there were reps where he shut down in man coverage. He shut down Omar Cooper. Now Cooper went on to have like 86 yards in the game. Don't get me wrong, but none of that was on Husky. That was all in zone and on other players. But on like 3 or 4 reps in man coverage on 3 or 4 second routes, like he just shut him down. But yeah, I think he's better on that sort of free deep safety role. But he really stood out to me on the Shrine Bowl practice tape, the way he could just mirror slot receivers and tight ends. I'm a big Jalen Husky fan. He's my dream pick in the 4th round for us.
Yeah, former corner when he previously was playing, and then switch to safety. People are like, well, he doesn't really tackle that well. Well, he's going to be playing free safety 20 yards off the ball. If you're relying on him to tackle more than 10 times a game, your defense has done something wrong.
And it's the same argument for Genesis Smith, isn't it? Like people say
Yes.
he can't tackle, and look, he can't. I'm not saying I'm not saying they're wrong, but if you're right, if you're relying, now I do like my safeties to tackle, but if you're playing purely free safety, I care a little bit less.
Yeah, even with Smith, what makes me like him a lot more than a lot of other people are, is that yes, he is one of those guys that we talked about where like he's got that kind of dog in him where he's going to be overly aggressive, and that's what a lot of his missed tackles are. Is he's flying downhill and just refuses to break down with good technique to shoot at hips and wrap and to pull guys down. He's a lot more of going for the knockout hit or not wanting to drop his speed at all. But his angles he takes to the ball carrier, he's in position to make tackles. What makes him an anomaly is he has such a high missed tackle rate because he's always in the place to make the tackle. He just never fully closes on it. So for me, that I hear that as a guy who understands it mentally but needs to understand it more technically, and I can coach that up. I'm confident in coaching that up.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's a good player. I really like this safety class as a whole.
Yes,
I think it's a great safety class.
I hopped on a Lions podcast. I had to bring the pride with me.
Hey, let's go.
That looks eerily similar to my cat, actually, who he won't let me pick him up. So
he doesn't like being picked up. My other one over there, they look very similar. He's more the one who likes to get picked up and cuddled. This one, whenever I record a podcast, he's a main character on the streams now because every time he sees me talking at my screen, he thinks I'm talking to him, and he needs to come over and make his voice known and get pets and wants to be my right hand man every time I'm doing a podcast. So if you ever catch a Draft Professor live stream or any of my YouTube videos, you're gonna hear this is Mowgli from the Jungle Book in the background here.
Great name.
Sorry, as we're talking about cats, my relationship with my cats is it started off with a bit frosty because I wanted a dog, my now wife wanted a cat, so we compromised and obviously ended up with 2 cats.
Yeah, my first cat was my wife was going off to college, and she wanted an emotional support animal because she was going to be dormant by herself, and so we got a cat for free, and then he ended up being. I was always a dog guy. I grew up a dog guy, and then he became the best goddamn cat I could have ever asked for. So now I'm a big cat guy.
Mm.
Arizona takes Sid the Sloth.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
QB3. I'm an Alar guy. I'm still a believer. I've never really been a Beck guy. Even when he was like floated as first overall, but like, man.
I mean, he wasn't a second round pick. Everyone said that there was going to be a second round quarterback. He wasn't. It goes top of the third.
So this is how low I am on Carson Beck, right? 262 on my board. I think he's rubbish.
Yeah, I'm not there with him at all.
But as I've said many times, and I'll say it again, there's a reason why I am sitting on the sofa watching the draft instead of being in the war room. So I don't get it. I don't get it.
I wonder who he's going to cheat on his girlfriend with now when he's going to Arizona.
That's a good one. Paul, it's you say that it's actually not. I'm going to say that as someone who didn't end up making it, but it's not that hard to get into those rooms. For anybody in the audience or any of you guys that don't know my background, so I do the Weekly YouTube channel, and I've been doing that since COVID. But In my time of doing the podcast, I switched majors in college, and I ended up working because I wanted to be a scout, and I ended up working as a college scout for University of Buffalo, which is a MAC level school, for a year. I got to the point where I was going to be kind of moving on to going maybe to Middle Tennessee State, getting like a higher level job. The guy who I worked under, he's now the director of player personnel. He was at North Texas. I now know, I think he's at Oklahoma State now. I have connections with a bunch of different colleges. I could probably go get a job right now if I wanted to with any of them. But I was talking to the one of the scouts for the 49ers who's in their Southeast division, and it's basically hell on earth. Living that life, working that life. It sounds awesome when we get to sit here and do it on our couches and watch film and then criticize them. But having to be on the road 5 times a week, driving around these different schools, and then he had to live in San Francisco, then move to South Carolina, and he has to fly back to San Francisco for like 2 weeks a year and live out there. It's a lot of work. Not so much to know what you're talking about. A lot of these guys don't know what they're talking about. They just get in by being people, and then eventually finding the skills to do it. So it's a lot of work, but if anybody wants to do it, it's not like super out there. You just got to put yourself out there and be really going to work kind of dogged hours. As someone who has a wife and doesn't want to leave the area I'm living in, it was never really a real option for me, but it's an awesome world when you get a glimpse behind the curtain for a little bit there.
Yeah, I think this could be Michael Trigger for the Broncos.
Consider this high end front.
He's like,
we're not.
Tyler Onyedin.
209 on my big board, the biggest reach so far.
Former Cyclone. So Ant is probably the resident Cyclone fan, is one of your second teams.
The guy I podcast with on Wednesdays is a massive fan of his. He was like D tackle 9, I think. So he was a big fan of him. I don't know if he'll see this as a reach or not, but he was a big fan.
I like the other A&M D tackle, Skylar Gill Howard. But anyway,
that wasn't
A&M.
A&M.
That's Tech. That's Tech. Sorry, my bad.
So on Yedim, like he was 180 something on my board, but every time I watched him or Regis, like he was just always making plays. He was just always in and around the ball. So I don't mind that pick actually. There's something there. I'm just not quite sure what it is.
He just always has a nose for football. He's just undersized. Like he's a guy that for this Broncos front and the way they like to run it, which I'm now intimately familiar with, having had to break it down for Bills content.
Yeah.
He's a guy that fits cleanly into like what they like to do, having these undersized guys, but he's gonna probably be like a 5 tech for them, maybe a 4-eye, and he'll be moving around that entire front, and being just a disruptor whenever within different packages they're gonna want to run.
Haven't they just lost John Franklin Myers?
Yep. There you go. There's the easy replacement.
That's it, isn't it? That's the replacement there.
Kieran Crawford.
Ooh.
That might be my biggest reach so far.
So I've heard a lot of people really like Crawford. I am much lower on him.
Yeah, I watched him for the Senior Bowl, and I ended up watching like the Alabama game and I forget which other game it was. It was against another NFL tackle, maybe the Georgia game. And I didn't love it. They say that as they show a highlight from the Georgia game, his one highlight of that game. For me, he's a guy that's going to be a very scheme-specific player. And I never really saw him as a strong run defender. Felt like he was never really strong at the point of attack. He was kind of just this bendy pass rush type, but even then didn't have a ton of power to work with in his pass rush, and was still kind of limited with what pass rush movies he did have to work off of the speed. So for me, he was a guy that I felt didn't really pop as much. And he was kind of just a blowover when I was watching the Senior Bowl guys, and graded out like the same as like Cian Sloan from NC State for me.
Yeah, very
clearly
one-dimensional. Very one-dimensional in my opinion. For reference, 240 on my board.
So per the consensus, it was a 6-pick reach. The consensus board, I know. 73.
I said there's a lot of people who really like him. They probably watch a lot more of him than I have. I bow to him, but from what I've seen, I'm not that impressed.
There's so many people I'm surprised haven't been second round picks that are still on the board. I thought someone would take Dunker, even though I really don't like him as a pick. Danny Dennis Sutton, I thought would go. Bryce Lance, I thought would go in the second. Kyle Louis is still on the board. I don't want to speak that into existence just for Ant's health.
So have I missed it, or is Keontae Scott still there?
Keontae Scott is still there. AJ Halsey is still there. There are so many players who could have been second round picks still here.
I'm so high on Keontae Scott, I put a bet on that he would go in the first round, mainly because the odds were fantastic. But because I thought there was a chance he would go in the top 32. I'm surprised Pregnon's still there. I'm surprised no one's taken. I know he's injured, but no one's taken a chance on Chris Bell yet.
Yeah.
I thought someone would take Connor Lou by this point, and I know there's the injury there too, but I thought someone would have done that.
So Philly's pick is in pretty quickly. So they must be really convinced of who'd have took.
Who's gonna do the Kyle Louis thing? That's the really big question.
Yeah, who's gonna kill me and Ant?
And me. Just because I didn't change my name yesterday.
Exactly. He should have done exactly.
He's been in my college football team for the last 2 years, so you know that's not just a yesterday thing. This is a long-term investment, which I'm about to be heartbroken by.
I am aware. All I'm saying is, I don't understand why I've been kicked out of the Kyle Louis fan club just because I didn't change my name yesterday.
You've not.
No, but Ash didn't mention. All I want to do is have a name mentioned, Ash.
I mentioned it earlier. You told me off, so I'm leaving it out. Like, come on.
That's because you were vaguely talking about another white safety, and you had to mention Dylan Thieneman.
Stop talking about
because I said it because I was saying, oh yeah, because Ant was winding you up about him yesterday. I'll wind him up about Blankenship.
Ash has been making all the jokes about Dylan Thieneman.
Yeah, Ash, I have you know, Ant has been very supportive in my hour of need.
Thank you. And can we stop talking about Kyle because Chicago picked next? So you're speaking unspeakable things into existence.
Oh, mate.
I'll join you on the sad sofa if otherwise. We'll be sad together.
I've just had a thought in my head, and I don't want to. I don't want to speak into existence.
Well, don't then. Keep it buried in there.
Well, I have. I'm just gonna have more cider.
That's a great idea. I should have my whiskey.
Oh yeah.
The draft is always better with alcohol. It's a long old slog.
In my experience, most things are.
I tell you what, Ryan would have loved that second Buffalo pick. He's a massive Igbonason fan.
Yeah,
he loves Davison and Bonison. Ryan does.
I'm not opposed. I think the pick was something that I can. It's not my favorite idea. I think I'm just more hung up on the fact that it was a corner.
Yeah.
And there was other positions I would have went first, but I'm not opposed to the player or the need in itself.
Yeah.
Called it. Absolutely called it.
You're like a good minute ahead of me, Ash.
Yeah, wait up.
I'm trying to think what you called, but I can't think.
Ooh.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. I literally, when we had the Philly guy early on, I was like, oh yeah, but what about this guy? It seems like the kind of guy you'd pick.
Wow.
I called it.
Ash,
love it.
And I called him earlier as someone that's going to go.
You did? No, I asked. I said, which guy is someone going to really reach on today? And you instantly said him. So,
yeah.
Good pick.
Tiernan's on the board.
Tiernan, I've got Travis Burke ahead of him.
Travis Burke. Oh God,
Austin Barber.
Austin Barber.
I prefer Jude Bowery.
Demetrius
Bowery's better than him.
Demetrius Crownover's not gone yet. Good Lord.
They're just trying to do the whole right. My lighter worked out. Let's try it again.
It's because he's 6'9".
Yeah,
because he's 6'9".
He's at the point where he's too tall.
Yeah,
he's too. If
they forget the biggest part of why Mailata works out. They had Stoutland. They don't have him anymore.
No.
If you watch Markel Bell, his bowl game, he was absolutely useless against speed rushes.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, future Detroit Lions legend absolutely ruined him at the Senior Bowl. It was. I mean, I'm not a fan of those viral clips, but it was a viral clip.
Yep.
Absolutely cut him in half.
When you have a guy that tall he's so high hipped that it's impossible for him to get a good anchor and a good ability to bend and have that fluid hip movement. The coach I worked with at UB, they wouldn't even take guys that were high hipped, and they were looking at guys who were 6'4", 6'5". Like they knew that they could not bend and play at that level. Now he's a 6'9" guy who played in the in the ACC, so you'd expect to give him some benefit of the doubt. But like he's big, he can move guys. I'm not expecting that to be an issue, but is he going to be able to out leverage some of these better DNs? Is he going to be able to move a Myles Garrett 1-on-1? Is he going to be able to handle speed rush off the edge? I don't. That's a reach.
Yeah, he's going to struggle against fast speed rushes around the outside who can bend and get low. Because for him, it's going to be like touching his toes.
Yeah.
And he won't get near them.
Exactly. Like, we know it better than anyone. Dan Skipper.
Oh,
what's going on?
Whoa.
Fucking hell.
Jesus Christ.
Another tight end for Chicago?
What's happening? Like, I like Sam Roush.
Yeah, but not
but,
here.
But for Chicago, and I thought we might see one tight end today. Maybe two.
I said,
how many has it been?
Lucky to see 5. Is it 5?
5? 5, and not just in Jolly NC State.
Like, I wasn't expecting to see Nate Berkshire today. I wasn't expecting to see Marlon Klein today.
6.
Stowers went.
We could still see more as well. We could see Trigg. We could see Jolly. We could see
Delp. Yeah.
Delp has
Joe Royer.
Joe Royer go. Jack Endries.
Yeah.
I mean, at this rate, we'll probably get Bauer Sharp or someone like that as well. We'll get the UDFA tight ends involved.
But
not a Bauer Sharp guy at all.
There are people who are in the consensus 6th round area who everyone likes, like John Michael Gillenborg and your guy from Houston and
Koziel.
Yeah, that they could be in play in day 2 if this run keeps going. They're in play.
This is.
I'm shocked that Ashan come up with a joke like they've had a rush of blood to the head or something.
No,
like that.
I'm just trying to keep up with everything.
Anthony Fitzpatrick, what have you done? What have you done?
At this point, Cedar Traore is gonna get drafted. That's a good pick for San Francisco.
I think he should.
I like that.
That's a good pick.
Oh,
I've been waiting for the hype pick.
Why draft David Bailey 2 when you can get Romello Height at 70 is all I'm saying. I think Bailey's a better player, but I don't think that the difference between him and Height is great enough to make it so that way if he was not on your board for Height at like the top of the second, that you were also not thinking about Bailey. Like I don't know. I think they're very similar. I'm also a little bit colorized because my favorite story to tell is when I was watching Height's film. He has one of the cleanest inside spin moves ever. I was listening to music at the same time, and I was listening to Michael Jackson's "Smooth Criminal," and that song paired with his inside spin move is smooth and it is criminal. It maybe raised him a bit in my brain, but I like that guy. I like that player a lot. I like where he just went for that team. They needed that. They drafted a big run-stuffing edge last year, Micah Williams, who I really liked. They needed the juice off the edge, and I think adding a guy who can complement that is perfect.
I don't know if you answered it already, Owen, but what did you make of them taking Stribling with the first pick of the second round? That felt really out of left field for 49ers.
I like Stribling. I've liked him since he was at Oklahoma State. I liked him in that summer scouting. I had a 3rd-round grade on him. Dropped him a bit when he was at Ole Miss, when he didn't really mesh with the Lane Kiffin offense, but turned it on towards the end there. I thought he's like an elite wide receiver 3. And I see the vision they want to go with it because they'll have him as the power slot, adding a speed element, can be a good blocker for them in space, especially with the scheme they like to run. It's still rich for me at 33. The first pick after the first round is Deshaun Stribling. You would have put my house on it. That was not something I could have predicted.
Were there odds on him going at 33, Matt? Did you check? Like the odds of him being picked 33?
I don't think we scrolled down that far.
Yeah.
And we have another guest coming on in a few minutes' time. I don't know if you want to hang around. You're welcome to chill with us if you want, but it's up to you.
This has been a great experience. You guys are awesome to talk with, but I won't crowd the zone. I know that I can talk a lot because I'm really passionate about this stuff. So
We all are.
I will dip out. I'll hop back over to the Draft Professor podcast. If you, I'm going to be doing just because I'm still a little heated about these Bills picks. One because of one reason, and one totally other. I'll probably go live myself once the second round or the second day is wrapped up to do my like full reactions of the day. But yeah, I'm really appreciative of you guys having me on. If you ever need me on again or want me on again, I'll be more than happy to.
We would love that. Thank you again,
Anytime,
Owen. Great
Owen.
to see you again. And
I appreciate
yeah.
you.
Good
See you
to
soon.
free draft for hours, mate. Take care.
Yeah, yep. Take care, you guys.
cheers.
So it's come out that because he was drafted with the 57th overall pick, Logan Jones will now receive a lifetime supply of ketchup from the Kraft Heinz company.
Yay.
Jesus Christ.
5 tight ends.
6.
So far.
6,
6.
isn't it? 6, because you've had Sadiq, Roush, Claire,
No,
Stout,
today,
Feinberg,
today.
Kitchener.
Day 2.
Oh, day
Day
2.
two.
I'm taking it.
You gotta be specific. You can't just. You
I'll
gotta
tell-
be specific.
I thought this day 2 though is absolutely like
It's mental.
blown my mind. Like I like Stribbling him. That started the day off, but then the Titans. You see, sorry, I know we've got a guest coming. Matt,
No, it's all right. I'm just so I'll lead this one, but I'm full of cold, so I'm just not thinking particularly straight. So I might need someone to jump in at some point quickly, potentially.
I'm full of fermented apples, so I'm not particularly straight.
Well, I've pivoted to the legendary mythos. So
I'm getting
Oh,
Katie in me.
Bang.
I am a big fan of
Whee!
Katie. I think that she's fantastic. So
Yeah.
I love Mythos.
Washington.
How is Scott still on the board, man?
Paul, I think I've told you before to go and do that Thatcher's tour nearby where I
Yes, you
live.
have. Yeah,
It's proper. It's
I
proper.
feel like
Yeah,
I
I-
feel like Washington's got to be soon. Washington to Washington. Mike, there got to be a running back going soon. This is in his wheelhouse now. Why would you want to take a selfie with Goodell? Boo.
Our own
That's
Ryan
not Goodell.
Farden took a selfie with Goodell.
Yeah, that's not Goodell. Oh, it is. Is it? No, I don't know.
Mark Ripien.
No one cares, Mark. Just say the name, mate.
Is Mark Brett's father?
It's not. It feels like an uncommon surname to me.
Yeah. Nephew, uncle and nephew, apparently.
Oh, I didn't even know the draft was in Washington next year.
In DC. Cool. Okay.
I could tell you about 100 different prospects already for next year. I couldn't tell you where it was.
I would happily go to DC for a draft. I wanted to go there for culture purposes anyway, so
You're gonna go meet your idol, Donald.
you know, he's one of many people I want to meet. Oh, we just mentioned Donald's, and then the blooming guy on the podium mentions female athletes. I'm like, no.
I meant duck. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, Jesus Christ, get on with it.
Yeah, like you're there to make a pick, mate.
You're not taking Sonic Stars at 71. Come on, get on with it. He's starting to get booed now.
No, this is taking the. Well, like I know Matt said it, and I know we're about to have the selection, but man, you've done a great job with these guests. Owen was great. I could speak to Owen, Zach, Dom for hours.
It's cool, like doing the
Antonio
networking that
Williams.
we've done. That we've been. You talk to people, and you get these recommendations. It's great. But yeah, Antler's done a terrific job.
Wow. Antonio Williams.
I like that pick.
67 on the
Bell and
consensus
Braz-
board.
Bell and Brazil are still there.
No, I like Williams. I like that.
I do. He's a high volume possession slot receiver, but he's a damn good one.
Yeah.
I was certain
I mean,
he
he
might go
was-
running back.
He was 76 on my board, and I took him at that 71. You can't go.
I just can't believe this injury is really screwing Chris Bell's stock. I can't believe it's that bad.
I'm amazed because I am a firm believer if Chris Bell wasn't injured, he was a first round pick.
Yeah. And he's running 18 mile an hour on the treadmill at the minute. So like he's well into his recovery.
And he's a big play machine. He's the type that you
Yeah.
could throw like a 4-yard slant to. You can take it to the
Yeah.
house. He's
Like-
so quick.
Like Brazil, I can understand. He's boom or bust, but Bell is home run.
And you've got the whole Tennessee wide receiver stigma
Yeah.
with Brazil. But,
Yeah.
like anyone who's got a wide receiver core fairly set up. But yeah, I can't believe they haven't taken Bell.
Skylar Bell needs to be soon as well. Both Bells.
Yeah, both Bells.
Skylar should be in conversation now if Antonio Williams is
Oh,
getting picked. Who we got here?
You like him?
Tack! What a pick.
I like that.
I love Takario Davis. Tallest
Yeah.
corner in the
There's still-
draft, I believe.
There's still corners on the board ahead of him. Like, I don't understand.
Who's ahead of him? My
Keith Abney's still there. He's not gone.
Keith Abney.
Keith Abney's still there. Jesus.
Yeah.
Obviously, McCoy's still there.
Malik
we're
Mohammed.
talking outside corners, right?
Yeah, Abney's a slot.
Malik Mohammed.
I was about to say because Keontae Scott's a slot as well, isn't he? So
Yeah.
Chandler Rivers.
Meh.
Tell you what, next in the price ops, the next in that taller outside corner list. Drive. We saw price on.
The other corners
People
I've
have
got
been
on
able
this
to mock him at 6 or 7 in round 6 or 7, but
other corners on this board. Devin Moore, Malik Mohammed,
I like
J-
Devin Moore.
Will Lee, Dalen Everett.
Dalen Everett's cheeks.
I don't. Overall, this cornerback class, there's some players in it I really like.
I love day
I-
3 for it.
Yeah, but this is the sort of range that I probably wouldn't touch it.
No,
I had a 4th round grade on Takario Davis.
I agree.
um,
Day 3 was awesome for it, but not
They've
this.
taken some from here, and I don't. But to be fair, Igbenogson was a day 3 pick in my opinion. So
Yeah, diluting the class. We might see Price Sock next.
another Jesus Christ!
Oh
What is
my
happening?
god!
What is happening?
What the?
I said Delt was going to go day 2.
Yeah, no, I'm.
Yeah, but it was 6 other tight ends, 5, 6. It is.
Like, I get it. I get Depp going. I've got no issue with Depp going. I think his best foot was ahead of him because for some reason he would get open at Georgia, and then mainly probably because he played with fucking Carson Beck, for 2 years, he just wasn't targeted. But I just can't believe how many tight ends are going. Like if I had to put a bet on a position to run today, it was not tight end.
No.
What's incredible to me is there's now 7 tight ends off the board, and the best receiving one is still not taken.
In Jolly.
Jolly.
I'd say the best receiving one left is probably Michael Trigg, but people won't want to touch him because he's got some off-field stuff, and he just does not want to block.
No, I mean Jolie's a better receiver than everyone that's been taken so far. Like I don't
Probably maybe outside of Stowers.
ish.
But no, I had Jolly higher than Stowers. Jolly, I think what ended up as my tight end 2 or 3.
Giants are up. Oh, Giants need a safety.
This could be Halsey.
Lisa De Lorenzo says, I'm a Georgia fan and Delp was not great.
Yeah.
He's just one of those, like, like, Georgia have had a lot of problems with the tight ends in recent years. Like, they had the Stanford one the other year who they kind of ruined.
Urasek.
Yeah, like Benjamin Urasek was a star at Stanford, then he went to Georgia and they did something to him which ruined him, and his draft stock went through the floor.
But the way Georgia use their tight ends is fucked.
Yeah, it's not a good place to go and succeed there. They don't rely on them whatsoever.
Oh, bloody hell. Oh, okay.
I love Malachi Fields.
I
know I'm against. Yeah.
I like Malachi. I'm with you, mate.
I love Malachi Fields. I think that for them is very good.
Because that was Giants, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's not gonna get separation, but I don't think Jacqueline Dark gives a fuck. He'll throw it wherever.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. They've got separators on that team. You want
that's
someone who can. Yeah.
Really good compliment to my elite neighbours.
I mean, so they've come up 31 spots, given up 2/4 to do it.
Oh, fucking hell. So, I didn't even know they traded up for that.
Yeah, they traded 145 and a fourth next year. That's a fifth and a fourth, sorry.
I'm just going to refresh my glass. How long till... Oh, Matt's gone. Do you know how long till... I won't leave you on your own. That's...
I'm here.
Sorry.
I'm here.
I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me.
Skulldoc should have been here 10 minutes ago.
No one's watching the stream anymore.
My problems are all gone.
As much as I want a person from every team on the show, if the Vikings guy doesn't turn up, I'm okay.
It might just some people have been a little delayed.
Let's get Arian back on. Speak to him for hours.
Who?
Arian.
Or Dom.
Or Dom. Or Zach.
Yeah,
I forgot to ask about Trey Abner.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's we've still not seen. Oh, Miami next. So I'm low key, apart from Proctor, loving Miami's draft. Don't let me down, Miami. God, if they went somewhere like oh, not another tight end. There's no tight end. Who is next? We need a running back. Take Mike Washington.
The next tight end is Trigger then Jolly, according to this. Nussmeier hasn't gone yet, and I kind of thought he might go by now, a little bit.
Yeah. The tackles haven't gone. There's Dunker, Tiernan, Crownover, Shelton, Barber.
I didn't think Elijah Surratt would fall this far. I didn't think...
I did. I love Elijah Surratt, but the league doesn't love him as much.
I'm surprised Bryce Lance didn't go in round 2. I really am. I thought he'd be someone the league would be higher on.
No. Sobkovitz is much better than Bryce Lance, and he's not even getting a look in. Bryce Lance is only getting a look in because of the school and the name.
I mean, you say that, but on tape, he's terrific.
Sobkovitz is better.
I mean, you can say that, but it doesn't detract from the fact that Bryce Lance could still go in this region. It just means that people are lower on Sokovic than they should be.
Dominique, Grayson Holton. None of my 4 have gone yet.
No,
Grayson Holton, Kyle Louis, AJ Halsey. Oh, Yakus has gone.
But, I mean, when it comes to it now, Ant, whoever drafts those players haven't exactly set out their stall for him. I don't even think you can hate the people who take your guys now, because they haven't taken them high.
No, I can't. Can't. I can hate them, and I will hate them, because I'm not a hateful man, but...
Famous last words, though, isn't it?
I'm going to put that on a t-shirt. I'm going to get that as a t-shirt for myself. Let's just at this moment now, I just want all the tight ends. Like, let's just have chaos, just as many tight ends as is physically possible.
Well, let's take AJ Halsey at 118.
It would suit us because it's going to push more players down. Because although I think tight end was on the board for us, probably not till round 6 or 7. And we don't like if we go into next year with a tight end room of Laporta, Conklin, and Wright, like I'm okay with that. I wouldn't mind the draft one either, but like I'm okay with that if that's what happens and it pushes these other players down to us. I still can't believe Conte Scott's there.
It's mad. I know that slots are not in vogue still somehow, but it's wrong.
And he's a little bit older. But he's just so good. So good.
Yeah.
Scott,
All right.
So
Finns.
there have been more. So there were only 6 tight ends taken in the top 3 rounds last year, and that was that class.
Ooh.
fucking hell.
Wow. Okay.
Jesus.
Miami, you've gone back to a rubbish draft.
That's not the tech receiver I would have taken.
No. God,
So
how
there we
far
go.
down is he?
Miami have won the prize for the first player drafted that I didn't actually watch well. I have not graded Caleb Douglas. I didn't
I've not
expect
got
this
him
to
on
be
my
day 3.
list. I've not got him on my list of draftable receivers.
No, I don't know. I mean, like, I've got nearly 400 players drafted, graded. He's not on it.
You've literally got a Biletnikov finalist sat there waiting.
I don't get that.
He's 186th on the consensus board per Eric's
Really?
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a literal. You have a guy who could have won the Biletnikov sat there and you take the wide receiver 3 from Texas Tech.
That's but like
Oh
that's mad
no,
to
it's
me.
the Steelers now. They've
Mhm.
not
Definitely
upset me
going
yet.
to. They're going to take someone Ant loves because that's what they do.
Yeah. And Baltimore's coming up as well, so to be honest, no one's maybe my threat of, hating whoever takes Kyle Louis. What if Kyle Louis goes undrafted? Just because no one wants to pick
Oh
him
no,
to get my wrath.
he's going right here. Don't you worry.
Yeah, you said it now. Because you said
To
that.
be honest, it's not in my best interest he goes undrafted because then that means I've been spouting praise for a guy. Saying he should go second, then he goes, it'd be our Darius Washington all over again. It'd be like that.
Oh man,
to get off the hashish.
I was with you with Ardarius Washington. I
loved Ardarius Washington. Oh,
and then he went 7th round. That was one of the worst falls I've
undrafted,
ever seen in my life.
He was undrafted, and he was 99th on my board.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was. Oh, are you going to talk for ages or what? That.
Bucks trade up to 77.
Oh. Stop doing that. Wow.
I mean, I did like him. He did predict that he's going to win the Heisman.
I'm enjoying the maniacal laugh.
Drew Aller. Oh my god.
QB1.
This day two is on crack. It's on.
I can't cope.
Who starts, Drew Aller or Will Howard?
Oh god, we're gonna get a kicker next. Trace Mack time. Oh
shit,
Lord. What's the thinking there?
Panic.
Is it just because it's a home draft and they want to pick a quarterback to be popular? To get a reaction.
Is that popular though?
No.
Oh, because he's Penn State. He was Penn State, wasn't he? So yeah, it probably is popular.
Yeah, it is.
It's a,
The thing
panic.
is, he has he has all the intangibles. He's just missing one thing. He's the most unclutch quarterback you've ever seen in your life. Any time Penn State had a game which had even a slight bit of importance to it, he shit the bed.
I thought that was
Every
Altmaier.
single time. That him as well. That goes for a lot of these quarterbacks in this draft.
Green Bay look to have traded up with Tampa.
They have. Oh.
Well, I'll tell you what, I would have
why have they
you would
done
have got some
that?
good money on Drew Aller and Carson Bennett going before AJ Halsey, Keontae Scott, Pregnon, Bell, Carl Lewis, Grayson Hall. Oh my God, what is happening?
Who did Green Bay take first? They took a corner, didn't they? Did it take Brandon
Ceesay,
Ceesay?
I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, Ceesay.
Oh shit, this is going to be Dominique Orange. Oh no.
Big Citrus.
Oh no.
So actually, I bet, because they don't like players like that, really.
Yes, they do. He's a Feldman's freak. They love athletic defensive linemen. He's exactly their type of player.
I'm going to set out my stall here by saying that it's going to be the undersized athletic freak, Landon Robinson, Navy.
Fuck yeah.
Your stream's ahead of mine, and you're using insider
No.
info to do this.
I haven't. They're still showing the crowd right now. I don't know, but that's who I'm saying this is.
They need Dominic, because when we did the Are You Smarter Than a Mock Draft Simulator the other day, I was doing that, and I looked for fits, and it's like they need him. They love athletic freaks on the D line, but they've traded, so
I mean,
I'll be on the flips.
It could also be the Godfather.
Yeah.
Bit early for me, but no, wrong defensive tackle.
I want to go on record as saying I got the position right.
Me too.
Chris McClellan. Why is Dominic not going?
Chris McClellan was quite a late riser. A lot of people liked him, so I'm not surprised he's gone.
I can't believe Nussmeier hasn't gone above the other two quarterbacks.
Yeah, I mean,
The only ones I've got left above McClellan are Holton and Orange.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But Holton's undersized for the Packers.
I've got Caleb Proctor above him as well. I love Caleb Proctor.
You love Caden Proctor?
Caleb.
No, mine didn't you?
I know, and it worked. I thought I was quite clever linking Caden and Caleb to DeAndre.
As soon as you said that, my heart fell because I'm like, oh my God. But then I thought, no, he'll know about him.
Yeah, that's the only reason I asked. I was like, he knows. He was at he watched the Legacy Bowl. He'll know.
I didn't see Third Proctor's testing. That's the first time I've heard about his testing. He said it weren't good, so I was like, oh shit.
I'm not surprised. He didn't look like a great athlete, but he just caught the ball.
Yeah,
like he made yards.
Sometimes that's all you need to. All you need to do as a receiver is catch the ball and run forward. Sometimes it's that easy.
Yeah, St. Brown wasn't a good athlete. Still is.
Yeah, he's not. There's no doubt that he's not a good athlete.
Yeah, no.
Oh. Indianapolis.
What?
That was funny.
I'm sorry. What's going on?
I think Ant's lost it.
Indianapolis.
I keep forgetting how sensitive my mic is. I talk to myself sometimes. So
yeah, but I love listening to it. It's funny shit, man.
It's great. It's great.
It's good shit.
How are some of these DBs on the board? How?
How like that?
Well, it was the run. We predicted that there would be positional runs that had picked people that put people down, and of course, we all said the positional run was going to be tight end. Like we all predicted this. 7 tight ends off the board, and we're not even halfway through the third round.
And still, Mike Washington's on the
Tiernan.
board. Danny Dennis, Sutton, Elijah Surratt, Bryce Lance, AJ Halsey, Keontae Scott, Caleb Tiernan, and Chris Brazzell. Chris Brazzell, I had some reliable intel which said that he was a late riser and had an outside shot to be a first-round pick.
Nah, as Paul said, it's the
It
Tennessee
wasn't that reliable then, was it?
No.
As Paul said,
Hey.
it's the Tennessee tax. Tennessee receivers are not taught very. It's air raid. They're just taught to run goes and get loads of yards.
Surratt still there.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
always
was
thought
talking out loud. I thought I was talking in my head, but
you're mocking me.
no, genuinely, I thought I was talking in my head, but I realised because I've had a few siders, I'm not.
I think Elijah Surratt will go fourth round. I think he was always slated to go early. I would pick him day 2, but this is the thing about having guys that you love in a draft. It's
Jaden Kilgore's still there.
Mm-hmm.
Carlton goes, where do you have Daryl Jackson Jr., Paul?
Oh, I've just scrolled past him. Hang on. So
It must be down in the 200s then.
No. Middle of the third. Where did I? 72.
Oh, so
So-
he's now
Ooh, so-
value.
Yeah. But Ash can tell you more about him than me. I only watched a couple of games of his. I like him. Good player.
He's good. Like his 2025 was a lot better than his 2026, despite 2026 being a better overall season for the team than 2025.
I don't see more Pat
Athletic.
McAfee.
I know, right? Fucking had enough
Maybe.
of him on fucking on WWA. Jackson, athletic 1 tech, can perhaps flex out as far as the 5 tech if you need him to, but for me, he's best as a penetrating 1 tech. Honestly, if he falls to day 3 and we pick him, I would not be upset at all in sort of the Roy Lopez role.
Is he about to do
But-
magic on what's happening? Sorry, Ash. Sorry, mate.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm all here for.
McAfee.
I'm all here for watching Pat McAfee's latest coach-driven rant.
I thoroughly respect the man for making the career he's made post-football, but he's one of the most irritating people I've ever seen in my life.
As I say, he somehow actually, he did a good thing. He single-handedly united the World Wrestling sort of fandom by fucking hating him for inserting himself into the Randy Orton Cody Rhodes storyline.
I haven't watched wrestling
Thank
in
God!
fucking
Oh
years.
my God!
So,
Thank God he's not here. Thank God he's not here.
Oh no.
So the thing about McAfee is that I really enjoy him in his clips, and I hate him in everything in between those clips. He's boring in anything but the when he goes in and does Big Noon Kickoff and he trolls the home fan base. I find that fun. But everything else is just bluster and farce and yeah, whatever. Anyway, Halsey.
So didn't the Colts get CJ Allen as well?
Yes.
That's a really good. That's 2 really good picks. Got the spine of their defense.
Ant might not come back on the stream. He's probably seen the pick and he's done.
I mean, he was never going to.
He hated the Colts anyway, so.
I'll see with the Halsey pick. I can't get away from Thieneman. He's now on my telly.
Sorry,
Ant, are you
Ant.
okay? Are you okay?
The Colts will take care of him. I don't mind that. I have no beef. I have no beef with the Colts organization. Halsey's going to fit them like a glove.
No, I'm just saying, getting Halsey and Allen is great for their defense. That's the spine sorted.
Yeah. I have no beef with the Colts. They don't do it regularly, so we're good.
This could save Chris Ballard.
Damn, Michael Turner looks good for his age.
Oh, all right, let's ask him out then.
No, I've already taken. Thank you very much. Fuck you.
You sure? It didn't sound permanent, that one, Ash. Didn't sound permanent.
I just want his skincare regime, man.
So, apparently getting arrested for not moving 3 inches doesn't drop you too far.
What did I say?
mean,
Georgia
what-
likes dogs.
Yeah,
well,
I
Atlanta
Oh.
likes dogs.
Mm.
Georgia are
Atlanta
dogs.
likes dogs.
Yeah.
Atlanta likes
Yeah.
dogs.
See, you're saying about him not moving 3 inches down the pavement. What do you expect from the receiver that had the lowest A dot in the FBS last year?
I saw that tweet. Fucking genius.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not a big Zachariah Branch fan. Like when he runs routes, I don't see an NFL receiver. But look, he'll prove me wrong because
Well,
what the fuck do I know?
frankly, Penix needs someone like that.
Yeah.
And he's also a damn good returner, so he'll probably take over their return duties.
What
And
happened
then
to
when
his?
you-
What happened to? I'm assuming that's his brother next to him there, because he was quite highly sought after at one point. Is he still at Georgia?
Yeah,
Ah,
they went
that-
there
that- that's-
together. They went
yeah,
there
that-
together.
And I say that's directed at you, Ant. So is he coming out next year? Is he drafted? I don't really know anything about him. I'll be honest.
He's a year younger, I think his brother is. But his brother's not played as much football. So I think he's rightfully stayed. Zachariah Branch, back when they were at Arizona State, they were very, very highly thought of.
I remember Branch as a freshman. Especially as like a punt and kickoff returner, he was electric.
I'm just going to
biggest mistake. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, no, you go. You go.
I was about to say biggest mistake of his career transferring to USC. It ruined him.
Yeah.
There have been
All
rumors.
right.
There have been rumors that Kyle Pitts is on the block. I think the Zachariah Branch makes that trade slightly easier. Slightly.
Equally as good run blocker.
Exactly.
Oh, speaking of USC,
Get on with it.
I mean, maybe this is just in the dad in me though. I'm here for these guys bringing their kids out
yeah.
with them.
So we have got our Cardinals guy
Oh, I
in.
don't like that for them.
We've got Joe in slightly early. I'm
Oh,
Ash.
God.
Ash, do you mind taking Cardinals?
Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, of course. He's here
Yeah.
early, so that's fine. I would take it, but I can't even think. I hear myself talking. I'm like, you're not making any sense anymore. So
What is
Well,
wrong
that's-
with Skylar Bell?
It's funny that, Matt. That's what my wife says about me. I don't get this. I don't get the Jacoby Lane love.
Skylar Bell's there. Chris Bell's there. What?
So I'm starting to wonder, right? And I've heard nothing on this. Pure speculation. Is there something more going on with Skylar Bell with Chris Bell's injury than we've heard about? Because even with the injury, I thought he's going to be a top 50 player.
And he's literally running 80 mile an hour on a bloody treadmill.
So he must be fine. Like, but I don't.
It's not like he's in a boot or a knee brace or something, and he's struggling to get up to, get out of his bed.
Yeah, I don't get it,
Dudes.
man.
Ash, tell me when you're ready, and then as soon as
Yeah,
he's in,
ready now,
if you just welcome him, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Ready?
When you are.
Cool.
Yep. There we go. And we have Joe representing the Arizona Cardinals on the show. Welcome to the Detroit Lions sort of freak out about receivers getting overdrafted and one's not going. How are you going today?
I've had better days. But I'm doing well personally. The draft it's weird. How are you
It
doing?
is. Well, we're good. We're crashing out a bit about the injured Bell receivers not being picked, but so far, so good. Well, speaking of obviously picks, you've made one very recently. I see that you might have a new starting quarterback in Arizona in Sid the Sloth. I mean Carson Beck, Miami. Do you like the fit, or would you prefer to have gone elsewhere with that pick at the top of the third?
I mean, he's a scheme fit, for what they want. Our new coach, Mike LaFleur, obviously came from the Rams where he was under the McVay Shanahan tree. They want a smart quarterback, quick processor. You don't need to have the biggest arm quarterback in that system. It's nice. Obviously, they like Stafford's arm, but what you really need is, you look at someone like Brock Purdy, right? Kind of a processor. So he fits that mold, but obviously the injury, the arm injury, people worry about the arm strength and how's he going to come back from that. And so, some people have had some issues with his personality. I don't want to get too much into that. There's a certain degree where I always kind of approach this with the recognition that I'm a dude who follows this and I don't work in those rooms. And there are coaches who know much more than I do. So I'm the kind of last person who will call out any front office for being stupid or anything like that. They have reasons, and sometimes they just get it wrong, and it's always a risk. So I trust that he's a scheme fit. From a process perspective, I do like the idea that if you do not have your starting quarterback, which, as you well know, we do not, you should take a bite at the apple every year until you get that guy. And I was okay with the idea of Ty Simpson, like in the second round, or if we had traded back in with our first round pick. I wasn't sold on Ty Simpson, but I like the idea from that take a bite at the apple philosophy. But I will say I like taking this move better than Ty Simpson early. I think that the smart plan is to build the roster for whoever we draft early in 2027. But as from year to year, when you look ahead to the next draft, things change sometimes, and the guys you think are going to be elite quarterbacks aren't, and things go sideways. So, you've got a new coach coming in, you let him draft a quarterback that he likes for the system fit, but you don't do it so early that it's as prohibitive as it is at the third round. Some people think it's a little early. I can live with it. Maybe I would have preferred, Cade Kublik is also a system fit. Maybe if you got him in the fourth or fifth, I might have liked that better. Some people like Garrett Nussmeier better in the fourth or fifth round. So, we can quibble about that, but I prefer this to a Ty Simpson at 10 or 12 or something like that. Yeah. That's for certain.
That makes sense. And I know obviously you're saying about sort of results versus process. That kind of takes us to obviously you guys are third up at the top of the batting order, and you take a swing for Jeremiah Love, the running back out of Notre Dame, who's obviously this year's generational running back prospect in the class. What did you make of the pick? Do you like it, or do you've gone elsewhere like Arvel Reese, which I personally mocked to you guys, or offensive tackle with Maragoa, who I know is also heavily linked with you? To talk to me about Love and his fit with you guys.
Yeah, I published a video this morning, kind of like just a kind of a little analysis of that, and I called it "Great Player, Bad Process." And they're Michael McKelvey, I think if you ever follow his stuff, does some really great stuff, and he has a video that covers kind of the whole analytics process of premium versus non-premium. And I know this conversation's been around for a while, but he's got a video that he put out within the last couple of weeks. If you haven't checked out, check it out. That really covers it really nicely. So from a process perspective, running back early from the contract, from the duration, their shelf life, the fact that they have a shorter shelf life and their first couple of years are often their best. And if you're not ready to contend, you're kind of, not taking advantage of that, right? You're squandering it. So I didn't like the process at all. This team isn't ready. I have a friend, Kyler, who does some Cardinals analysis, and he put together a nice little thing that I tweeted out, retweeted. He tweeted, I retweeted it, where he looked at running backs who were taken in the top 10 within the last decade or so. And he looked at the win-loss records of the team, not only the year that they drafted them, but for like the 3 or so years that followed it. And he also put in within that looking at who their starting quarterbacks were. And it was pretty clear if they had a franchise quarterback in place, that early running back, they had some winning seasons. But if they did not, they had losing seasons for the next 2 or 3 years. So, I don't like the process. I would have much rather, my first choice is trade back, get a tackle and an edge rusher in round one, right? And we signed Tyler Algier, who I love as a running back. We have James Conner. That running back room is is I would say above average without Jeremiah Love for this year. Fix the rest of the roster, fix the offensive line, add some pieces on defense. Next year, draft your quarterback, and if you want, take a running back in round 2. Get like the second best running back in class next year or something like that, and go have your way with it, right? Get the quarterback and the running back next year. So from a process perspective, I don't like it. Love the player. And love everything you see in the interviews, not just on the tape, but you hear the interviews. He talks about how he loves pass protection because he gets to hit people, right? Like someone who embraces that, who doesn't doesn't fumble the ball. You love all the things about him. So it's this kind of torn kind of thing where it's like, I'm torn on it, where I love the player. I'm going to cheer for him. I want him to be successful, and I want them to prove me wrong. I want them to be the team that overcomes the bad process. But it is bad process from my perspective.
Oh, 100%. And I know obviously you just mentioned Tyler Algier, and I am flogging this joke to the ends of the earth. But have you heard any news that he's finally fired his agent after, he's absolutely screwed him in the pros so far, getting him drafted behind Bijan and then signing a big deal with you guys? And now I'm stuck behind Jeremiah Love. Absolutely great.
In my video, I commented on that I feel for the guy. Somewhere he's just sitting there saying, not again.
Exactly.
Not again. And so, yeah, I mean, he'll have a role here, but it's tough because you also have James Conner, right? It's like, well, I don't know, they brought James Conner back. He's recovering from an injury. How's that going to work? If you got 3 guys, any one of which who could has the ability to be the lead back in a committee. There aren't very many bell cows these days, but you have a lot of 1A and 1B, and all 3 of those guys could be a 1A for a team. So we'll see. Players get injured, so maybe James Conner, they think he's still got some time to come back from his injury fully. Maybe they're I don't think their approach in free agency, I think, and this has kind of been their approach. I think a lot of teams take this approach is go get guys that can be starters for you if you don't end up drafting a replacement. And I think they took that role at running back. They didn't go into this thinking we are going to draft Jeremiah Love and sign Tyler Algier. They signed him as part of good free agency process. And then in the end, in their evaluation, Love was the guy.
That makes sense. And obviously, we're saying all about this bad process, but I absolutely loved your pick at 34 with Chase Pesontis. I could have seen him slipping into the end of the first round. I know, obviously, the Texans traded up for Keelan Rutledge, who, is Timu version of our own Tate Ratledge. But Pesontis, what an absolute pick for you guys to protect seemingly Carson Beck, to run block for Jeremiah Love, and just to solidify that interior offensive line now that you've kind of started to show up the tackles with Harris Johnson trading up with us. So talk to me about Pesontis. How does he fit with you guys, and perhaps fits with your new offensive scheme with your new head coach?
Yeah, it's funny. I one of the pieces of analysis I do as a Cardinals content creators, I have this chart that I track like the picks and what rounds Monty Ossenfort his picks are in positions, and I also included that the picks of the front offices he worked in as kind of the idea that that's the philosophy he's been steeped in. And one of the running themes in that is they did not take interior offensive line before 3rd round. No guards or centers. The Patriots, Titans, in the time he was there, and then here. So this is one of those things I said, I'm never mocking them an interior offensive lineman before round 3 until I see it. Well, I've seen it, right? So, but that brings up a point that this is a little bit of a philosophical outlier for him, a reach. And I don't mean by reach in terms of the talent, a reach in sort of reaching outside of his philosophy, because they like, on this chart, there's 2 3rd rounders, 5 4th rounders, 3 6th rounders. Those are all the interior offensive linemen under those years that he's been in front offices, him or other people picking them. So this is the first time. So, but that also tells me they believed in the player and they believe that it works. And I will say, I like the combination of him and Love, because like I again, the Love pick, I'm not taking them to task too much because they're sitting there at 3. If they didn't have a good trade back, I would have traded back, but maybe they didn't have an offer that was good. So if they don't, what do you do? I'm definitely not taking a linebacker there. The tackles were not at the level that I just, I could take them and trade back, but I just think it was a reach with the way the draft class is. The edge rushers, I love Bain. I probably could have taken him. He went later to Tampa Bay. So I get it. Like they were in a tough spot. So I'm not totally raking them over the coals for that pick. It's bad process, but sometimes the situation is just so weird with the top of this draft class being non-premium positions that I'll give it a pass. So if you're in that situation where your hands sort of forced, so to speak, to take a non-premium player, but a player who's elite, and maybe it's bad process, but it's what where we find ourselves in this weird draft class, I do very much like following it up with a guy who's going to help that number 3 pick be successful. And you are also building for, I still think, a quarterback next year, even with Beck taken. I think, that I do not think that precludes them from taking one at the top of the first round. When taking a third rounder this year, but like you're getting a guy to help Jeremiah Love be successful and help whoever the quarterback is be successful. And I'll add one other piece to this. Right tackle is our biggest non-quarterback need on this roster. It has been. We have a couple guys, Elijah Wilkinson, we brought in, who was with us before. We got another guy we brought in from Philadelphia, journeyman. None of them are like established, definite starters. They can start for you. So tackle was the biggest need, but you're sitting there at 34 and all the tackles left on the board would be a reach there. There's no one I'm taking at 34 who was still on the board as a tackle. So if you're like, well, we need help on offensive line, there's not a tackle that makes sense. We could still upgrade our right guard position. I do like, okay, listen, rather than reach for a tackle who does not make sense at 34, let's take a guard who some people had mocked in the first round and, solidify that right guard position. So even though it's a little bit of an outlier and I do generally subscribe to the principle of premium positions in the early rounds. I also view principles as something that are tendencies, not hard, fast rules. Right. So you have to sometimes go against that. Interior offensive linemen, I don't mind those as much early because if they're an early one, the hit rate's usually really good, like 70% success rate because they're lower risk. So in the situation, all things considered, a guy who was some had mocked in the first round, one of the top 2 to 3 interior offensive linemen in the draft, helping you run all that constellation put together. I'm good with the pick.
Mm-hmm. And then obviously flashing back, there was a couple of moves made between our two lovely teams this past off season, but we'll start with the biggest one. Obviously, we sniped your former offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing. Tell us about him, because obviously I know we've heard a lot from the beat writers and that, but obviously we haven't really heard the fan side of things, and you must have seen his scheme obviously for the past couple of years. So tell us what to look forward to and maybe some things to be wary of with him from your perspective.
Yeah, there was a time when when Kyler Murray was still here, he was here, and Marvin Harrison was struggling, that Drew Petzing was the most hated man by the Cardinals fan base. They blamed him for Marvin Harrison Jr.'s lack of targets, what was going wrong in the offense. Maybe that's fair, maybe it's not. I still a believer in Kyler Murray's talent, but I think he does deserve and need a fresh start. I hope he's successful with the Vikings. I'm sure as a division rival, you're not so much that, but I think he was not maybe a great fit and such. So there's a little bit of a question of, is the problems that he had here a him problem like Drew Petzing, or is it a personnel problem? Right. And I think that's a thing that you will be yet to be seen. But what I can tell you is, his run schemes and his blocking are innovative and creative, and a lot of people have called them kind of really brilliant. I think his passing schemes, that's where he had less success, but was at the personnel, right? But at the same time, his run stuff, like Clayton Adams, who was our offensive line coach, went to be the offensive coordinator with the Cowboys, and we fell off a cliff in terms of running. So there's a little bit of a question of how much of that was Clayton Adams. So, people think there's enough creativity. He's a smart guy. So maybe he really is going to be fine. It's hard to tell how much of that because of those intervening variables. But the one thing I will say, having watched the Cardinals, that I would caution you about, when you talk about offensive coordinators, there's play design, right? And then there's kind of play calling or sequencing, like in terms of which plays you call at what points. And that's where he had some issues. There's just a lot of times where you're like, why are you calling a run there? It's like, it just didn't make sense. Like, back to back to back runs at times when they really needed to pass, and times where he got plays in late. There were just some issues with the play calling. Now, I will kind of throw out the caveat that coaches are humans just like players, and they can get better over time. He's a young offensive coordinator, so maybe those were growing pains, and people learn from situations. So he is smart, and maybe he'll learn from that and continue to get better. I think the Lions are also, though, they have Jared Goff, which is a better situation for him because you have a quarterback who is very experienced, a veteran who can help bridge the gap a little bit. And maybe it's just a matter that the quarterback is going to be the big difference there. So, I think you have the personnel to be successful. And I think he's a good enough coordinator that you're going to continue to have success. And maybe it'll be a very good formative experience for Petzing in his career to be there in a structure and a system that's better than what he had with the Cardinals.
True. And then obviously with us losing our beloved punt returner and wide receiver 4 to the Chicago Bears, we bring in the other short king, Greg Dortch, wide receiver.
Okay.
Tell us about him. Is he? Yeah. Well, there we go. Dortch the Torch. Tell us all about him, because he's going to be someone I think we're going to find very, very much exciting this upcoming season.
Yeah, so he bounced about a little bit before he got to the Cardinals. I think he had a cup of coffee with the Jets, or maybe at some other places. I remember watching him the first years with us in the preseason, be like, this guy makes some plays. I like him. And I kind of called him out as a guy that I kind of liked before people kind of knew who he was. And then he became a little bit of a fan favorite. Shifty, not like the take the top off the defense, long speed. He didn't have like these long, deep, touchdowns, but what he had was a lot of nice kind of, intermediate and short passes where he made something out of it, and some nice big plays. He's small. He does have some limitations. I don't think he has the biggest catch radius, but he's a guy who is shifty and does some really nice things with the ball in his hand. So, if he's your third or fourth receiver, and you have an offensive system doesn't need a big slot receiver, because a lot of teams do want that big slot for run blocking, right? But if you're an offense that can work with a smaller, shiftier slot receiver, I think he's really nice. He's nice as a returner. He's never going to be, one of your top receivers, but he made plays. He was not there. There are plays you're like, why they're on the field. I never felt that way about him. He was a guy that you like to see the ball in his hands.
Mm-hmm. So I open it up to I say the rest of the panel, but most of them have disappeared. So I open it up to you, and
so
you got any questions right over?
No, we sort of go in rotations and that, but first of all, hi Joe, hope you're doing all right.
I'm doing great.
I don't know if you've been asked this already because I missed the first few questions, but obviously the Cardinals right now are in a very stacked division. The NFC West is pretty tough right now for them. Obviously the Rams, the Seahawks, the 49ers, who've been bitten by injury in that, and nobody sort of talks about the Cardinals at the minute because they've kind of been forgotten about with the other three in there. As someone who sees the Cardinals, that how far do you believe your team currently is away from getting back amongst these guys? Because obviously the Seahawks have just won a Super Bowl. The Rams are trying to be in the window to get one, and so are the 49ers. Like, how big is that gap? And realistically, how long do you think it's going to take to bridge that gap?
I've been following the Cardinals since they moved there because I am old. Like I lived there in Arizona when they moved there in 1988. I imagine some of you weren't born then. Don't tell me because I already feel old enough. But it's a long suffering thing to be a Cardinals fan. And listen, being a Lions fan wasn't until recently. So I think maybe some of you can relate. This is a tough division. You said, no, people don't talk about the Cardinals because we haven't earned the right to be talked about, to be honest. And It's tough because we have an owner who, does some stuff that's questionable, just not the best owner. So it hurts and it's tough, like in terms of trying to make it. I think things can turn around if you get the right coach and the right quarterback. And I'd set the right GM. Our current GM has kind of taken some heat lately. There are things I like about his process in free agency and such. I still hold out hope that he's going to get it right. We've just brought in the kind of offensive coach you hope works out, that wunderkind, right? That offensive play caller who comes from the right tree, right? The Shanahan McVay tree. And you've seen guys have success from that. In fact, it's a high rate of success, right? So, as much like Mike LaFleur was some people rated him the worst hire of the cycle, and I think that's not fair. I get it. His offensive coordinator stint with the Jets wasn't great, but who did they have at quarterback? But he's an offensive coach coming from the right system. So I think if they build this roster and get it right, and they draft a quarterback next year, I still think they're like, I think you could see playoffs in the quarterback's second year if things go right, it sucks. That's like 3 years from now. And things do change very quickly, right? What happens if Sam Darnold turns into a pumpkin again, right? And then all of a sudden the fairy godmother's like, guess what? You got your ring, enjoy. When does Stafford retire? Do they have a smooth transition to Ty Simpson or not? Right. What happens with the 49ers? You just never know. Right. And, so if LaFleur, a lot of things have to go right. LaFleur has to be, end up being the guy we hope he is, that offensive minded head coach that then takes on the reins and does it. Right. We have to get the quarterback right, and we have to build the roster. I know people don't think much of the Cardinals roster. I do like a lot of things they've done with the draft picks in the last couple of years. Some of those are players that are just young, have been injured, but there's guys that Will Johnson, Walter Nolan, Michael Wilson. There's guys on there that people might not know. Dejan Taylor Demerson might not be household names, but they have promise. They've shown flashes and they can kind of get the system and the coaches together. I think 3 years though, and that feels that you never want to wait that long. But you're right, this division is so stacked. How do you get there quicker than you need to have your quarterback, hitting their stride, which you usually think is their second year on a good roster with a good coach, and that's a 3-year process unless Beck becomes more than I think he's going to be. Maybe 2027 is a year they kind of eke into the playoffs if Beck ends up being the guy who's a right fit for the system with the right coach, with a roster that is kind of coalescing.
Oh, you mentioned Walter Nolan. Then I was distraught when you guys took him. He's the favorite tape watcher I've ever had in my life. He
so
is
good.
It's a destruction. Yeah, I know he's a difference changer there, and
Yeah.
it was unfortunate with the injury he had to start
Yeah.
with, but you saw that talent towards the end of the year there, didn't you? So what? Obviously, again, and we've been through this. Like I say, when we started with Dan, we knew the first 2 years were going to be rough, but
Yeah.
second year we were one game away from the playoffs, and it's kind of. But what for you in this upcoming year? What does the ideal year look like for you? Is this all more just about player development, trying to get the parts right, or would you like to see a few more? What would the ideal year look like in 2026?
Yeah, that's
for
really
you?
your question, because if you look at it last year, everything just fell off, right? Just everything fell apart. It was one of the most disappointing seasons I've ever followed the Cardinals with. Not the worst season, but one of the most disappointing, because I thought that was the year they made the playoffs, year 3 of the coach, right? And they had made progress. And then it just completely just bottomed out. But a lot of that was injuries. Like, they had an inordinate number of injuries, and there's been metrics that looked at like players snaps lost or whatever games, and like Cardinals were one of the top 2 or 3 teams in terms of most injuries. So like the ideal season is a lot of those guys that we missed time come back ready to go, and show that they're the players that they were developed. And some of them were key guys who are like in the second year or so of their development, who you were expecting to take a step and they got injured. So an ideal season is you see a lot of those guys come back, and we're just a lot better than people think, because if nothing else, players that we were missing last year are in place. And then you've got this, sometimes when the new offensive coach comes in, you catch lightning in a bottle, and you just, teams get hot sometimes, right? That new coach, there's some excitement. They bring something that wasn't there before. So the offensive system clicks. The defense gets better because some of those players coming back, right, from injuries, and Walter Nolan is healthy and takes a step forward. And you listen, we have weapons like, Trey McBride, Jeremiah Love now, Michael Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr. takes a step forward. So like, who's going to be is Carson Beck starting as Jacoby Brissett, or he asked for a raise, but if it's reasonable and they give that, who's starting? Brissett's not the guy you expect to take you anywhere like steep, anything like the playoffs or anything, but he can put up points. He's not, some efficiency issues here and there. Like, so with those weapons, with an offensive coordinator or a new coach that's innovative and with some players are adding, this offense could put up some points. And the defense, with some of those players coming back from injuries, they're not going to be a top 10 defense, but they could go to be somewhere in the middle of the pack. And like that situation is this is a tough division, as you notice. So maybe they surprise everyone and win 7 or 8 games. Like, that to me is kind of the ceiling. Again, listen, sometimes really unthinkable things happen. There's a universe where they win 10 or 11 games, but it's not, I don't think it's the one we live in. Right. But a more realistic best case scenario is they the injuries, kind of each situation, the young players developing, that they put up 7 or 8 wins. But then here's the rub, as you all know, then you put yourself outside of range for one of those top quarterbacks. So is that a best case scenario? I think if Beck shows something, I'd like to see them be really successful, if that makes sense. If he doesn't, then I'd like to see the young players show something, but they just struggle at the quarterback position, but everything else formulates and then they advance. I heard a gasp. Was there a pick that is like,
I'm sorry, I keep doing it and I don't mean to.
No, it's good.
Kalen Black goes to San Francisco at 90.
New running back for them.
Wow.
Okay.
That's good. So you mentioned about the development of the young players and that. Obviously, Nolan and that at the top of the draft last year, but a lot of your draft picks saw significant time last year. Jordan Birch played in 17 games, Cody Simon 16, Denzel Burke in 17, Kitten Crawford in 15. How impressed were you with the draft class from last year? Like, in year one, were there any guys who sort of stood out a bit more than you thought? And is there anyone we should all be watching out for in year two who's maybe flying under the radar?
Yeah. So, obviously you mentioned Walter Nolan, right? And, when he was injured a bit, but when he was healthy, he really impressed. Another player is Will Johnson, the cornerback who slid to them. Again, he missed a little bit of time, but Will Johnson looked really good last year, and he's a player we're really excited about. If he can be healthy, had some really great moments. Jordan Birch struggled. He did play. Somebody struggled. Cody Simon, though, played a good bit of snaps. His PFF grade wasn't stellar, but to be a rookie starting at linebacker is itself kind of impressive. So there's some players. I'm trying to think who else we had. Looking, we had a guard who played a little bit for us. Played a few snaps. Let's see, looking up here, Hayden Connor, he played maybe a game or two, graded reasonably well, 65.8, saw something there. So there were some things there that were kind of that some flashes. But I think Will Johnson and Walter Nolan are really the guys we look at as being really exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just looking, Joe, at your roster now, and I am with you in terms of the defense being at least middle of the pack. I mean, when your backup safeties are Katan Crawford, who I loved last year, and Andrew Wingard comes in as that backup free safety, I think you guys, DB-wise, are set. I look at people like Zaven Collins, who's kind of rekindled his career a little bit. Roy Lopez had a great year with us last year. He comes back.
Right.
And then on the offensive side, the Lions have just taken a tackle, and we go, we've got 4 pieces of the offensive line set. You guys have got 4 pieces of the offensive line set. I'm not a big Elijah Wilkinson fan or anyone else who have a right tackle, but Bisontis, Froholt, Tomelo from Pittsburgh, and then Paris Johnson. When you have the running back like Jeremiah Love, I feel like you guys should be able to fire. And I think that you're going to be a team next year that people aren't going to want to play against, not because you're going to fear losing, but because it's going to be one of those teams that if people take you for granted, they're going to get surprised. And it feels like maybe a roster where if Brissett really pushes his agenda to get paid a bit more, that you kind of just say, okay, well, how about being cut? Because you've brought in Gardner Minshew to be that number 2 as well, so it's not even like you don't have that capable veteran guy in the room. It feels like you're kind of building for next year, but you talked about a 3-year process. In 12 months' time, I feel like we could be talking about you guys taking the best quarterback on the board next year and going, well, we've still got all of these pieces in play. Why can't we challenge? So you said it can change quickly. I am all on board with the Cardinals being players in 27.
I like you. That is, I like that optimism. I mean, and I think I always look at things as a range of outcomes, a range of possible outcomes. And I think what you're describing is kind of more that kind of upper third of the range of outcomes.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But I think you're right. But it's not unwarranted to have that as a realistic possibility, because there are some nice pieces on here that people may not be familiar with if they don't follow the draft and NFL really closely. But, Keaton Crawford had, he's an athletically gifted guy who, who played well in limited snaps, right? And there is some nice pieces that are just, they're not household names, and some of them have missed time because of injuries. But if those guys kind of step into what they need to do, and then, I mean, they're our offensive weapons I'll put up against all but maybe the 5 best teams in the league in terms of their offensive, like Trey McBride. I mean, a lot of people see him as the best tight end in the league, and if you don't, you see him as one of the top 2. Right?
Oh yeah. Him and Bowers, I think, for me, are the top 2 right now.
Yeah, right. So, Michael Wilson just came on really well. Marvin Harrison Jr. hasn't even hit his stride, and you got 3 bona fide pass catchers there. Like, if Marvin Harrison Jr. is your 3rd best pass catcher, you're pretty okay. And then Jeremiah Love, right? Like, so there are reasons to be excited. So I think you're right. Like, if they build the roster well and they somehow manage to get a quarterback in the draft next year who comes in and they've got a ready-made offense for him and a defense that's starting to hit its stride, I don't see why your very optimistic future isn't possible. Yeah.
The very optimistic future relies on a very pessimistic current year, which is the one thing that I fear for you guys, is that your roster is good enough that I fear that you're not going to be bad enough this year to get the quarterback that the rest of the roster kind of demands. Because, I mean, I'm high on your players in general. I think Sweat coming in last year was a big deal. I really like what he can bring to you. We were all kind of big Baron Browning guys, and you've traded for him. I mean, even the backup defensive guys on the line, like LJ Collier and Andrew Billings, I quite like too. So there's enough pieces there. I just think the starters and the depth are good enough that with a few pieces in the draft, I'd be very, very happy with it. And obviously, Buda Baker is who he is. So I would be very happy to take that swing. The guys know that I am known as the Cardinals hater on this show, which is not fair.
It doesn't sound like it to me.
No, but it's more that I looked at your roster this year and thought, I think that you're being unfairly regarded as a fringe playoff contender this year. Like 8, 9, 10 wins was kind of the prediction generally for you guys from us. Yeah. And I just thought that was high for where you were. And I've been labelled a Cardinals hater, but I see the vision for you guys. The problem is head coach. Like,
it feels like you're trying to redeem yourself. Is actually
a little bit, but like, it could all the good drafting, all the good acquisitions you've had could all be let down by whether your head coach actually is any good, and that's my big fear for you guys.
Yeah, no, and that's absolutely, and that's the big question here, and it's tough because of this ownership and its history and just the uncertainty of the quarterback situation. This was not an appealing job, right? We didn't get to have our pick of coaches. Of course, every hire is going to say this was the guy we wanted. Every owner who says, but there were much more highly coveted coaches. Now I look at it considering how we were probably the least attractive job. The fact that we got a young up and coming offensive coach was a best case scenario outcome. That's the kind of guy you take a shot with.
Yeah.
A guy who's been a coordinator in a good program. So I know some people have been down on the hire, but I was actually pretty happy with it. But you're right. It so much depends on the coach. What is he the guy? And it's the coach, the quarterback is just the most important nexus on any NFL team. And the GM is up there too. But like, if you don't get those two things right, you're not going to be a winning team.
Paul, do you have any questions for Joe?
I'll be honest, no.
Covered it all.
We've covered it all.
That clear. I had a few. They've all been asked, and I've been staring at the siders at me. So I've been staring at the TV screen for the last 5 minutes, so I take it all in. It's been a weird day. I mean, I'm not sure how much you've been following it, Joe, since you've been on with us, but there's been what feels like 54 tight ends taken.
Right.
Who is Keegan Trost, by the way? Just
Keegan Trost. That's a good pick.
okay. I'll rely on you for that.
He's a tackle. He'll be probably play guard next level out of Missouri. Older prospect, but an absolute mauler.
Joe, quick personal question: do you live in Arizona?
So I don't now. I was born in Arizona. I lived a lot of my life there. Lived some of my life in California. I currently live in Georgia. I work as a professor. That's my career. So my career took me away from my hometown. So I actually started doing content as a way to feel connected to my team. So, but I also have come to have an appreciation for what I call the Cardinals diaspora, Cardinals fans who do not live in Arizona. And obviously, I think this translates to being Lions fans who don't live in Michigan. I don't think you all are in Michigan. You don't sound like Detroiters. But like, I have a lot of folks who are like who like subscribe to my channel, been part of the community of my channel, who are from England and Germany and other parts of the world. And I always try to go out of my way to make sure fans who are not from Arizona feel welcome, because sometimes, how can I say this? Some people who are kind of uncouth and unkind can try to alienate people who aren't true fans from being here. And like, I have a profound appreciation for anyone who wasn't born into my suffering, who chooses to take on my suffering with me.
I love
So
that.
like,
yeah.
right. So like, so listen, you're not Cardinals fans, but you seem like wonderful blokes. So, you know, I just commend you for taking on the Lions fandom. And I hope that you feel the love from Lions fans in the US as fans who are outside of the US.
Most of the time, the Detroit fans just go, "Why?" Like that's the main reaction. But the only reason I asked about Arizona is I took a road trip from Vegas around it, mostly in Arizona, going to Page and Tuba City and Flagstaff and Sedona and Kingman.
I love Flagstaff.
Flagstaff was our favorite place, I think. Sedona felt too touristic and a bit of a sellout town, frankly, where, I don't know, maybe some NFL and other journalists might go to have some fun. I don't know. Anyway, but Flagstaff, we went to an Americana hotel that had all of the spaceman type stuff out there, and that was really, really cool. So anyway, it was just a kind of, I love Arizona as a state, so
it sounds like you saw some of the best parts. The northern part of people think of it as desert, and obviously it is in the south, but people don't realize that they're skiing up in the mountains of northern Arizona. How beautiful it is up there.
We drove through a blizzard in Flagstaff, and I didn't realize it was the ski capital of the state. So yeah, you know.
Do you have a collegiate affiliation as well, or are the Cardinals enough for football?
Do you have time for a story, or do you need to kick?
Yeah, no, go for it.
The universe told me I was not supposed to be a college football fan, but there's a story. So, okay, I did not have a traditional undergrad experience. So I didn't go to any place that had a football team really until I went and did my PhD. So like I didn't have a strong college affiliation. And in West Coast, college isn't as big as it is here where I live in the South. So, you know, I didn't go to a college where I became a fan of that team. So when I was applying for grad school for PhD programs, I told myself, okay, here's my chance to find an affiliation with the college team. Wherever I get in, that's going to be my college team. And I applied to some places that had really good college football teams, but I ended up going to a place in Denton, Texas called the University of North Texas. Now, that team actually was pretty good this last year, but when I went was in 2008. So I didn't follow college football closely. I hadn't heard of their team, but I knew who the big teams were. So like I Googled University of North Texas football. They're the Mean Green. Okay. Mean Joe Green played there. Okay, good start. And the first link that came up was ESPN's bottom 10, the 10 worst college football teams in the country, and North Texas was number one. So I took that as a clear sign from the universe. Whatever your deity of choice is, or non-deity, or power that is greater than us is, was telling me, you are intended to be unaffiliated. This is your team. If you choose one, I recommend you don't.
I love that. It's these little sons. They say they've been good the past few years, but yeah, I remember
They
that
have,
point.
yeah.
They were good. Oh dear. Oh, love it. Anyhow, please, we really appreciate the time you've given to us today. Please plug the channel, let people know where they can find you, because a lot of the listeners who follow us, they love to listen to the guys we have on, and you've been amazing. We really appreciate it. So please plug your channel.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This has been a blast. Listen, I do this for fun. Obviously, I have a career, but I love the Cardinals. I love football. But one of the unexpected joys of doing this content is just getting to meet and have conversations with really interesting people from all over, like you guys. And I've made close friends doing content who, I've just got to know. And so thank you for having me. It's always just a blast to jump on here with you. You can find me on Twitter at JOKOMO13. Joe, it's playing on my name, Joe Como 13. And you can find me on YouTube at The Cardinal Rule. So that's a channel where I do kind of my content, and got a couple other folks that are on there with me as well. We have some live stream and podcast style stuff. And those are the two places to find me.
Right. As I say, thank you ever so much. And if ever you feel like coming back on, we would love to have you back on, especially if we get games against Cards. It felt like we played each other every year for years recently, and now we've kind of hit that gap. But
I remember it was not fun for us.
Tie. Oh.
It was life's biggest irony. We couldn't deal with rushing quarterbacks to save our life, apart from when we played Kyler Murray, and we were perfect. It was just, I don't know how it worked, but anyhow, as I say, thank you.
Yeah, reach out anytime. I would love to come on with you for playing, or if there's some other reason that it makes sense to talk about the Cardinals, please absolutely do reach out to me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you ever so much, and enjoy the rest of the draft. I hope you get the picks that you want. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Cheers.
Appreciate it, Joe. Cheers. Paul, are you sober enough to talk to a Green Bay Packers fan?
No, sorry. Never. So I was going to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Was his camera just really wide angle?
Yes.
Or am I more pissed than I think I am?
Unfortunately,
because he was great. He absolutely great. I couldn't look at the screen because he was making me. He was spinning me out.
Unfortunately, I think it was just that
a tight end.
Fucking hell!
Eli Raridan.
I don't get today.
I tell you what, the Miami Dolphins are playing hopscotch with good draft, bad draft here. They draft a second string tight end out of Ohio State, and then they draft Chris Bell. Like, what are you doing? 1 minute I love your draft, the next I hate it. They're playing hopscotch. We're getting so far down the tight end depth chart now. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in this draft so far. We might be at double-digit tight ends by the end of day 2.
Is someone okay to pick up Kyle from? So
I can do it.
So
I'll be alright.
It's Kyle Semra, who we've had on before, and he is a contributor for several fantasy shows, Going for Two and stuff like that. He was really, really good last year.
That's good. I've just brought up their sheet now, so
let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, we can crack on, mate.
All right.
Sooner the better, probably. These Katies are doing me in.
I love Katie.
Carl, hello. How are you, mate?
Doing great. Happy draft night, everyone.
Yes, happy draft. It's been at least from my point of view, our point of view, a weird night. I've seen a lot of names called tonight that I was not expecting. If you give me any position to have a massive run on, tight end would not be one of them.
Yeah, I think the order too, because I think there was tons of hype that Max Clare would be the third tight end, and I mean he was the 5th or 6th one taken, so even the order they came out was maybe not what we expected.
Yeah, Berkshire and Klein going has really thrown me thrown me for a loop, if I'm honest with you. It's messing with me. And there goes Dunker. So thank you for coming on. Great to see you. So you're obviously in very hostile land.
That's true.
But so I just want to talk to you about your off season in general. How you feel it's gone so far. You brought in a couple of players, but it's mainly been outgoings. It feels like in Green Bay. So give us an overview.
Well, I guess some of the players you see leave. I like Romeo Dubs, but obviously if they weren't going to be able to afford to pay him, that makes sense. It's the self-inflicted stuff that I think makes me more upset. It's cutting Elton Jenkins, right? And not properly managing the cap to where you could have extended him and kept him on the team. I know they kind of waived him with an injury, thinking, okay, he got hurt last year and wasn't fully healthy, but ultimately, I think Elton Jenkins is a much better guard than Aaron Banks. So I go back to last year's free agent signing of Aaron Banks. I really didn't like that contract, and we've already seen the effects of forced them to cut Elton Jenkins. So we'll see how, and maybe that's less cap space to fill other needs. I was saying last year defensive tackle was their biggest need, and that was before they traded away Kenny Clark. So I still think they haven't really properly replaced him, let alone the defensive tackle need they had beforehand. So I'm glad that their first pick, the third round pick here this year, Chris McClellan, a defensive tackle. We'll see. I know Brian Gutekunst's track record in the third round is very poor. So they finally got a DT, and it's in the round where he notoriously really poorly drafts. So I don't know how to feel yet.
Well, as you brought up Chris McClellan, let's get on to your draft pick so far. Then obviously you didn't have a first round pick. Because you traded them away for some play. It doesn't make much really. I don't really know much about him.
I think Kenny Clark was involved in that trade too. Yeah, who knows what happened?
Yeah, never heard of any of them. So Brandon Cisse at 52. What do you make of the cornerback?
Funny because all the scouting reports on him are exactly what you'd expect Brian Gutekunst to draft. Traits based and maybe a little lack of production. Oh, great athlete, like this super athlete. Oh, okay, yeah, that's should have known that would be the first sentence on any player Gutekunst would draft. It does seem like when you look at his biggest weaknesses, one of them is like in press coverage and like tight man coverage. So it almost does seem like he's best in these deeper zones, which the Packers have loved to run for the last like 5-6 years. So he might fit their system better than others. And again, I think defensive tackle, cornerback were their two biggest needs this offseason, and their first two draft picks are at those positions. So at least Gutekunst is going in the right areas. I think, are these the players needed to go? We'll see. But
yeah, I'm quite a big Chris McClellan fan. I think that's a good pick for you. I don't really like seeing him in the north, but have you seen him much? Do you have much thought on the pick?
I'm not a big college football guy, so I think outside of the offensive fantasy football players, I'm not really much in on the defensive players. So I've got to kind of wait and see.
That's fair. He's a good player. He'll play like 1 to 3 tech, mainly run for you, but he's a good player. I like him. So we'll hit back to like head back to the off season in general. We've got a list here of players you've brought in, you've re-signed, and that have left the building. The ones that have left the building is a long list. Gary Wicks, Hobbs, Rashid Walker, Enigbari. I mean, I could go for a while here.
Quay Walker. I mean, they've several starters.
And obviously, with it, like you're never going to pay Malik Willis to be your backup, but there's a lot of outgoings here. So, what is the general mood up in there in Wisconsin about your prospects going into 2026?
Well, it's funny. I think the Packers are still like the youngest team in the NFL, and so, some of these players were young players coming off their rookie contracts. And I think at a certain point, when they've stockpiled so many successful, talented rookies, at a certain point you're not going to be able to pay all of them. And when it comes time to second contracts, you're going to have to let some of them walk, and so that includes guys like Quay Walker, Romeo Dubs, even Enigbari, who maybe could have been a starter if with also trading Rashad Gary away, right? Like that could have potentially been a starter there, and don't have him either. So I think they've drafted pretty well, and so you've got all these talented players that you will lose, and it's just your ability to replace them. And I guess they like you said, the list of outgoings is a lot longer than what they've brought in so far. Uh, Thinking of the defensive lineman, there's a K there, Kilgrave, but
Yeah.
Kinlaw. Like that
Yeah.
was a decent signing. I like the Benjamin Saint-Just signing a lot more than the Nate Hobbs signing last year. It also was a lot less money than what they signed Nate Hobbs for, because this guy actually has outside corner experience, which is something that they were solely lacking last year. I thought, okay, are they signing Nate Hobbs with the thought that they think he can play on the outside well? And I believe with the Raiders, he had mostly been a slot corner playing in the nickel. And okay, they must have thought he could transition outside. They played him a lot on the outside. It really didn't go well. So at least with Saint-Just, we've seen him with Washington, with the Chargers. He's played on the outside. He's got that experience. Is he elite? No, but I believe he's going to be more competent there than Nate Hobbs was. So if you're just switching those two out, I would say it's an upgrade. I don't know if it's a significant upgrade, but at least it's moving in the right direction, I think. And again,
Yeah.
it didn't cost them much. Like that might be because of other issues, other cap hits. They didn't really have a choice but to only spend, I think it was $5 million on a starting corner. But to get one who's at least done it in the past is better than what they did last year. So
Yeah, some NFC North news. Minnesota have just selected Caleb Tiernan.
And they're just about to select someone else.
And then did they trade up for this one, or did they have back-to-back picks?
Well, there was some trade at some point, but I don't think there's been a movement yet. But Jacoby Thomas from Miami.
Oh wow. So Kyle, what? Obviously, so far, Cisse McLean, as we've talked about. What else do you think the Packers need out of this next day and a half? Well, a day tomorrow, really. Now you're not got the pick.
well, I think defensive tackle depth was so poor that like if they took another shot at an interior defensive lineman, I wouldn't be mad at that either and take multiple swings on it. So I think first off, that's like even corner. Like I think the two positions they've already addressed. I think you can continue to address those, make sure the depth at those positions is great, especially outside corner. Because part of the reason Nate Hobbs didn't work is the Packers have so many players that can play slot corner. They've got the Keyshawn Nixon, who they've played a lot on the outside because since drafting safety Javon Bullard, he's played there, and they've had other guys come in, and it seems like that position's always covered, but the boundary corners, they still need the depth, it seems like. So I say keep going. Cisse's one, but keep the two positions I've wanted them to address, they've already done that. If there are still players at those positions that they think could be good players, I see no issue doubling up on both corner and defensive tackle.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think that would be the way they should go. I've got a feeling Seahawks might be about to ruin my night here and pick Kyle Lowry, but
Nope.
So, oh, that's right then. Thank you for that. Carl, so I know you said you're not a big college guy necessarily, but do you have any players in particular that you really like for the Packers or in general?
I guess. And I looked mostly at the fantasy football relevant positions: quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. None of those positions are really of super importance for the Packers. I guess every year they're going to be drafting wide receivers. So if I'm looking at on my board, best available is still Elijah Surratt. I've had him as I believe wide receiver 6 or 7 in the class for a long time. So
yeah, big fan of
the
Surratt.
fact that he's fallen this far, it'd probably be a value if he falls. I guess at this point, be close to another full round for the Packers' 4th round pick. But if he does, I guess they have the Cowboys' 4th round pick from Rashad Gary. So I guess maybe that fall doesn't have to be too much further. So if he could fall there, I guess add Surratt. You've lost a couple wide receivers in the offseason, traded away Wicks, Dubs, and free agency. May as well continue to replenish that depth. It's such a strength of the team is having so many receivers, but they actually, I don't think, drafted a single wide receiver last year. So suddenly now what was a constantly deep position maybe isn't as deep anymore. So now it'd be a good draft to also replenish.
Yeah. So let's talk about your bread and butter, the fantasy football. Who shall I draft this year to make me look really clever?
I guess like rookie draft, or you're talking just to players in general that aren't just rookies?
Yeah, rookie. I'm on my dynasty league here. I came second last year, and I've had an absolute stinker this year. So I need to get back on the board here.
Okay, so you're drafting 111?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I guess looking at the I've been trying like before like from the first rounders yesterday. I thought the top 8 were pretty solid. I guess actually the tight end Eli Stowers, knowing Dallas Goedert's just on I think 1 year left on his deal, because I think he was about to be a free agent and I think they extended him 1 more year. If he goes, we've seen Jalen Hurts like to target tight ends in the past, so I believed in Stoward, a really great athlete, really proud of. I think he broke records at the combine even. So Stowers is one there. If he's hanging at the back of the first round, I've been hearing he's a second rounder here in the NFL draft. He'll probably go early second in a lot of rookie drafts, but I don't see a problem taking him at the end of the first. So if you tight end was ever a position to need, Stowers seems like he's a good, even if it's not a position to need, because you might not have Stowers ready year one, but for a 2027 pick, I think
I've got Kelsey at the minute, but obviously that's coming towards the end. So
Stowers
could
good
be a
replacement where
perfect fit.
you got the overlap where Kelsey will still probably be starting a few most of year, and by next year maybe Stowers is ready to go. So
I could also do a sleeper wide receiver if you've got one.
well, I imagine by 111 that like the first 4 guys that were taken in the first round are probably gone. A lot of people like Omar Cooper Jr. too as well. So if those 5 players are gone, all the guys that went in rounds 2 and 3, I don't hate Denzel Boston on the Browns. Even I kind of hate the landing spot, but I like the player. Chris Bell in Miami could end up being the number 1 there. We'll see, recovering off the torn ACL, but he is someone who productive in college. It's a good profile. Just worried about the injuries right now, but love the landing spot in that it's a wide open depth chart. He could easily be the wide receiver 1 on the team. They took another player as well, Caleb Douglas. So that kind of strikes me a little bit of what the Titans did last year. DK and Elekea Manor. Going into the draft, I was much higher on Elekea Manor. I thought that production profile was great, and it's not just the Canadian bias, although that does help. But this is another example where DK went first and then a Manor later, and they both kind of produced equally. Could be another thing too with Caleb Douglas and Chris Bell. Certainly like Chris Bell more. So even though Douglas was the first one drafted, I wouldn't have any problem going against that and taking Chris Bell first in rookie drafts.
Yeah, I think Chris Bell could be a sneaky good one if he can get healthy. No, go on, sorry, Nicole.
I like Malachi Fields as well. I had him, I believe, I've got him had him at wide receiver 10 or 11 before the draft, and going to the Giants, and again, another opportunity. They've lost some targets in Wan'Dale Robinson. They don't really have a clear number 2, so could Malachi Fields end up being that guy?
Yeah, quite possibly. I like Malachi Fields. I'm quite on him. Lads, any other questions from around the room?
I mean, I guess just on the Green Bay side of things, what represents success for you guys? Because I think the biggest question mark is Jordan Love. The season he had 2 years ago, he was being crowned as the second coming. And last year, I think maybe that regressed back to maybe a bit closer to where my expectation of Jordan Love, in terms of his natural progression, not in terms of being down on him particularly, but just he sat for a long time. It might take a while, and some of it's going to be up and down. I think a lot's obviously predicated on what he's going to do this coming season. But where are you aiming in what most of our guests have actually come on and say, which is that this is the toughest division in football, maybe with the exception of the NFC West. But, the North is super competitive. So how many wins is a good set of wins for you guys?
I mean, it's Jordan Love's made the playoffs every year. That's the one thing that he has managed to do. Now, last 2 years hasn't won a playoff game like they did 2 years ago. But the baseline expectation has to be making the playoffs every year. I know that you're not going to every single season, but the Packers have had stretches where 6-7 years in a row they'll make the playoffs. So I think at the very least, if they're not in the playoffs again, it's a failure. Now, because they haven't won a playoff game in the last 2 years, you also want to win one, right? So I think the expectation at this point, if you're really truly trying to take this franchise forward, has to be to win a playoff game.
And so on that point, both head coach came under fire recently. It was rumored that he was on the hot seat. He's still here. I think that's kind of unfair given like you say, the long playoff streak that you guys have had. Gutekunst was regarded as a really, top general manager in this league. And I think as time has gone on, that has soured slightly. I don't know whether that's how you feel about that, but if you did fail to make the playoffs, if you had 9 wins and you missed out as the 9 seed, should we say, do you think their jobs would be potentially unsafe?
I'm not sure because I know they're again that you mentioned the talk certainly of LaFleur being on the hot seat, and then they did the opposite and extended him. So I mean, you can always extend a coach and fire him anyway. So like the NFL teams have shown the coach contracts won't matter. But I also, with maybe some coaches potentially available. Okay, you saw Harbaugh available. Was this the year that the Packers might have thought, okay, this is the time to move on from, and if we don't move on from now, we're truly are committing to LaFleur long term. I would say maybe, in my mind, Gutekunst should be under more fire than LaFleur because I do really think LaFleur is a better coach, and the shortcomings of the team are more roster based. And Gutekunst has done some good things, but he's also, it's funny because you say he was well regarded at first, and it's lately the reputation slipped. I almost was the opposite. I really didn't like him coming first. I thought there was, okay, aggressive in free agency was good, but also ruthlessly cutting players. The Jordy Nelson thing really kind of fractured the whole franchise. That's, everyone talks about like with the drama of Rodgers and Gutekunst with the Jordan Love trade, but I really think it was cutting Jordy Nelson, asking him for a pay cut, and then cutting him, and then just using that money to sign Jimmy Graham. And he really was never that useful for the Packers over those 2 seasons. They were better off. They should have just kept Nelson, honestly, and kept him at full rate and paid him what they paid him, because he probably would have given you better production than Jimmy Graham gave the Packers. So you guys are probably happy with that. No, the Packers make mistakes. It's good. It's good. But I feel like that started the fracture. And so I've never really thought he was an elite GM.
So that's exactly where I sit with you guys, is I feel like LaFleur has made the best of I don't want to call it mediocre roster because that's not what I mean, but I think he has maximized what's available, and I think that has made Gutekunst look better than he actually has been. So I would all be in, if I was a Packers fan, on Gutekunst being moved on and keeping LaFleur, because he's clearly... So the only thing I have about LaFleur is I feel like sometimes he can rub up the locker room the wrong way. I think he can be a quite divisive figure, and I feel like sometimes that can cause division. I've seen like more fractures in the locker room than I would like if I was a Packers fan. But that said, he's an exceptional offensive talent, and I would be all in on that. So yeah, I'm with you in terms of the GM maybe not being as high on that as a head coach, and that's kind of been unfair in that. Sorry, and I kind of cut you off a little bit.
Well, it's funny because another thing that people were talking about this offseason, Packers fans were happy that they moved on from Rich Bisaccia, but it wasn't that long ago when like 2021 Packers had like historically bad special teams. Like I believe they had allowed the most kick return yards ever in NFL history. They lost the playoff game where their defense completely dominated. The 49ers didn't score a single touchdown on offense, but they scored the special teams touchdown on a block punt, right? And they brought in Bisaccia immediately after that, and it made the special teams at least competent. Like maybe never even league average, but they weren't like not just worst of the league, but so far like historically bad. Like again, I don't think a team had ever allowed 2,000 kick return yards in a season until the 2021 Packers, but there they were. I remember after that season, I looked up I guess Football Outsiders no longer exists, but I looked up Football Outsiders historical DVOA to see who were the worst ever special teams ever. And I went through like the top 10 worst or the bottom 10, and none of them even came close to specifically the kick return yards that the Packers allowed. So that was an area where they might have been the worst in NFL history in terms of inability to cover kicks at all. So Bisaccia brought everything back to a normal level. There's no guarantee it gets better when he's gone. In fact, I would almost think it's the opposite. So I am a little nervous about that. I think the one good thing they did is they didn't necessarily hire internally. They went and they got, I think, the Giants' former special teams coordinator, which if they had just promoted someone from within to just say, oh, well, Bisaccia's gone, I guess this is the next best guy. Because it feels like up to that point with like DeAndre Ayton before Bisaccia, that was what got them into so much trouble, was they weren't looking outside the organization for that special teams coach. So they did here at least when it came to replacing Bisaccia. So I feel like that's better than just replacing someone that was already on the staff. If you felt, okay, special teams weren't up to par last year, well, none of the guys on the staff really made it better, so why would any of them be the special teams coordinator, right? Go get someone from outside the organization, at least like that. But still nervous about that. So, but all to say, like, I was very pro. There's no reason we should get rid of Matt LaFleur. If ideally, if the whole coaching staff's back, and again, Gutekunst maybe learns, you can just bring in new scouts, a new process. He again, it's all traits with him. Right? He's clearly prioritized athletic traits over anything else, including college production. I think at some positions that works, and at others it doesn't. So I'd like to see his approach become more balanced with that, where some positions, the athletic traits really don't matter that much. I'll say wide receiver, I don't look at anything receivers do in the combine. It's all about your ability to separate and get open. And very rarely how good the receiver is an athlete is not really what makes it's technique. Yeah, Devontae Adams, like not the best combine scores, but he was the best receiver in the NFL because his footwork was incredible. The attention to details on that is far more important than athletics. Tight end, however, that's the opposite end of the spectrum. Get the athletic tight ends because that's what makes the difference at that position. And look at that. Gutekunst's best third-round pick, Tucker Kraft, tight end, because that's the one position where you can draft based on traits and it can actually work out. So just him balancing that approach and knowing what positions the athletic traits matter more and leaning into it, what he already knows, but also understanding that there's some positions where that RAS score doesn't matter at all. There's so many other things that matter more. It'd be nice to see him balance it more. So I don't think he has to be fired, but I also think they probably could more easily improve it at GM than they could improve at head coach.
And did you have a follow-up quickly?
No, I was just sort of going to comment when we were talking about the GM head coach thing. It sounds so similar to what Buffalo were going through when, they got rid of McDermott and everyone's like, why is it not been like he's the one? They would have kept their head coach over the GM. I'm assuming, you wouldn't want them to make that sort of same mistake there. It's like McDermott did what he could with the roster he had and just couldn't get over the hump, but it was the GM. I just found it very sort of telling how similar they seem to be, like how the fans regard the apportion of blame for it all.
That is true. And I guess also maybe what I'm happy the Packers, I guess maybe if you fire Gutekunst, it feels like you have to fire LaFleur, right? Like, because it seems like organizations very rarely, it works out when you're not doing it together. Like if truly you felt like this doesn't work, then just to get rid of everyone. So from that perspective, I'm okay keeping Gutekunst because it means keeping LaFleur, where it feels like if you get rid of one, you should get rid of the other. And the Bills didn't, so we'll see how well that works out. If okay, you fired the coach, now you fire the GM, and that GM brings in a new coach, and you never really align it necessarily. So
it's trying to get that balance, isn't it, between winning, but at the same point, they're now 5 years removed from their last NFC Championship game. It's like, okay, half a decade, like it's good winning, but you've got to move in the direction of the Super Bowl eventually, but you don't want to do it at the cost of winning a lot of games either, do you? Because it's easy to go backwards.
Yeah, and it's, will the change create improvement, or will the consistency of not making a change help you get to that, like, build on it year in, year out? And I do tend to lean on the consistency aspect of it. I think this beyond football. We see it, like, I don't know how much you guys pay attention to hockey or the NHL, but there's like one coach who's got he's been with the team like well over 10 years, won a couple Stanley Cups. Like, clearly John Cooper with the Lightning, he's won it. Outside of that, it seems like even cup-winning head coaches are getting moved on from 2 years after the fact. Vegas just fired their head coach. They won the cup 3 years ago, and they've already just fired the head coach before the playoffs this year. Like, it seems that patience with coaches is at an all-time low across sports, and it's not even just an NFL thing. And sometimes, though, it seems like the teams that are zagging when everyone's zigging and keeping patience with their coach and keeping the coach long-term does give them an edge in another sense. They can build that culture, especially if you got a good coach with a good culture. You're not having to change that year in, year out. It can help the building block. So from that perspective, I am glad that the Packers have decided to keep the consistency. Obviously, they couldn't keep the defensive coordinator. If you wanted to go to a head coaching job, you weren't going to be able to stop that. And we'll see what a new DC comes in, because I really did like the changes Hafley made. I think one of the things he really brought in was, and this is something I hope that could continue, was with Barry. I can't even think of his name, his first name. I want to forget him so much. he seemed to not care what the coverage was doing in the secondary. It's like, oh, just play zone. And all his focus was just on how do I make the front seven interesting. Whereas Halfley, his background was a defensive backs coach before he was a DC. And it felt like finally there was balance in terms of the importance of coverage to the pass rush. So I hope with the new DC, that's sort of imposed from the top up of the organization that all 11, the CFL mind, I almost said all 12 guys, but all 11 guys on the field are important on defense. There's not one aspect, pass rush versus coverage versus linebacking play, tackling, like all of it's important. We can't just prioritize one and ignore the other. That's kind of what I'm hoping with the new defensive play.
Absolutely. Right. We've kind of come to the end of our slot now. Kyle, once again, we really, really appreciate you donating your time, coming onto the stream and giving us Packers perspective. Obviously, it's what makes these streams so good. Do you want to just plug all your work and whatnot before we finish? Because obviously, you know, we want people to be able to find you as and when they want their Packers news.
Well, yes, and I guess I've been coming on the show a couple of years now that I've changed websites where I'm working for. So I think part of the reason you guys asked me a couple of years ago was I was with Full Press Packers, but I'm no longer with Full Press Coverage, and so pretty much all the stuff I do now is just fantasy football focused. So I no longer have a Packers podcast. Obviously, it's my favorite NFL team, and I'm fairly well connected, I would say, still with the team and just keeping up with what's going on. But yeah, for anyone who loves fantasy football stuff, you can follow me on Twitter at Senra with two sites right now. I'm with Fantasy Six Pack, where I've got a Dynasty fantasy football show called Dynasty Six Pack. But also writing a lot of articles with the Fantasy Six Pack for the last, I guess this will be the third season now, writing articles with them. So it's been a great time there. So fantasy6pack.net for the articles. And Going for Two Live, I still do some live stuff with them. That's just finished 4 hours actually just before with you guys doing covering all of round two. So some special occasions for anyone who likes Scott Fishbowl, Going for Two Live, we've typically done live streams during some of those drafts as well. So I'll help out there. Sunday mornings, that's typically where I'm streaming throughout the year, though, in the NFL, during the NFL season. So for the 4 glorious months of setting lineups, Sunday mornings, I'm there to help people. I actually do streams with both sites, Fantasy Six Pack and Going for Two. I jump between both on Sunday mornings. So again, Senra says for all of that, I try and tweet out everything I'm doing at that point.
There you go. So that's where you can find Kyle. Please do support him. And once again, as I say, thank you, Kyle, for your time. And when we get onto our fantasy football draft, we'll have to get you back on. If we know this, we'll have to pick your brains when it comes to doing that. So, but thank you ever so much. Enjoy the rest of your draft weekend, and hopefully we get to see you again really soon.
Yeah, I always appreciate coming on every year. Look forward to this interaction. And yeah, if you guys want to do stuff in the summer for fantasy football, I'd gladly join.
Absolutely, we will. Absolutely. Right. Thank you ever so much.
Thanks, Thank you.
Cheers, take care.
Guys.
And then we got our last guest of the day. Been waiting. Houston. Hope he's still there.
Hey.
You all right there, James? Can you hear us all right?
Yes.
I
was worried I might have gotten on at the wrong time.
No, sorry.
We got the time right.
We overran a couple of minutes. I apologize. Thank you for bearing with us. We have so many guests on these. We try and time them as well as we can. That's like the first one we've overrun, but we appreciate you coming on.
Of course.
Right, so everybody in the chat, this is James. So we have our representative from the Houston Texans. I believe this is, since you and a few years ago, it's the first time we've been able to get anybody on from the Texans, but this is the first time we've spoken with you, James. Thank you for responding at such short notice to us, because I know it wasn't that long ago we asked you to come on. So, if you could just introduce yourself to our guests, just let them know what you do, and, because this is the first time we've chatted with you.
Well, I'm James Roy. I host the Bullpen, a Houston Texans podcast. That's what I do in my spare time. I'm out here managing maintenance and stuff and doing all kinds of other things. I got a lot of endeavors going on, but as far as the Texans go, I'm at James Roy NFL and talk about them on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok.
All right, thank you. So, have we been enjoying the draft so far? Obviously, the Texans have got involved in this magnificent run of tight ends that have gone on day 2, but they've been looking to reinforce their trenches quite heavily as well. How have you enjoyed the first 2 days of the Texans draft?
I'll be honest, maybe it's like overblown, but right up until the pick of Marlon Klein, I felt really good about this draft. I know Keelan Rutledge is a player who a lot of the people who run mock drafts consistently as fans, especially like PFF, are a little frustrated by. I explained to people on my podcast, I was like, I had been mocking him to the Texans in the third and even the second round and getting a lot of pushback saying that was too early to take him, and then he goes in the first round. But he is a quality player. He fits what the Texans are going for. Caden McDonald, I think, is the best pick of the draft. That's a great pickup. I was a big fan of Kristen Miller, but obviously the Texans like McDonald better. You got to go and get your guy. So I like the aggressiveness, trading up and going after the guys that you like. As far as the tight end pick goes, I mean, I'm one of the people who has said the Texans need a tight end. It's just a matter of the thing that frustrates me about the pick is the developmental nature of Marlon Klein. Obviously, coming from Germany, not playing football for a very long time, not really hitting his stride until his last season. There's questions of, is it a flash in the pan? He was really only the main guy for one season, but I can see why the Texans liked him. He was a team captain during that time, during that last season, and I mean, I hope he's 24. He's gonna be 24 when the season starts, so it's just a matter of it feels like a developmental pick, and the Texans are gonna need him to not be developmental when he touches the field.
Yeah, and say with Caden McDonald, it's like that was a strength of yours last year, defending against the run. You're getting another guy in there. It just seems they're reinforcing the strength of that team. I'm guessing that's why you feel like he was the best pick there.
I think it's a value thing. I mean, I told people pretty much in the month or two leading up to the draft that I suspected the Texans honestly might not go offense for the first two rounds just based off of value. And they really flipped that on its head. They went, with center is what we'll call it, because I'm pretty sure that they're going to end up starting Keelan Rutledge at center. And then getting Caden McDonald was more in line with what I thought they would do. There was some linebackers on the board. One of the things about 59 that's a little bit frustrating is that the very next pick the Titans took Anthony Hill Jr., and I thought that was a linebacker that could fit really well in the Texans. It depends on how you view. Oh, geez. Sorry, I have that alarm set. I did not realize.
It's all right, you're all good.
That it was going to go off. But at the linebacker position, it really depends on if Henry To'oTo'o is your cup of tea. But there's a significant portion of the Texans fan base that believes linebackers a need based off of potentially replacing him. Whether or not you believe they're going to extend him, he's in the last year of his contract. So, yeah.
So is there, with these three, which areas are you looking at for them to attack day three now? Is there are there any players sort of there that you think can significantly help the roster, or is it more kind of just be looking for value of the best player possible no matter where they're at?
The trend with the Texans right now is that outside of Jamal Hill over the past two drafts, they haven't kept a player that was drafted after the fourth round. The only players they have on the roster right now that were drafted after the fourth round, by Nick Caserio, is Jarrett Patterson and Henry To'oTo'o. So I would almost say that the next two picks they make are the only meaningful picks they'll make. There's obviously the off chance that the fifth round pick and seventh round pick could make the roster, but it's just not got a strong historical precedent of happening. So in that stretch of time, I've grown fond of Anthony Lucas out of USC. I think that'd be a good edge. And I know what a lot of people think. It's like Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter are on the edge for the Texans. Why do they need to draft an edge at all? And I that was more a question early on in the draft when people were rumoring the Texans might take one earlier, like a Zion Young type. But in this Texans edge room, what you have to look at is that Derek Barnett is not re-signed. He hasn't signed somewhere else, so they could still get him. But he took up 350 snaps last season at a high level, and so getting a quality edge for the depth in that room is something that would be huge going into this fourth round. And then there's still a couple linebackers. This is a linebacker class that's a lot of undersized guys. So like I'm gonna butcher his name, but the guy, because honestly a lot of the linebackers I looked at were not the guys that are left, I'm kind of scrambling to find guys that the Texans met with that fit the bill to some extent. So Bryce Bottenheimer, I don't
Betcha.
Betcher,
Oregon.
there we go. Out of Oregon is a guy that they met with. Taurine York is a guy that I've liked throughout the process. I think they could even get him in the 5th round realistically. And that's Lance Zierlein from NFL Network replied to one of my tweets confirming that the view around the league is that Taurine York is not a good translate. His skill set doesn't translate super well to the pro level in a lot of people's eyes. And then there's Harold Perkins Jr. too, but I would say that I would expect a lot of defense in these next few picks. Another thing that I personally like is the idea of taking, they have these like 6'8", 6'9", like massive tackles that just need to develop at the pro level. So like Travis Burke, Isaiah World are 2 guys that I think could be a good fit for that. But I outside of that, the Texans don't have a lot of needs. I would say this: the fullback out of Navy, Eli Heidenreich, is someone who has a lot of versatility. Is someone who they're saying he could be like more of like a Wes Welker type, come out in the slot, be like the next Christian McCaffrey is an exaggeration some people have thrown out there. But my dad's Navy alum, so I keep up with Navy pretty closely, and I watched him play in the fullback in Navy's triple option scheme. It's a very vital piece, and he impressed me more than others throughout this past season. So
he's so talented. I hope he gets drafted. Obviously, we've not seen any of these new rookies take snaps yet, but last year's class you have, and there seems there was some really big contributors last year. Obviously, the pair of receivers out of Iowa State, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, absolutely love them. Aaron Terrier, Woody Marks also saw significant playing time. What are your feelings on the 25 draft class after their first year? How are you feeling about their development, what they showed year 1?
Well, I'll tell you this, Woody Marks, it has been good. And as much as I've talked this offseason about adding a running back in this draft, you'll notice in this recent conversation or the last question you just asked me, the only back I mentioned was a fullback, but there's running backs I like in this draft, like Katron Allen. But as far as that draft class goes, I think that Jaden Higgins did as good as he could for what he had, and I think that the same goes for Jalen Noel, both for different reasons. I think Higgins had to work out some rookie jitters, and as the season went on, he got better. It was always gonna be tough when you add another, like, basically Nico Collins 2.0 in terms of build, in terms of how you like assimilate him into your scheme without what happened throughout the season. And one of the things I didn't like about the why they went with Jaden Higgins was Nico Collins excelled in 2024 and 2023 in a scheme where he was being moved around a lot, put in the slot. His usage was pretty much like 33% in each area of the field. And when Nick Caley took over the offense and they brought in Jaden Higgins, it's like they just said, Nico Collins is a big body outside receiver, and that's all we're going to use him for. And it hurt his production. And I think that if Nick Caley's intelligent, he'll notice that and he'll make a change there. But Jalen Noel, I want to say, is going to get more run this next season, but that all depends on if Tank Dell comes back the same Tank Dell that we saw him be before the injury, or if Tank Dell is just not the same. He's a lot younger than Cecil Shorts was when he suffered that injury, but it's the same injury that retired Cecil Shorts. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can come back.
Yeah, how is he in his recovery? I mean, it was quite a serious. Was it all 3 ACL, PCL? It was all the knee.
It was all over the place. He's been walking since like pretty early in the process. According to D'Amico, they're not rushing him back, but they expect him to participate in most of the offseason programming. So yeah. I'd be excited to have him back. I said at the end of last season, I think one of the things the Texans need to see, or that would potentially help the Texans get to the Super Bowl, is Tank Dell coming back, fixing CJ Stroud, among other things, obviously addressing the offensive line, which they've done. And to speak to the offensive line, Ursary is a pick that I really liked. It was a confusing pick at the time. It wasn't a confusing pick at the time once you contextualized it with, moving on from Laremy Tunsil and everything like that. But Adding him, shifting him out to left tackle where he belongs is good. It's just his success makes it frustrating that the year before they took Blake Fisher. Because, and that's the reason I'm frustrated with the Marlon Klein pick, is that it feels like a Juice Scruggs, Blake Fisher kind of pick where the Texans swing for the fences on a very high risk play in the second round, and then it either hits or it doesn't. And so far, they don't have a good track record on those picks. Nick Caserio is excellent in the third round, and guess which round the Texans didn't pick in this year?
Yeah.
The third round. So I don't know.
Yeah. Obviously, you mentioned about Jaquavius Marks, his impact on the team this year, and maybe the need for running back is not so big now. But obviously, you have this year someone we are very familiar with, someone who is very beloved with us to come on your team. David Montgomery has signed there, and obviously, David's problem here was we used Jahmyr Gibbs a lot. We had him in a nice rotation, and then it kind of went Jahmyr Gibbs' way this year, and he wasn't happy with the snap countage he was getting. How do you foresee the David Montgomery, Jaquavius Marks pairing going? Because you figure after such a good rookie year for Marks, they would want to see him see the ball quite a lot. So how do you see the pairing working with Montgomery and Marks?
I think that Montgomery, to me, at least initially, is probably going to be the primary back. I don't really view it as a 1A, 1B situation. I think it's clearly a 1 and 2. There was some talk about the Texans adding a running back this season. It's widely listed as a need for them. I mentioned Katron Allen earlier. I think that ideally you add a Katron Allen type who's like, I am not going to lie to you and say that I watched a lot of Katron Allen's film. This is all stuff that I've derived from reading scouting reports. But he seems like a bruiser back who's really good for the gap scheme the Texans run. Guy you can put in on third and short and get the yardage. I've called him the Lendale White to like a CJ2K, like just an absolute monster of a back. And I think that would be a really good fit for what the Texans want to do. You have the 1-2 punch in Montgomery, who I think Montgomery. I like Jahmyr Gibbs, and honestly, my fantasy teams benefited from the skew and his usage. And I think looking at the season prior, I thought it made a lot of sense the way the Lions used Jahmyr Gibbs this season as opposed to last season. I was frustrated the season before with how many touchdowns that should have been Jahmyr Gibbs's were sniped by David Montgomery. But here I am now hoping that David Montgomery takes all the touchdowns. I'd love for him to have them, but I think he brings exactly what the Texans needed last year in Joe Mixon this year. And that's not to say that he's the same level of player as Joe Mixon when he's at his best, but I think he's close. I mean, I think that he brings what the Texans need.
Absolutely. And, the Texans have been much busier than that in free agency as well. Obviously, like guys like Braden Smith, Wyatt Teller have come in. You've just drafted Kaelon Rutledge. So obviously they've put a lot of ammunition into that offensive line. Ursary, like you say, drafted last year. How's that dynamic we're going to work out? Is Rutledge going to start, do you reckon? Like, that's a lot of guys in. What do you foresee that offensive line been?
I think that going into the draft, Nick Caserio actually finally did a good job of what he always intends to do. I don't know if you've heard Texans fans talk about it, but Nick Caserio has this thing. He said it in a press conference directly one time, and everyone references it. It's a known fact, and he's not denied it ever. And that's that Nick Caserio doesn't know what a need is. He only wants to get the best possible player at each position. As the Marlon Klein pick exemplifies, though, the best player available is whoever Nick Caserio has on his board as the best player available. So there's a whole bunch of minutia that goes into how you even unravel that, dung ball that the dung beetle's rolling around. But looking at it, I mean, I think that the Texans. I'm sorry, I completely forgot what the original question was. I kind of. Oh, you were asking about the offensive line. Sorry, spaced there. He went through in free agency and before, and actually did a really good job of setting up. The Texans had a starting offensive line going into this draft. There was actually some people that kind of backed off of the offensive line as a need for the Texans. Now, if you really look deep, Braden Smith is not a long-term solution at right tackle. I don't think that you look at Wyatt Teller as a long-term solution at left guard. So the Keelan Rutledge pick is great because the Texans acknowledged going to this draft, and I think it's why they made the move up to get him. But they acknowledged going into this draft that center was something they wanted to improve upon. It was concerning because they brought in Jake Andrews, and it felt like it was a Patriot way pick where Nick Caserio and Cole Popovich picked a guy that they were going to play in spite of which he was serviceable. He wasn't bad at center, but there was certainly that's the area that has the most room for improvement at this point. So Rutledge slots as the starting center, I would say right now. That's one of the things I think that affected that, and I think the Texans actually, or Nick Caserio, in the presser after referenced that his ability to play center was something that spawned their interest in picking him. So as far as that offensive line goes, I thought it was going to be a long shot to pick up a starting offensive lineman when the offensive line is such a huge need for the Texans, and they somehow managed to do it, which is why I'm a huge fan of the pick. I know there's some people that think the value wasn't good, but you can look at what PFF says and say that the value wasn't good, but they just fired their entire staff that analyzes that stuff. So I don't know how much value I put on their opinion on it.
There's always a point of contention with PFF. Obviously, it's a very talented team down there in Houston. 12-5 last year. Obviously, one of the best quarterbacks in the league. With the business they've done in the offseason so far and the first couple of days worth of draft picks in the book, how sort of happy are you with this roster looking into next year? And, do you believe they could take the next steps? Obviously, fell in the playoffs last year. Are you happy with the job that they've done overall?
I think that they've made massive steps to improve the issues that the team has in the best way that they can. I think that like I said, Nick Caserio set himself up to pick best player available on draft day, which means that we went into the draft with an already massively improved offensive line and just team in general. I think that the moves they've made in the draft through free agency give me a lot of reason to be optimistic. And that's to say, like, this Texans offense doesn't need to be like a world beater. And this is what we said, like going into last season, the consensus among Texans fans was that the offense just needed to be average. And if you look at the regular season statistics, CJ Stroud and that offense, the offense was whatever, but CJ Stroud as a quarterback was very average. If you look at pull any metric that he passing yards, whatever, he was about middle of the league in that statistic for the most part. So his playoff downfall, I think, has created a huge negative connotation around him. But CJ Stroud, for all intents and purposes, is still the quarterback that was very average and with an improved offensive line could be top 10. I think could make the jump. It's not as large of a jump as people would think it is to go from 15th or 16th in the league to number 10. Like, I don't think it's a huge stretch. So I think the Texans also needed to shift offensive linemen around to fit a new scheme. They shifted from more of a zone heavy run scheme to a gap scheme, and they didn't have the personnel to execute that. So they've now done that. It gives me a lot of hope.
I mean, it's the sophomore curse, right? Like when he comes in with Will Anderson, I know the expectations maybe were not there. You have the great first year, but then teams figure you out, and it's him adapting to the league, right? It just kind of feels like he spent last year adapting, and hopefully this year you'll see him get back to where he was again.
It's a long sophomore season because it's been his second and third season were each kind of. I felt like he improved from his sophomore season, honestly. But I think it's when you have the season that you did it as your rookie season, some people are trying to bury it because of the way that he played in the playoffs. But legitimately, I think the worst ranking that you can give CJ Stroud's rookie season all time is like third or fourth all time. It depends on how much weight you put on Cam Newton's rookie season, Andrew Luck, Jaden Daniels. Like, those are all the three rookie seasons that you're comparing to CJ Stroud. And I'll tell you this, they called CJ Stroud's rookie season the best rookie season that anyone's ever seen. A lot of people, and it happened after, Cam and Andrew Luck. So then it's just a matter of how you view Jaden Daniels' rookie season. But once you do that, you set the expectation high, and it's hard to lower it. No one's going to lower it. They're just going to say you suck because you didn't meet the same standard that you already set.
I mean, to be fair, 12-win season when it's technically a down year, it's not the worst place to be in, is it? But any guys got any questions for James, Houston related wise?
So obviously we've already discussed us sending Monty your way, but we haven't discussed the player that you sent our way in that trade in Juice Scruggs. Tell us about him, because obviously we know what he was like coming out of the draft out of Penn State. We've seen the couple of times we played you what he was like in those games, but give us your perspective on him and perhaps what he's could be for us as we rebuild, especially on the interior of our defensive line.
I had a back and forth on Twitter immediately afterwards. So what I'll tell you is this: the way I've spoken on the Marlon Klein, pick and the Blake Fisher pick, Juice Scruggs is kind of in that same category. The Texans traded up from the 65th pick to the 62nd pick in that draft to pick a center that I do a lot of mock drafts in the offseason, and and the Texans needed a center, and I had never heard of Juice Scruggs. And there was some rumors that maybe certain teams valued him higher than others. The Texans certainly valued him a lot higher than any other team in the entire draft to take him in the second round. I would say that maybe he figures it out in your scheme. Maybe that Dan Campbell can get the best out of him, but he was drafted to be our starting center of the future, and never really reached his potential. With no matter how many tries, there was a lot of people in Houston circles that are analysts and stuff that said that I was asking insiders like, hey, what is the view on Juice Scruggs within this team? And they were saying there are a lot of people that don't know if he's even a worthwhile football player or that if he'll ever be good enough to see the field. But the back and forth on Twitter was that I don't know what Lions page it was or if it was just someone in general was talking trash about the Texans. It's in typical fashion. The Texans offensive line has been a subject of the Texans need to fix it. And what do you do when someone says you need to fix a wall? You demo it so that you can then rebuild it and make it better. And it turns out that a lot of people see you tearing down the wall and go, why are you getting rid of all these offensive linemen? You need offensive linemen. And it's like, we're just getting rid of the ones that are not doing good for us. And someone had tweeted that Juice Scruggs was a starting offensive lineman for the Texans, and he had not started for the team in 2 seasons, except for in spot starts due to injury. And so I took issue with labeling him as a starting offensive lineman, which should tell you a lot about the general view towards him. But sometimes a change of scenery will do it. I don't know.
Matt, Paul, anyone any other questions?
Not from me.
No, I mean, I was going to ask about CJ Stroud, but you covered that. Yeah, I don't think us on this pod are particularly high on Scruggs. I don't think there's a chance he doesn't make the 53. We put a lot of resource into our interior offensive line. We're certainly not going to count on him to start anytime soon. But yeah, I've got nothing else, lads.
All right, James, I really appreciate you coming on, donating your time to us. Certainly being able to give us a Houston perspective from this. We've really enjoyed it. Do you want to once again just want to plug your work and what you do so people can come and find you?
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me on the show anytime. I mean, I like I said at the beginning of the show, I host the Bullpen, a Houston Texans podcast. We go live on Wednesdays, and then the audio is available that Thursday following. We go live on Thursdays. The audio is available on Friday. Sorry, that changed recently. But the audio is available on Fridays. It's Tom and I. We have a good time. And then if you want to find me on social media, it's at James Roy NFL, wherever you get your social media.
As I say, thank you ever so much. We really appreciate it, especially with it being such short notice. We used to have a great Texans fan over here who we used to have on every year, and he doesn't really do it anymore. And it's been so hard to find somebody to come on and talk with us, but your depth of knowledge is incredible. And hopefully you'll come on again with us at some point in the future, hopefully when we're playing each other in maybe a Super Bowl or something. But we would love
I've
to
been
have
waiting
you
for a
back.
Texans Lions Super Bowl for so long.
It'd be awesome. It'd be awesome. But yeah, hopefully we can get you back on in the future. And as I say, thank you ever so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the draft.
All right, thank you.
All right,
Thanks, James.
Take care.
And the Skoldoc said that he was willing to come on any time, but I'm kind of
The sun's coming up.
I was about to say I'm minded to say to him if he's available tomorrow to let us know.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. We'll fit it into, and we've got like 3 viewers on the stream now, so I feel that I wish James had been on a few hours ago. He was amazing, and like it's just we've had everyone dropping out now. The draft's done, so we need to clip these interviews and put them up individually afterwards, so that people
I will try my best, but my laptop is barely holding on. That's why we haven't had any clips for a while on TikTok, because it just can't handle the downloads and that anymore.
We'll have to get you a new one. We will.
Well, what a mental day, boys.
Mental.
I know, right? Supposedly, again, I'll keep referring to him as our favorite Packers fan. Supposedly has a generational rant on the Carson Beck pick, so I can't wait to listen to that in a bit.
As I say, let's go and dive down into all the review shows now. I always love it when it's up and the sun's coming up, but it's been crazy. I'm assuming we're all going to be back for day 2 tomorrow, because this obviously wasn't. Yeah. No, day 2, because no way this many tight ends would go on day 2. So we've obviously done day 3, and we're going to go back and do day 2 tomorrow. So
yeah, honestly, I'm
Will Kakmarek. Good God.
Yeah, Kazmarek. How the fuck Keontae Scott is still there? I don't understand.
Exactly, and as much as I respect Ray's, just there's other.
What's he said?
Basically, that we have had no interest in Carl Louis. We don't care because of the
size.
size.
That he's heard. He thinks the size is an issue.
Oh.
And to be fair, like that would be what I think would stop the Lions from taking it.
But especially day 3, who cares? And like, come on, it's all as we all know, it's not about the size of the boat, it's about the motion of the ocean.
You've got the biggest reason in the world that they're not going to draft him. I like him. That's the only reason you need. You just don't stay away from any guys I like. Just don't want to draft them.
Well, can you stop liking good players then, please?
Just start liking
simple solutions.
Well, I want to try and like more Oregon players, but
just start liking Florida State players, and we're right.
Right. So obviously it's almost 5 a.m. So I think we should draw this to a close. Sorry that I kind of bailed in that last interview. I'm just not with it.
No, it's fine.
Evening.
It's fine. It's fine. We're all good.
Paul, you're not on the recap show, are you? You said you're not going to be there, and then it kind of off and on for day 3.
Well, I'll be hopefully on. I'll just be on late. So
yeah,
I should probably get my little one to bed by 8 o'clock. So halfway through the day or so. So, but when we start getting to the serious stuff, I'll be back on. But I'm very annoyed Jalen Husky went on the last pick of day 2.
I saw that. You were not amused.
No, I wasn't. I thought I hit it quite well, but I've had a few. So
no. That was a look of pain. That was like that was soul crushing.
Yeah, so
just like when Jalen Duggar goes to the Bears tomorrow.
I didn't even see them. That would kill me. I didn't even see him like at the podium. I just looked up and it just said Jalen Husky, and I was like, "Oh, what are they talking about him for? What?"
Was it the Jags that got him?
Yes.
Yeah, Jags got him.
With the Glenn pick we sent for Tesla last year.
Oh God, don't say that.
So Paul, we're going to get you for the second half. Ash, we've got you basically for the first half, so that's pretty cool. Yeah. Are you on for the recap show in the morning?
Yes, could be. Yeah.
Cool, and Ant, you'll be there too, right?
Yeah, it's starting in 6.5 hours, so we better...
Let's get the hell out of here. To the people still in the chat, appreciate you all. Hope you enjoyed the guests. We have a bit more of a stripped down show when it comes to guests for tomorrow. We do have someone on the recap show from the Bucks UK. So that will be at... Let me get the schedule up.
Ashley Sowden. Did the Seahawks get a 5th round pick? Have you been keeping track on trades?
Yes, I have got them all.
Do the Seahawks possess a 5th round pick?
Give me a sec.
Because that's Rob Staten's thing. Like if they're picking in the 5th, he can't come on. He said he was going to trade.
Have they traded?
No,
have they traded back? They haven't traded back at all, have they?
No, they haven't traded.
They did trade back a bit. They have 2 6, and then that's it.
Oh,
All right, so we
They
should have
traded
him.
back
They've
from
got no fifths.
91 to 99.
Okay.
They've got no fifths, so we should have Rob.
Yeah, so we've got Mariana from Bucks UK. She's on from 6:50 a.m. Eastern Time. The show will actually be live 20 minutes earlier at 6:30 Eastern. And then we're on for day 3 from 11:30 a.m. Eastern. We'll have Chris Schubert, formerly of the Draft Dudes podcast, now on Locked On Jets and Locked On Mets. He's on from midday. Alex from Locked On Cards. Rob Stassen, pending what Ant was just saying. Indie Colts UK, Ryan is on with us. And then a bit later on, we've got Irish Bears show with Kieran on. And hopefully the Skull Doc can make some time for us in the afternoon tomorrow as well.
And just a very quick, massive shout out to all the guests today. It's been one of the best lineups of days we've ever done. Liam from British Eagles, TJ from State of the Saints, Zach from Miami, Owen from Weekly Huddle, Joe from Cardinal Rule, Kyle Semra from Green Bay, and James from Houston. That really was a cracking lineup. So
That was great.
Yeah, we're
cool. Right. We'll see you tomorrow morning, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. Hope you have a good, nice night. And we'll see you in the morning. Let's go, Lions. One Pride.
One Pride.
Fuck the Bears for taking Tiedemann.
Thanks, mate.